Welcome back to Cosmic Wand, where every story is a brand new what if. Today's adventure is what if Harry had a copy-paste system and could steal any spell cast within 20 feet of him permanently. If you enjoy this one, smash that subscribe button and ring the bell so the next chapter of Magical Mayhem finds its way straight to you. Settle in, it's a long ride. Chapter 1, The Library. Harry Potter sat cross-legged on the floor of his dormitory at 3 a.m, with a leather notebook open on his knee and a small stack of contraband on the rug beside him, and tried very hard not to think about the fact that his name had just come out of a goblet that shouldn't have been able to taste it. The notebook was the second of its kind. The first one was a horror of childish block letters and crossed-out misspellings, half hidden under a loose floorboard in the cupboard under the stairs at number 4, Privet Drive, where his aunt and uncle still believed he had spent 11 boring years of childhood pretending to be a normal boy. He had not been able to bring himself to throw the first one out. It was a record of the years before he understood what was happening to him, and a person didn't throw out the proof of their own becoming. This second notebook was tidier. It was a Hogwarts-issued ledger, the kind Madame Pants sold for sickles at the start of every term to first-years who didn't yet know how to write small. Harry had bought 3 of them in second year and burned through 1.5. He wrote in code now, because he had finally accepted, somewhere around the middle of third year, that what he could do was not the sort of thing a sane boy advertised. The code was simple. Every spell had a 4-letter shorthand, every shorthand had a corresponding page in the back where the actual incantation and wand movement and intent pattern lived, and every page in the back was numbered in a sequence that only made sense if you knew the trick. The trick was that the page numbers ran backwards by primes. He had read in a Muggle library, once, that the human brain hated true randomness and that the best codes were the ones that looked organized to the codebreaker and weren't. He'd had several long quiet years to think about codes. He'd had several long quiet years to think about most things. Tonight the notebook was open to page 63. Page 63 was Stupefy. He had acquired it the second week of first year, in defense against the dark arts, when Professor Quirrell had stood at the front of the classroom and stammered through a textbook demonstration aimed at a cushion. The cushion had collapsed. Harry, sitting in the third row with his quill in his hand, had felt something settle inside his chest the way a coin settled into a slot, and a voice that had never bothered with anything as formal as an introduction had said, in the same flat tone it had used since he was 6 years old, "Spell acquired. Source, Quirinus Quirrell. Added to library." And then, because the system had begun reporting context at some point in late primary school without consulting him about it, resonance, weak. Sourcecaster magical strength, anomalously low. Library entry adjusted to reflect ideal execution. He'd written down Stupefy on page 63 that same evening, under the misspelled childish notebook in the cupboard, with the precise wand arc the system had given him stitched into the margin in a diagram he'd had to redo 3 times because his hand was still shaking. He had been 11. He had also, on the same day, acquired 2 minor charms class hexes from a third-year Hufflepuff arguing with a Slytherin in the corridor outside the Great Hall, a complicated household drying spell from a portrait of a witch wringing out her hair on the 4th-floor landing, and what the system had labeled professorial disciplinary hex. Sub-bruise threshold off a very angry Professor McGonagall who had caught a Weasley twin charming her chalk into a snake. That had been the day Harry Potter, age 11, had finally accepted that what was happening to him was not a phase. He flicked past Stupefy now and traced the spine of the notebook with one finger. 347 entries. He knew the number without checking because he had counted it that morning, the morning of the champion selection, before he had walked down to dinner and watched his name shoot out of a goblet of fire on a piece of parchment that had not been there before and shouldn't have been there at all. 347 was a stupid number. It was prime, which appealed to him, but it was also embarrassingly large for a 4th-year Hogwarts student, and the only thing keeping him from being arrested by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement on what would presumably be very interesting charges was the fact that nobody on the staff of Hogwarts had any reason to believe a 4th-year boy had 347 spells loaded into the back of his head like a wand rack. Library, 347 spells. Untested, 81. The system volunteered the snapshot without being asked. It had been doing that lately. Harry wasn't sure if it had begun to read his mood or if it had begun to read the room, but the messages had stopped restricting themselves to acquisitions in second year and now occasionally checked in like a healer asking about pain levels. He had decided not to be unsettled about it. He had decided, on broad principle, not to be unsettled about anything the system did, because his entire life since he was 6 years old had been an extended exercise in not flinching at things that didn't have any business existing. He closed the notebook. In the bed nearest the door, Neville Longbottom was muttering in his sleep about something that might have been trousers or might have been toadstool. 3 beds further along, Ron Weasley snored like a creature that had not yet decided whether it preferred sleep or murder. Seamus was a long lump of unmoving blanket. Dean had his arm flung over his face. Harry liked them. He liked them very much. He liked them with the careful, slightly distanced affection of a person who had figured out, around age 7, that the people you loved most were the ones you protected by not telling them everything. He stood up. He padded barefoot across the dormitory carpet to the window. He pressed his hand flat against the cold glass and watched his breath bloom and fade across it. His name had come out of the goblet. He had not entered. Someone had entered him. Harry Potter, 14 years old, was many things, including occasionally arrogant and frequently sarcastic and almost always tired, but he was not stupid. He had spent 4 years cultivating the appearance of being stupid in classes he had mastered before lunchtime on the first day. He had cultivated it because the alternative was for someone, somewhere, to notice the boy whose spell acquisition curve looked nothing like a 14-year-old's and start asking questions. He had read every book in the Hogwarts library on magical lineage and inherited gifts and obscure familial conditions, and he had not found a single mention of anything that did what the system did. He had concluded, in the privacy of his own head, that either he was the first known case in recorded magical history or that other cases had been very quietly removed from the record by people who did not want their existence advertised, and either possibility was sufficient reason to keep his mouth shut. Now somebody had entered his name into a tournament for which he was 4 years underage and for which the entrance was a magical contract he hadn't signed. 3 possibilities. 1. A 6th or 7th year prankster had managed to slip his name past a confundus ward laid by Albus Dumbledore. Probability, on the evidence, essentially 0. The headmaster did not lay wards a 6th year could beat. 2. Someone on the Hogwarts staff. The implications of which Harry did not want to think about at 3 in the morning while standing barefoot in front of a window in a dormitory of unconscious boys. 3. Someone outside the staff with access to the staff. Which meant, in the architecture of who would benefit from one Harry Potter being thrown into a tournament with 3 older champions and at least one event historically known to kill participants, exactly 1 party. He let his breath cloud the window again. "All right," he said quietly to the system. "All right. Let's talk." The system did not have a conversational mode in any traditional sense. It had no opinions. It had no desires. It had, as far as Harry had ever been able to determine, exactly one function, which was to silently record every spell cast within 20 feet of him and to file the result in the back of his head with the wand movement attached. It did not warn him about danger. It did not advise him on strategy. It did not engage in small talk. He had been speaking to it like a person for years anyway, partly because he was an only child raised in a cupboard who had learned to talk to ceilings and partly because, sometimes, if you spoke to it like a person, it answered. Library, 347 spells. Untested, 81. "Yeah," Harry said. "Thanks. Got that." Highest tier entry, Avada Kedavra. Source, Bartemius Crouch Jr., misidentified as Alastair Moody. Acquired, October 4, 1994. Untested. Harry felt the small cold thing in his stomach that had been the small cold thing in his stomach since the fake Moody had stood at the front of the data classroom and pointed a wand at a spider, and he closed his eyes for a moment, and he reminded himself that the spider had died and he had filed the spell anyway. The system had not used the word misidentified before tonight. He opened his eyes. "Are you talking to me?" he said. Are you actually talking to me? There was no answer for what he counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. Then, response function not yet installed. Anomaly noted. Recommendation, do not cast Avada Kedavra. Harry made a sound that was half laugh and half something else, and bent slightly forward with his forehead pressed against the cold glass and his shoulders shaking once, and then he straightened up and breathed out and looked at his reflection in the window and watched a boy with very tired eyes look back at him. Right, he said. Recommendation noted. Genuinely. I wasn't planning to. The system said nothing. He turned away from the window and walked back across the dormitory and lay down on top of his blankets fully clothed, because he had stopped sleeping properly during third year and had given up trying. He stared at the ceiling. He went through the library in his head the way some people prayed and other people counted sheep, working from the easier shelves to the deeper ones. Lumos. Nox. Wingardium Leviosa. Alohomora. He had picked up Alohomora from Hermione, in first year, and felt a small absurd swell of affection at the memory. Hermione had been very pleased with herself the day she had cast it on a locked door in the corridor that had turned out to contain a Cerberus. She had been pleased with herself in the same way for most of the rest of the year about other, smaller things, and Harry had loved her for it without ever quite figuring out how to say so. Tonight he was going to have to lie to Hermione, again, and Hermione was going to notice. Vulnera Senenter. Episci. Ferula. Anapneo. The healing shelf was crowded. He had stood very deliberately close to Madame Pomfrey, every time she had treated anyone, since the start of second year. The hospital wing was the easiest place to acquire useful charms. People underestimated nurses. Confringo. Reducto. Bombarda. Defindo. The cutting shelf. He'd picked Confringo off the fake Moody in a single offhand demonstration the second week of term, the way one picked up a song that had been playing in someone else's house. Avis. Apunyo. Off Flitwick. Petrificus totalis. Hermione, first year, on Neville, which he still felt guilty about and which she still pretended not to remember. Sectum Sempra. The shelf he didn't like looking at. He had acquired Sectum Sempra on the third Thursday of his third year, in the potions corridor, when Professor Snape had stood with his back against a tapestry and muttered something at a wall that had not, technically, been a demonstration in front of a student. Snape had not known Harry was on the other side of the tapestry. Snape did not know about the system. Snape, in Harry's careful private opinion, was both the most dangerous thing in Hogwarts and also Harry's single richest source of spell acquisitions in the entire castle, and the unholy comedy of that fact had kept Harry awake on more than one night. Spell acquired. Source, Severus Snape. Added to library. The notation in the back of the notebook had added, when Harry had finally got himself somewhere private enough to write it down, Severus Snape, apparent author. Spell not catalogued in any known magical registry. He had felt, on reading that, the way he sometimes felt at the top of a staircase looking down, that there was a longer drop here than there was supposed to be, and that he was looking at it. He had never used Sectum Sempra. He had practiced the wand arc, dry, in front of a mirror in the room of requirement. He had filed the entry. He had not, ever, cast it at anything. He had, in fact, made a list in the back of the notebook of spells he was not, under any circumstances, going to cast unless every other option in the library had already failed and he was already going to die, and Sectum Sempra had been the second name on that list. The first name had been the one the system had just reminded him about, and which he was now going to have to think about, properly, for the first time, because Bartemius Crouch Jr. was teaching defense against the dark arts under a face that was not his own, and Harry Potter's name had come out of a goblet that shouldn't have been able to taste it. He turned his head sideways on the pillow. Through the window the sky was doing the slow careful thing it did between 3 and 4 in the morning, where the black thinned at the eastern edge into something that wasn't yet blue but was no longer entirely dark. "All right," he said to the ceiling. "All right. Strategy." He thought about it. He had 347 spells. He was supposed to be a fourth year. A fourth year, give or take, had 8, a levitation charm, a disarming spell, a severing charm if charms was their best subject, possibly a summoning charm if they'd been paying attention in September, plus a small assortment of household-grade jinxes and 4 or 5 hexes off the standard fourth-year data syllabus. Even granting Harry was the boy who lived and granting that he'd survived a basilisk in second year and a Dementor swarm in third, the most a reasonable observer should expect him to know was, optimistically, 20. So the rules were the same as they had ever been. The rules were the ones Harry had written down on the inside front cover of the notebook the summer between first and second year, in green ink, in his neatest handwriting, after a long evening of thinking about it in the cupboard under the stairs and reaching the conclusion that nobody was coming to tell him what to do with this. Rule 1, never cast a spell in public that a fourth year is not supposed to know. Rule 2, never cast a spell in private that someone might walk in on you casting. Rule 3, never demonstrate a spell to anyone, friend or otherwise, that they don't already think you know. Rule 4, added in third year after the serious black year and very nearly underlined, if breaking Rule 1, 2, or 3 becomes unavoidable, lie about how. Claim a book. Claim a portrait taught you. Claim Lupin showed you. Never, under any circumstance, admit to copying. He had broken Rule 1 exactly once, on the train at the start of second year, when a fifth-year Slytherin had tried to hex Hermione and Harry had, without thinking, used a stolen Auror countercurse to disarm the Slytherin and put a small reactive jinx on the boy's robes that had caused him to itch for 40 minutes. Hermione had stared at Harry afterwards with the very specific look she got when something didn't add up, and Harry had said the first thing his brain came up with, which had been Charlie's old DA notes, Ron lent them to me, sorry, and Ron had played along magnificently because Ron played along magnificently with most things and especially when they involved Slytherin's itching, and Hermione had eventually let it go. She had not, however, forgotten. He was going to have to keep her from connecting dots for a long time yet, and the Triwizard Tournament was going to make it harder. He sat up. He picked up the notebook again and turned to a blank page near the front. He wrote, in his neatest small letters, Triwizard, Strategy. He chewed the end of the quill. He wrote underneath, 1. Tasks have unknown content. Library has no preparation advantage until tasks revealed. 2. Champions are 17. They will use spells I should not know. Standing close to them is good for the library. Beating them with their own spells is bad for Rule 1. 3. Foreign champions equals foreign curricula. Library will grow. Don't be obvious about staying close. 4. Someone wants me to die in this tournament. He paused. He underlined the fourth line. He thought about it for the time it took the eastern edge of the sky to go from not quite blue to almost blue, and then he wrote, 5. Whoever wants me to die does not know about the library. He stared at that line. He chewed the quill some more. He wrote, 6. That is the only advantage I have. Do not lose it. He closed the notebook. He put it in the bottom of his trunk under a folded jumper of Ron's that had migrated by laundry mishap into his pile and which he hadn't given back yet. He cast a very small variation of a concealment charm he had acquired off a sixth-year Ravenclaw 2 years ago, modified by a tiny shielding fold he had acquired off the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black during a routine corridor incident, and the trunk lid lay there looking like an entirely ordinary trunk lid. He lay down. He pulled the blanket over himself. He thought about Hermione's face at the champion selection, the way her mouth had not moved while her eyes had moved through a sequence of expressions he had read like a book, bewilderment, indignation, fear, and then, very fast at the end, a faint sharpening that he knew was the part of her that was already running the problem. Hermione, he thought, you can't have this one. I love you. I owe you. You're cleverer than I am and you know it and so do I. But you can't have this one. Not yet. He closed his eyes. He slept. Library, 347 spells. Untested, 81. Active threats within proximity, 50 feet 0. Good morning, Harry Potter. He sat up and swore, and the system did not, technically, answer him, but he had the distinct and unscientific impression that it was pleased with itself. The Great Hall, the morning after the champion selection, was a country at war with itself, and Harry Potter walked into it with the carefully arranged blank face of a boy who had spent 4 years practicing carefully arranged blank faces and had got very good at them. Half the school went silent when he came in. The other half didn't, because the other half was the Hufflepuff table, which had collectively decided overnight that Harry had Potter-fingered his name into the goblet specifically to upstage Cedric Diggory, and the Hufflepuff table had a great many opinions about this and was sharing them with anyone who would listen and a fair number of people who wouldn't. He sat down opposite Hermione. He reached for the toast. "Bloody hell, mate," said Ron, on the other side of the table, in a voice he had been working up to since dawn. "Bloody hell." Harry, who had spent 3 years cultivating in himself the particular quality of being able to tell when Ron was about to say something he had already half decided to say, said, "Yes," in the tone of a boy who had every intention of letting his best friend get there in his own time. "You didn't put your name in," said Ron. "No. But your name came out." "Yes. And you didn't, no." "Well, Ron looked around the table, as if hoping for help, and the table did not help him, because half the table was deliberately not looking at Harry and the other half had been waiting for the last 40 seconds to see whether Ron would deliver the line they had all decided he was going to deliver. "That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? I mean, for both of us." Harry took a bite of toast. He chewed. He watched Ron's face. Ron had been his first friend. Ron had been his first friend, full stop, and Harry had loved him for it from the train ride onward and had never quite stopped loving him for it even when Ron had done several genuinely irritating things over the past 3 years and was, in fact, currently in the process of doing another. Ron's face was working through expressions Ron's face had not yet decided whether it was allowed to wear, and at the end of the sequence Ron's mouth opened to say something Harry already knew was going to be regrettable, and Harry took pity. "Ron," he said. "I didn't enter." "You're saying you didn't enter." "I'm saying I didn't enter." "Harry. Come on. You tell me if you had." Harry put the toast down. He looked Ron in the eye. He said, with the kind of quiet seriousness he had been cultivating since age 6 in the cupboard, "Ron. I did not put my name in the goblet. I do not know who did. I would tell you if I had done it. I am telling you I did not. Are we good?" Ron looked at him. Ron looked at him for what felt like a long time and was probably 4 seconds. Ron's face went through a final small revision. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, all right. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Thank you. Just, bloody hell, mate. I know." Across the table, Hermione had not said anything. She had not said anything since Harry had sat down. She had not, in fact, said anything for what Harry counted, in his head, as roughly 6 minutes, and Hermione Granger going 6 minutes without saying anything was a meteorological event of the sort that ought to come with weather warnings. She was looking at him. She was looking at him with the very specific look. He turned his head slightly. He met her eyes. He produced, on demand, the small and rueful expression he had been producing on demand for years now whenever Hermione was about to be a problem. "Hermione," he said. "Harry," she said. "You're not going to ask if I entered, are you?" "No," she said, "Harry, I'm not." "Good. I'm going to ask you something else." He bit the inside of his cheek. "Go on." "Actually," she began. He almost smiled. Almost. He had been a boy in this school for 4 years and he had heard Hermione Granger begin 1,000 sentences with "actually," in 1,000 different tones of voice, and he had filed them all, and the one she was using now was the one she used when she had been thinking about a problem for several hours and had not yet decided whether to share her conclusions with the person who was the subject of them. "Actually, never mind," she said. "Eat your toast." He ate his toast. He did not feel relieved. She would come back to it. She always came back to it. The first task of the Triwizard Tournament was, as it turned out, 24 days away. Harry counted them. He counted them the way he counted everything, with a small careful neatness in the back of his head, in a column, next to the day's other small careful neatnesses. He had 24 days to figure out who had entered him in the tournament, 24 days to figure out what the first task was, 24 days to talk Hermione down from whatever she was building up to, 24 days to keep his relationship with Ron from cracking down the middle from sheer accumulated stupidity, and 24 days to acquire approximately as much non-Hogwarts curriculum spell content as he could possibly steal from the visiting delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang before any of them noticed him noticing them. He was looking forward to the last one. He didn't tell anyone he was looking forward to it. He didn't tell himself, in so many words, that he was looking forward to it. But that night, when the Beauxbatons carriage came down out of the sky on horses the size of small dragons and the Durmstrang ship rose out of the lake like a creature that had been holding its breath for a very long time, Harry stood at the entrance of the Great Hall with the rest of Hogwarts and felt, for the first time since his name had come out of the goblet, the small clean spike of interest in his chest that meant the library was about to grow. He filed his face into something appropriately impressed. He did not have to fake all of it. The horses really were the size of small dragons. The Beauxbatons delegation swept in like a wave of pale blue silk and very tall vowels. Their headmistress, Madame Maxime, was a woman built on a scale Harry's brain refused to commit to without 3 or 4 further glances. The Durmstrang delegation came in afterward like a procession of military funerals, fur cloaks, heavy boots, Igor Karkaroff with his goatee and his fingertips placed lightly on the shoulder of the boy in front, who turned out to be Victor Krum, who turned out to be the only person in the room shorter than Harry by less than half a head. Harry filed Krum's profile under Future Spell Source, High Priority, and the rest of the Durmstrang delegation under Low Priority, Watch Anyway and Madame Maxime under Almost Certainly Half Giant, Do Not Look at Directly. The system will misfile any spell she casts as ambient terrain and made a very small adjustment to the angle of his shoulders so that he was leaning slightly toward the center of the hall rather than away from it. He felt Hermione's eyes on his shoulder blades. He felt her not say anything. He felt very, very tired, and very, very alive. The first dinner in the new arrangement happened the way new arrangements happen in school cafeterias the world over, with everyone pretending not to look at each other while looking at each other, and at the end of it Dumbledore stood up and announced the rules of the tournament. Harry already knew the rules of the tournament. He had read about it in the 4 books on its history that he had found in the library that afternoon, plus the one prohibited book he had got out of the restricted section using a forged note that had been forged by the third-year incarnation of himself 2 years previously and had never expired because nobody at Hogwarts checked the dates on forged notes. The tournament had killed people before. It had killed 8 people, give or take, in its history, depending on how you counted killed and how you counted people, and Harry was now in it without having entered it, and the thing in his chest that was angry about that fact was a thing he had been carefully not letting out for several hours now. He let it out for 1 second. He felt it click against the inside of his ribs. He put it away again. He looked across the table. He met Hermione's eyes. "Library," he said, soundlessly, in the careful private code they had developed in second year for situations in which they were not supposed to be talking at meals. She blinked. She nodded once, fractionally. After dinner, after the speech, after the assigned dormitory leader had marched them all out and Hermione had peeled off from the procession and Harry had peeled off 4 corridors later, they met at the door of the library at 8:43 on a Wednesday and went in side by side without saying anything, and the librarian Madame Pants glared at them on principle, and they sat at the table at the back behind the stack of unpopular books on potion-based derivations, and Hermione spread her hands flat on the table and said, "All right. Talk." "About what?" "Harry." "About what, Hermione?" "You know what." He looked at her. She was, he thought, the cleverest person he knew, and probably the cleverest person in the school, and certainly the cleverest person who was paying attention to him with any kind of close attention, and she had been watching him for 3.5 years now with a focus that he had appreciated and feared in roughly equal measure. And the only reason she hadn't figured the library out already was that the library was not a hypothesis a person came up with from the outside. It wasn't on any of the standard maps. A person who saw Harry doing inexplicable things assumed, in order, that he was very talented, that he was getting tutoring, that he had inherited some obscure family magic, that he was being assisted by a portrait, that he had got into the restricted section, or that he was lying about his sources. Hermione had been through every one of those theories in sequence and discarded most of them. He had watched her do it. He had watched her discard inherited family magic in second year and being assisted by a portrait in third year, and had felt, both times, the very mild specific dread of someone watching a hunting dog work a scent toward the only thing in the room. "Hermione," he said. "I will tell you. I will. But not yet. Not tonight." She looked at him. She looked at him in the way she had looked at him in the Great Hall. "All right," she said. He did not, for one beat, believe her. "All right? All right. Not tonight. But you will tell me. I'm going to keep asking. You know that. I know that. Good." She sat back. She put her hands in her lap. She studied him. She said, with the tiny softening at the corner of her mouth that was her particular version of pity, "Harry. Are you all right?" "No." "All right." "Yes," he said. "Genuinely." "No. I'm not." "All right." They sat there for a little while, in the back of the library, behind the unpopular books on potion-based derivations, and Harry felt the system tick over in the back of his head like a clock continuing to count, and Hermione did not say anything else, and the quiet between them was the kind of quiet you could share with one person in the entire world and only if you were very lucky, and Harry Potter, who had spent the morning lying to his best friend and the night planning a 4-week strategy and most of his life keeping a secret from everyone who loved him, sat there in the quiet and looked across the table at the girl who was going to figure him out within the year, and thought, "All right. All right. I'll let you. I'll let you, eventually. Just give me until the dragon." Library, 347 spells. Untested, 81. "Good night, Harry Potter." He almost answered out loud. He stopped himself. He stood up. He shouldered his bag. He walked Hermione back to the corridor that led to the Gryffindor Tower, and he peeled off 2 staircases earlier than he needed to, and he went the long way around past the third-floor tapestry where the portrait of Sir Cadogan was, as usual, fighting a duel with a suit of armor, and Harry stood in the corridor long enough for the system to ping, twice, with 2 minor decorative charms Sir Cadogan had cast on his sword to make it sing, and then Harry went up to bed. He undressed. He lay down. He stared at the ceiling. He thought about his name coming out of the goblet. He thought about Bartemius Crouch Jr. teaching Dada. He thought about Voldemort, somewhere out there, in a body Harry had last seen at the back of a turban. He thought, just for 1 second, about Sirius. He slept. In the bottom of his trunk, under the folded jumper, the notebook waited, and the system continued to count, and somewhere in the back of Harry Potter's head, on a shelf he had not yet had to open, 347 spells stood ready in alphabetical order, and number 348 was, although he did not yet know it, only 9 days away. Chapter 2, The Restraint. The thing about restraint, Harry had decided sometime in second year, was that nobody who hadn't practiced it understood what it cost. People wrote about willpower as if it were a wall you stood behind. People wrote about temptation as if it were a hand on your shoulder you could shrug off. Harry had read those books in the Hogwarts library, the Muggle ones the half-blood librarian kept on a low shelf nobody visited, plus the wizarding ones in the mind magic section he'd graduated to in third year, and he had concluded, with the small bitter satisfaction of a boy whose lived experience had outpaced his reading, that all of them were wrong. Restraint wasn't a wall. Restraint was a thing you did with your hands every minute of every day, the way a tightrope walker did the thing she did with her feet. You didn't stop and you didn't slip and you didn't rest. And if anyone watching from the ground thought it looked easy, that was a compliment to the tightrope walker and not a description of what was happening up on the rope. Harry was thinking about this, with some detachment, as he sat in the third row of defense against the dark arts on a wet Monday morning and watched Bartemius Crouch Jr., under the face of Alastor Moody, point a wand at a spider in a glass jar and say a word that Harry's brain had been refusing to think about all weekend. Crucio. The spider screamed. It was a thin papery sound, what a spider's voice was, and Harry's eardrums objected to it on the level of physical pain before his higher functions caught up with what he was hearing, and around him every other student in the room either flinched or sat very still in the particular way that 14-year-olds sat still when they were trying to pretend nothing was happening to them. Spell acquired. Source: Bartemius Crouch Jr., misidentified as Alastor Moody. Added to library. Warning, entry classified unforgivable. Harry did not move. Harry kept his face composed. Harry, in fact, had spent the past 4 years cultivating the precise facial expression of a boy hearing something distressing for the first time, and he produced it now, a slight whitening around the mouth, a quick aborted glance away, a small shudder he did not have to perform because his body produced it without consultation. His pulse went up. His pulse went up, in fact, not at the cruelty of what he was watching, which his body had filed under known horror, brace and continue, but at the small mechanical voice inside his head adding the curse to a shelf labeled "Do Not Touch." He had 2 of them now. He had picked up Avada Kedavra 12 minutes earlier, when the imitation Moody had cast it on a different spider that was now lying belly up at the bottom of a different jar. He was about to have 3. The pattern was obvious. The fake Moody released the spell. The spider in the jar lay twitching. "Filthy," said the imitation Moody, in the imitation Moody's gravel-on-stone voice. "Filthy curse. Hated by the ministry. You cast that on a human being and they don't lock you up. They throw away the lock. Now. Imperio." The wand tip pointed at the second spider. Harry felt the system click and felt, for the first time in many years, a small interior bracing, the bracing of a boy who suspected that what he was about to acquire might be more dangerous to have than it was to cast. Imperio did not, as far as the textbook said, work the way Crucio worked or the way Avada Kedavra worked. Imperio was about the inside of someone else's head. He waited for the system notice. The notice did not come. The spider in the jar climbed up the inside of the glass on the kind of obedient invisible string an animal in a state of total submission would have climbed up if obedience were a physical force. The class watched. The imitation Moody turned the wand tip and the spider walked left. He turned it again and the spider walked right. He turned it again and the spider began, after a small lurch of resistance, to dance, a horrible spidery shuffle with all 8 legs working in time, like a marionette on broken strings, and Lavender Brown laughed, a single high startled note that she clapped a hand over the second it escaped, and Ron muttered, "Bloody hell," under his breath in a tone that was equal parts horror and the involuntary appreciation of a 14-year-old boy for an impressive bit of nasty magic. The notice still did not come. Harry's pulse did a thing. He kept his face composed. He kept his hands flat on the desk. He watched the imitation Moody walk the spider around the rim of the jar, and watched it bow, and watched it stand on 2 legs, and watched it climb back down and curl up at the bottom in a position that looked like sleep, and Harry waited and the system did not announce an acquisition. He sat very still through the rest of the lesson. He sat very still while the imitation Moody walked them through theory, while Hermione's hand stayed up the entire time and was not called on, while Neville stared at the third spider with a face the color of paper that has been pressed flat by an iron and not quite recovered. He sat very still and inside his head he turned over the new fact like a stone with something written on the bottom. Crucio, acquired. Avada Kedavra, acquired. Imperio, not acquired. The simplest explanation was that he had missed the entry. The system sometimes batched notifications, 2 minor charms cast in quick succession could come through as a single acknowledgement, with the second one logged silently. He had seen that happen perhaps a dozen times over the years. It was, he had concluded, an efficiency thing. The system was a thing that wanted to economize. The next simplest explanation was that something about Imperio didn't acquire. That the spell didn't work on him the way other spells worked on him. That there was, in the way the curse touched a mind, some kind of shape to it, that the system didn't grip the way it gripped a cutting curse or a cheering charm. The next simplest explanation after that was that the system already had Imperio. That he had acquired it some time in the past, and the system had logged it and was not bothering to log it twice. Harry sat very still. He worked through the third hypothesis in his head. He had been to one Auror demonstration, in third year, when Lupin had brought a friend in to talk to the class for an afternoon. He had been at the Ministry, briefly, as a child, on a day he could not consciously remember and which one of his Privet Drive nightmares insisted had happened. He had been within 20 feet of, optimistically, 4 people in his life who had cast Imperio with any seriousness. 3 of those were people he could account for. The 4th, he sat very still. The 4th was the man whose face he had been looking at, every defense class, since the beginning of term. The man under the face of Moody. The man whose name might or might not be Crouch. If Harry had acquired Imperio off that man, then the entry had been logged at some point this term, and the system was choosing not to mention it now because it had already mentioned it. Which would mean, in turn, that the entry would be in the notebook. He could check. He could check. Tonight. He kept his face composed. He kept his hands flat. He sat through the rest of defense and he watched the imitation Moody walk back and forth in front of the chalkboard with his magical eye spinning in its socket, and he was very, very careful not to make eye contact with that eye. The bell rang. The class stood up. The class moved toward the door. Potter. Harry turned. The imitation Moody beckoned with one gnarled finger. Harry walked to the desk. He felt, behind him, Hermione waiting at the door because Hermione always waited. He felt, behind her, Ron waiting because Ron always waited because Hermione did. He felt Crouch Jr. under the Moody face, looking at him with one ordinary eye and one whirling magical one, and he felt the system click, a small dry click, the click it made when something was already on a shelf. He noted the click. He noted it and did not flinch and did not change his expression. "Yes, sir," he said. The imitation Moody studied him. "You've got a steady hand on you, lad," said the imitation Moody, after a moment. "Most of them shake. You didn't shake. I've seen worse, sir." The magical eye rolled in its socket. "Have you, lad? Have you, now?" "Yes, sir." "Right." The imitation Moody nodded slowly. "Right. Well. Keep your head down. Tournament's a hard road. You'll be needing a steady hand." He paused. The magical eye pinned itself on Harry's left ear, where Harry's left ear felt suddenly like a thing made of glass. "You've got friends in this castle, Potter. Use them. Constant vigilance, mind. But use them." "Yes, sir," said Harry. He turned. He walked toward the door. Hermione was already a step out into the corridor and Ron was at her elbow with his face still doing the slightly too impressed thing that 14-year-old boys' faces did after demonstrations of nasty magic, and Harry stepped out into the corridor between them and let the door of the data classroom shut behind him and did not, for one full corridor, allow any expression at all to cross his face. In his head, very quietly, he counted to 10. He got to 7. "Harry," said Hermione, walking briskly at his right shoulder in the way she walked when she was about to start a sentence with actually, library, said Harry. "After lunch." "Harry, library." "After lunch." "Yes." She went quiet. She walked beside him with her hands on the strap of her bag and her face composed and her mouth doing the small flat thing it did when she was holding something in. Ron, on Harry's other side, said, "Bloody hell, mate," in the voice of a boy who was several conversations behind the conversation that was actually happening, and Harry, without turning his head, said, "Yeah," in the tone of a boy who was several conversations ahead. They walked. He did not check the notebook over lunch. He could have. He had time. He had, in fact, gone up to the dormitory specifically to drop off his defense textbook and could have got the notebook out from under the jumper at the bottom of the trunk and turned to the I section and confirmed or denied the third hypothesis in 11 seconds flat. He didn't. He didn't because Hermione was waiting in the library and Hermione was already suspicious and he had decided, somewhere around the third corridor between the classroom and the dormitory, that the answer to whether or not he had Imperio on his shelves did not, in fact, change his plan for the next hour. The plan for the next hour was, do not tell Hermione. He went to the library. She was at the back, behind the unpopular books on potion-based derivations, where they had been the night before, with a stack of 3 defense textbooks open on the table in front of her and her quill at her hand and a piece of parchment in front of her on which she had been making, by the look of it, a list. He sat down across from her. "All right," she said. "All right," he said. "You watched." "Yes." "You watched the way you watch potions class," said Hermione, in the level tone she used when she had spent the morning deciding what to say. "You watched the way you watch charms. You watched the way you watched Flitwick demonstrate the summoning charm in 3rd year. You watched the way you watch Snape brew." He kept his face composed. "Hermione," he said. "Harry. What did you want me to do?" "I wanted you," she said, to flinch. The library was quiet around them. Madame Pants was somewhere on the other side of the stacks. A second year was arguing in a whisper with a friend about whether a certain page reference was on 234 or 243. The clock above the librarian's desk was ticking, the kind of brassy ticking only library clocks did, the kind of ticking that always made you aware of itself in the moments when you were not aware of much else. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. "I did flinch," he said. "You did," she said. "You did flinch. But you didn't flinch when he said the words. Hermione. You didn't flinch at the Crucio. You didn't flinch at the Avada Kedavra. You didn't flinch at Imperio. I was watching you. I watched you the whole hour. You flinched at the spider. You flinched at the screams. You did not flinch at the words." She paused. She set her quill down. She said, with the carefulness of a person picking up a piece of broken glass and trying to identify it, "Harry. Why don't the words frighten you?" He looked at her. He thought, for a moment, about telling her the truth. He had thought about it, on and off, since 2nd year. He had thought about it specifically last night, lying on the dormitory floor at 3 in the morning with a notebook on his knee, and he had decided then that he was not going to do it, and he had not changed his mind in the meantime. But the impulse came up in him anyway, sharp and clean and almost physical, the way certain impulses did when a person had spent 4 years lying to the person they loved most and was being looked at, directly, by that person, across a small table in a library, at 1:20 on a Monday afternoon. He pushed the impulse down. He pushed it down with the calm well-practiced hands of a boy who had pushed it down many times before, and he produced, on demand, the small wry expression he produced on demand in situations of this kind. "Hermione," he said. "I read about them. I read Defense Magical Theory in 3rd year. I read the Auror Handbook last summer in Flourish and Blots when I was supposed to be buying my textbooks. I read 4 books on the Unforgivables before I started 4th year because I knew Moody was teaching this year and I did not want to be the one who flinched. That's all. That's the whole answer. I read them." She watched him. "Hermione," he said. "I'm sorry. I am. I should have told you. I should have told you I read about them. I didn't want you to worry that I was reading about them." "You read 4 books on the Unforgivables?" "Yes." "Over the summer?" "Yes." "In Flourish and Blots?" "In the bit at the back. The bit you can't see from the till." She looked at him. The thing about Hermione, Harry had decided in 2nd year, was that she was not just clever. Clever was not what made Hermione formidable. Lots of people were clever. Lots of people were, in pure intellectual horsepower, possibly even cleverer than Hermione. What made Hermione formidable was that she had, in her left hand at all times, a very fine sense of when a person was lying to her, and in her right hand a very stubborn refusal to challenge that sense unless she had to. She would let people lie to her. She would let them lie to her for years. She would let them lie to her until she had collected enough data points to construct the truth from the shape of the lies, and then she would, with great economy and no fuss, present the truth back to them in the form of a question. She was, he could tell, still in the data collection phase. She was, he could tell, very close to the end of it. "All right," she said. "All right?" "All right," she said. "I believe you." "About the books." She paused. She picked her quill back up. She said, very level, "Harry. I am going to ask you something, and I want you to think about it before you answer." "Yes." "Will you tell me, when you decide to tell me?" He looked at her. The thing in his chest moved. He said, before he had quite decided to, "Yes." "All right. Hermione, that's all I'm asking." "I'm not asking now. I'm asking, when you decide. I want to be the one you tell. Not the one who figures it out." "All right. All right." They sat there for a little while in the back of the library behind the unpopular books on potion-based derivations, and the second year on the other side of the stacks finally agreed with her friend that the page reference was 234, and the brassy clock above Madame Pance's desk continued its brassy ticking, and Harry Potter sat across from his best friend and felt, against his will, the small precise click of something he had been holding shut for a long time loosening by exactly one notch. He did not, however, let it loosen further. Not yet. Not until the dragon. He checked the notebook that night. He waited until the dormitory was asleep. He went down to the bottom of his trunk under the folded jumper and got the notebook out and went into the bathroom and locked the door and sat on the cold tile floor with his back against the bath and turned to the eye section. The page was blank. He turned back. He read the index. He read it again. He flipped to the relevant page number by reverse prime's location in the back of the notebook and confirmed, no entry. He had not, before this morning's class, acquired Imperio. He sat on the tile floor with the notebook open on his lap and listened to the sleeping breaths of 3 other boys behind a closed door and the night sounds of the castle behind that, and he thought, very carefully and with no expression at all on his face, about what it meant. It meant the system had acquired Imperio during the demonstration this morning and had not announced it. It meant the system, at some point in the past 4 years, had stopped notifying him of every acquisition. It meant the system had developed a sense of priority. It meant, in a way that Harry Potter found very difficult to look at directly, that the thing in the back of his head, the thing he had been carrying around like a knapsack since age 6, the thing he had thought of, occasionally, in his more lyrical moods, as a kind of obedient invisible librarian, was, in fact, making decisions. Library, 349 spells. Untested, 83. Recommendation, do not cast Imperio. He closed the notebook. He closed his eyes. He thought, very quietly, to the inside of his own head, what are you? There was no answer. There was no answer for what felt, in his chest, like a long time and was probably 20 seconds. Then, response function not yet installed. He almost laughed. He almost laughed and the sound that came out was something else, a small dry breath through his nose, and he sat on the cold tile floor with his back against the bath and his face in his hands for a while, and then he opened the notebook again and turned to a blank page near the middle and wrote, in his neatest small letters, problem, system is probably not just a system. Problem, system has begun to answer. Problem, system is withholding acquisitions from notification. He stared at the 3 lines. He chewed the quill. He added, underneath, Instruction to self, whatever it is, IT has been on your side for 8 years. Act accordingly. He closed the notebook. He hid it back in the trunk. He went to bed. He lay awake for a little while. Then he slept. Snape's class, in 4th year, was on Thursdays at 10. Harry had spent the years since his 2nd year applying a small set of careful procedures to Snape's class, all of which were designed to maximize the rate at which he picked up potion-adjacent spellwork from a man who could not, under any circumstances, be allowed to know that he was being copied. The procedures involved seating, attention, eye contact, and what Harry privately thought of as the angle of vulnerability, the careful presentation, in Snape's general direction, of a boy who was inattentive, lazy, and clearly riding his father's reputation, with a small admixture of mediocre talent. Snape needed to be able to look at Harry and see something he despised. The angle of vulnerability gave Snape something he despised. While Snape was busy despising it, the system filed entries. Harry had got off Snape over 3.5 years, a subtle stabilization charm, a potion class spell used to keep a half-finished potion from oxidizing. Cast as an offhand mutter while Snape passed a brewing station. A diagnostic charm for impurities in cauldron water. Cast on the stockroom on a Tuesday. Harry had been kept after class for a detention that involved scrubbing a shelf no one ever scrubbed. Sectum sempra. Off the back of a tapestry on a corridor Harry was not meant to be in. The single most disturbing acquisition of his Hogwarts career and the single piece of evidence that Snape was, on the inside, considerably more interesting than the surface presentation. A counter-jinx Harry didn't yet have a name for, which the system had filed under curse, anti-airborne liquid, reverse-engineered from impact. Acquired in 2nd year when a cauldron had blown up in Seamus Finnegan's lap and Snape, without looking, had flicked his wand sideways and the airborne potion had reversed mid-air and gone back into the cauldron. 11 additional disciplinary jinxes of escalating severity, all sub-bruise threshold, all directed at Gryffindors who were not Harry specifically because the angle of vulnerability had been functioning correctly. Harry walked into Snape's class on the Thursday after his name had come out of the goblet, sat in the row second from the back, set his cauldron up with the practiced clumsiness of a boy who had decided, 3 years ago, that clumsy was a survivable shape to be, and prepared to spend the next 90 minutes being a less-than-mediocre potion student. Snape was already standing at the front of the classroom. Snape was already looking at him. Harry kept his face composed. Harry produced, on demand, the small sullen expression he had been producing for Snape on demand for 3.5 years. Harry let his shoulders drop a fraction. Harry did, in all visible respects, nothing. "Potter," said Snape. The word arrived in the room the way every Snape utterance arrived, pre-cooled, pre-clipped, every consonant landing exactly where it had been aimed. Snape did not use contractions. Snape did not say Potter, you'll. Snape did not say Potter, I'll see. Snape said Potter. You will. I shall. There is. It is not. Harry had counted, once, in 3rd year, the number of times he had heard Snape use a contraction in a calendar month, and the number had been 0. He had filed this fact under useful, because the absence of contractions was the kind of small consistent thing that paid attention to you back when you started paying attention to it. "Yes, sir," Harry said. "You will be assisting Mr. Weasley with the wit-sharpening potion today." "Yes, sir." "You will not, Potter, be assisting Miss Granger." "No, sir." "This is because Miss Granger is, against all probability, capable of producing a wit-sharpening potion to the necessary standard without your assistance. Whereas Mr. Weasley, on past performance, is not." "Yes, sir." "Sit down." "Yes, sir." He sat down next to Ron. Ron looked at him sideways. Ron said, under his breath, "Snape's in a mood, bloody hell," and Harry, without turning his head, agreed inwardly that Snape was in a mood and disagreed inwardly that it was the kind of mood Ron thought it was. Ron's read on Snape's moods, over 4 years, had been correct approximately as often as a coin flip. Harry's read on Snape's moods, over 4 years, had been correct considerably more often, because Harry watched Snape with the particular concentration of a boy who had been, for 3.5 years, secretly stealing things off him. Snape was in a mood. The mood was not anger. The mood was attention. Snape had, since the champion's selection on Saturday evening, been paying attention to Harry. Snape had been paying more attention to Harry. Snape paid attention to Harry constantly, because Snape, on top of all his other talents, hated Harry, and the kind of hatred Snape had for Harry was the kind that came with attention attached, the way certain plants came with thorns. But the attention had a different quality this week. Harry had felt it from the door. He had felt it during Yes, Sir. He felt it now, sitting next to Ron, cutting ginger root into the small careful and perfect slices that 14-year-old Harry Potter, the boy with the angle of vulnerability, would have cut. He filed the information. He kept his face composed. He continued cutting ginger. Halfway through the lesson, Snape passed the desk. Snape passed every desk. That was a Snape thing. He walked the room in the long looping figure eight of a man whose feet had memorized the route and whose eyes were free to look at things while his feet worked. He had been on 3 approaches to the second back row already this lesson. This was the 4th. He paused. He paused at Harry's elbow. He looked, for one beat, at Harry's cauldron. He said, in the voice he used for the deeply incompetent, Mr. Weasley. Add the powdered armadillo bile now. Ron flailed. Ron added the powdered armadillo bile. Snape did not move. Snape stood at Harry's elbow for one further beat. He looked at the cauldron. He looked at the ingredients. He looked at the position of Harry's hands. He looked at Harry's face. Harry looked back at him with the small sullen expression of a boy who was not, on any visible level, doing anything more interesting than waiting for a potions class to end. Snape said, very softly, in the voice he used when he had decided not to make a fuss in front of the class, Potter. You will remain after the lesson. Yes, sir. Snape walked on. Harry, beside Ron, continued to cut ginger. Inside his head he felt the system click, very faintly, the way it sometimes clicked at the edge of an acquisition. He could not, for one moment, identify what had been cast. He turned the ginger over. He waited. 40 seconds later, the click came back. Spell acquired. Source, Severus Snape. Spell class, Subtle Perception Anchor. Wand movement, none. Incantation, none. Harry kept his face composed. Snape had cast a wandless silent perception charm on him. Not a legilimency probe. Harry had read up on legilimency, had filed an entry off a Ravenclaw 6th year who had explained the theory loudly in a corridor in 3rd year, and had a fair sense of how a probe felt. This wasn't a probe. This was, by the description, something Snape had used to mark him, to attach a small magical thread of attention to him so that Snape could feel him from a distance. Harry continued cutting ginger. He was very, very careful not to let his face change. After class, after Ron had gone, after the rest of the class had filed out, after the cauldrons had been scrubbed and the ginger slices swept and the room had become the particular kind of silent that classrooms became when they were waiting for one person to leave, Harry stood at Snape's desk with his bag over his shoulder and his face composed and his hands at his sides and waited. Snape sat behind the desk. Snape looked at him. Snape looked at him for what Harry counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. The number was familiar. 11 seconds was the system's idle pause. Harry filed the coincidence, decided it was a coincidence, and unfiled it. Potter, said Snape. Yes, sir. You will explain to me, Potter, the precise mechanism by which a 14-year-old boy of, on his best day, average magical talent and, on his worst, well below it, came to have his name produced from the goblet of fire. I didn't put my name in, sir. Snape's eyes did not change. I am aware of what you say you did not do, Potter. I am asking you to explain, in clear and direct language, how it came to happen anyway. I don't know, sir. You do not know. No, sir. You do not know, Potter, who put your name in the goblet, and you do not know how the magical contract of a competition explicitly warded against fourth-year entry came to recognize your name as a valid entrant, and you do not know why someone with the means to circumvent the headmaster's warding chose, of all the names available in a castle of 900 students, to choose yours. No, sir. You do not have a theory. I have several, sir. Indulge me. Harry looked at Snape. He looked at Snape with the very careful blankness of a boy who had been answering questions of this kind for a very long time, and he produced, on demand, the small sullen tilt of the chin he had been producing on demand since he was 12. Someone wants me to die in the tournament, sir, he said. Snape went very still. It was the kind of stillness, Harry observed, with the part of his head that observed things from a small bright distance during conversations of this kind, that a person achieved only when a sentence they had been waiting to hear was spoken aloud at last. Snape said, after a moment, "And whom, Potter, do you suspect?" Harry did not look away. He said, evenly, "I think you know, sir." The silence in the potions classroom went on for a long time. Snape was looking at him with a face that had gone very flat. The flat was not the flat of Snape's normal face, which was a flat that had been flat for a long time. The flat was a newer flat, the flat of a man who had just received a piece of information he had not expected to receive, and who was deciding, in real time, what to do with it. "Potter," he said, after a long time. "Sir. You will not, Potter, voice that suspicion in this castle to anyone other than the headmaster." "No, sir. You will not voice it to the headmaster either, unless he asks you for it directly." "No, sir. You will, Potter, complete your year at Hogwarts. You will compete in the tournament because you have no choice. You will, at every other turn, do the thing that a 14-year-old boy of, on his best day, average magical talent would do, and you will, under no circumstances, do anything cleverer than that." Harry's pulse did a thing. His face did not. He said, "Yes, sir." Snape watched him. "Potter," said Snape. "Sir. I do not know what you are." He did not say it the way Snape said most things. He said it as a statement, quietly, in the voice a man used when he was admitting something to himself and using the nearest available listener as a witness. He did not, Harry observed, expect Harry to answer it. Harry didn't answer it. He waited. Snape said, after a long moment, in his normal voice, "Get out, Potter. Now." Harry got out. He walked the corridor to the staircase with his face composed and his hands at his sides and his bag over his shoulder, and he did not, at any point on the walk, look back at the door of the potions classroom, and he kept his pulse very carefully under control, and in his head the system ticked, once, twice, and added, without notification, a small new piece of data that had not, in fact, been a spell, to a shelf that Harry had not realized the library had. The new shelf was labeled, when he checked it that night, "People." Severus Snape was the first entry. The entry said, "Knows something. Does not know what. Will continue to probe." Harry stared at the entry for a long time. He closed the notebook. He went to bed. He thought, just before he fell asleep, that the system was, in some quiet way Harry could not entirely articulate, becoming a partner. He thought, just after that, that he was going to have to be very, very careful what he taught it to do next. Library, 351 spells. Untested, 84. "Good night, Harry Potter." He did not, this time, answer. He slept. The next morning at breakfast, Hermione slid into the bench across from him with a piece of parchment in her hand and the look of a person who had been awake longer than was strictly healthy and had spent the surplus on a problem. "Actually," she said. He looked up. "Actually," she said, "I made a list." "Of what?" "Of every spell you have cast in front of me, ever, that wasn't on the standard syllabus at the time." Harry's pulse did a thing. His face did not. He said, very level, "Hermione. Not at breakfast." "All right. After lunch. In the usual place. All right. She put the parchment back in her bag. She poured herself porridge. She did not look at him. She did not have to look at him. He had a feeling, in his chest, that he was going to have to revise the strategy he had written down on the first morning of the tournament, in the back of the notebook, in his neatest small letters. He had a feeling he was not going to make it to the dragon. He poured himself tea. He drank it. He ate his toast. He filed the morning away in the careful order of a boy who had, for many years now, been filing his mornings away in careful orders, and he stood up, and he went to class, and the system ticked behind him through the corridors of the castle, and somewhere in the back of his head a shelf called People Acquired, without ceremony, a second entry, and the second entry was Hermione Granger, knows. We'll tell her. Soon. He did not, this time, argue with the system. He went to Charms. Chapter 3, the first task. Mr. Ollivander, when he arrived at Hogwarts for the wand weighing, brought with him a small black leather case that looked, at first glance, like an old-fashioned doctor's bag, and a slightly distracted expression that Harry recognized immediately as the expression of a man who spent most of his waking life listening to wands. Harry knew the expression because he had cultivated his own version of it. The version of it he had cultivated had been, in fact, copied off Ollivander on the day Harry had first walked into the Diagon Alley wand shop at age 11 and stood, for the better part of an afternoon, while a small bright bewildered wizard had thrust 36 different lengths of wood at him before settling on holly and phoenix feather. Ollivander's expression that afternoon had been the expression of a man listening to a music other people couldn't hear. Harry, with no other reference for what listening to wands looked like, had decided that this was what one did when one listened to things in general, and had stolen the look entire. He stood now in a small antechamber off the Great Hall, between Krum and Cedric Diggory, with Fleur Delacour 2 paces ahead at the window and Ludo Bagman herding the photographers into a useful arrangement at the back, and watched Mr. Ollivander snap the catches on his small black leather case and lift the lid. "Mr. Diggory," said Ollivander. "If you would." Cedric stepped forward and laid his wand into Ollivander's outstretched palm. Harry watched. He watched the way he had watched Snape brew. He watched with the part of him that was not the angle of vulnerability, the part of him that he had spent the years quietly cultivating in private, the part that kept its eyes very steady on the wand hand of any caster within 20 feet and did not, ever, look bored. The angle of vulnerability was for Snape. The angle of vulnerability was for McGonagall and Flitwick and the rest of the school's careful collected attention. The angle of vulnerability was the public face. Behind it, in the part of him only the system could see, Harry was watching Ollivander's fingers the way a hawk watched a sparrow. Ollivander turned Cedric's wand in his hands. "Ash," said Ollivander, pleasantly, to the room at large. "And unicorn hair. 12¼ inches. Pleasantly springy. Yes, yes. A good wand." He flicked his own wand. A small fountain of pale silver fish appeared at the end of Cedric's wand and arced across the antechamber in a long lazy parabola and dissolved against the far wall. Spell acquired. Source, Garrick Ollivander. Spell class, Wand Diagnostic, Fidelity Assay. Wand movement, Compound arc, 3-stage. Added to library. Harry kept his face composed. He had been hoping for this. He had been hoping for this for 3 months. The Wand Diagnostic class of charms was a small private obsession of his, in part because Ollivander was the world's leading authority on them and was not someone Harry was ever likely to be within 20 feet of by accident, and in part because the Wand Diagnostic charms answered a question Harry had spent 4 years not being able to ask, which was, "What is happening, magically, when I cast a spell I have never been taught?" He did not look at Ollivander's hand. He looked at the silver fish. He arranged his face into the small impressed expression of a 14-year-old boy who had not seen a Wand Diagnostic charm before and was, with appropriate magnitude, impressed. "Mr. Krum," said Ollivander. Krum stepped forward. Krum laid his wand into Ollivander's palm. Krum was wearing, Harry observed peripherally, the same expression he wore on the Quidditch pitch, which was an expression of total inward focus and almost no outward connection to the room around him, and Harry filed KRUM, not watching me as an additional advantage, and went back to watching Ollivander. Hornbeam, said Ollivander. Dragon heartstring. 10¼ inches. Rather rigid. A most unusual wand for a young man. Made, I see, by Gregorovitch. Yes. He flicked his own wand again, in a different arc this time, and a small flight of birds erupted from the tip of Krumm's wand and circled the antechamber, and Ludo Bagman laughed in delight at the back of the room. Spell acquired. Source, Garrick Ollivander. Spell class, Wand diagnostic, origin assay. Wand movement, second compound arc, distinct from first. Added to library. Note, 2 distinct diagnostic charms. Librarian recommends logging separately. Harry's eyebrows did not move. The system had not, in any previous acquisition, used the word librarian. He filed the word. He filed it under people, tentatively, on the same shelf where Snape was filed, and he added a small note to himself to revisit the filing later. Miss Delacour. Fleur Delacour stepped forward. She laid her wand into Ollivander's palm. Ollivander turned it. Rosewood, he said. 9½ inches. Inflexible. An, yes. Vila hair. From your grandmother, I expect. Fleur said something that was probably yes and probably also a great many other small French things underneath the yes, and Ollivander flicked his wand a third time, and an enormous bouquet of pale orchids burst from the tip of Fleur's wand and showered down across the antechamber. Spell acquired. Source, Garrick Ollivander. Spell class, Wand diagnostic, inheritance assay. Third variant. Added to library. Harry's eyebrows still did not move. Mr. Potter. Harry stepped forward. He laid his wand into Ollivander's palm. Ollivander, for the first time since the start of the wand weighing, became fully present in the room. The slightly distracted expression sharpened. The pale eyes settled on the holly wand the way a man's eyes settled on a friend across a long distance. He turned the wand. He held it up to the light. He drew a finger down its length with the careful deliberateness of a man checking a violin strings. Holly, he said softly. 11 inches. Nice and supple. The phoenix feather. Yes. He closed his hand around it for a beat. He opened his hand. He flicked his wand. A jet of red wine burst from the tip of Harry's holly wand and arced across the antechamber, and Ludo Bagman laughed again and the photographers shouted, "Hold it, Mr. Potter, hold it," and Harry tipped the wand slightly so the red wine fell sideways into a pot of geraniums at the back of the room. Spell acquired. Source, Garrick Ollivander. Spell class, Wand diagnostic, resonance proof. Fourth variant. Added to library. Full diagnostic suite now catalogued. Sufficient for self-diagnosis. Estimated time to complete a self-diagnosis of your wand, 4 minutes. Harry kept his face composed. He took his wand back from Ollivander. He bowed slightly, because he had been told, by Hermione, that he was supposed to bow slightly to Ollivander, and he stepped back, and Rita Skeeter, who had been waiting in the doorway of the antechamber with a green leather notebook and a quick quotes quill, advanced on him with a smile he recognized immediately as the smile a barracuda probably had if a barracuda were capable of smiling. Mr. Potter. Yes. A word, if I may. Just one, said Harry, in the tone of a 14-year-old boy who had decided, before walking into the antechamber, that whatever Rita Skeeter said to him he was going to give her exactly 1 word back per question and let her quote what she liked from the silences in between. Tell me, Mr. Potter, said Rita Skeeter, her quick quotes quill already moving over her notebook in a fashion Harry suspected had only a loose relationship with what was being said in the room. How do you feel, on the eve of representing Hogwarts in the Triwizard Tournament, despite being 4 years underage and never having entered yourself? Concerned. Concerned? Yes. And what do you make of the suggestion, going around the school, you understand, only a suggestion, that you yourself put your name into the goblet? Wrong. Wrong. Yes. The quick quotes Quill scribbled busily. And tell me, Mr. Potter, your parents. Do you ever think they're watching, from beyond the veil, as their only son walks into a tournament that may take his life? Harry looked at her. He looked at her for what he counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. He said, very level, goodbye. He turned. He walked out of the antechamber. He did not look back. Behind him, the quick quotes Quill continued to scribble, and at the small table where the 4 wands were laid out for inspection, Ollivander stood with his small distracted expression and watched Harry leave, and his pale eyes were thoughtful in a way that Harry did not see and did not file because he was not, in that particular moment, looking back. He should have looked back. He didn't. He found Hermione waiting at the foot of the staircase to the 7th floor with a small folded scrap of parchment in her hand. List, he said. List, she said. After. First, the room. The room? The come and go room. Up. Walk past 3 times. I need a place to talk to Harry where no one can overhear us. He blinked. How long have you known about the room of requirement? Since the 3rd week of 2nd year, said Hermione, in the tone of a person who had spent 2.5 years being slightly insulted that no one had thought to ask her. Right, said Harry. They went up. The room of requirement, when they walked into it on the 3rd pass, had arranged itself as a small reading room with a fireplace at one wall, 2 armchairs in front of the fireplace, a round low table between the armchairs, and on the table, Harry stopped mid-stride, a single piece of parchment, blank, with a quill beside it, and beside the quill a small leather notebook he recognized with a small lurch of horror as identical, down to the leather grain, to the notebook he had under the jumper at the bottom of his trunk. He stared at it. Hermione, beside him, said, "Oh." Hermione, he said. "Did you ask for that?" "No," said Hermione, slowly. "I asked for a place to talk to you where no one could overhear us. I didn't ask for that." They looked at the notebook. Harry's brain, with the slow careful skill of long practice, began rearranging itself. The room of requirement, on the available evidence, gave a person what they needed. He, Harry, had been carrying around the notebook in a trunk for years. He, Harry, had walked into a room that knew what he needed for this conversation. The room had, on independent magical authority, decided that what he needed for this conversation was the notebook. He sat down. He sat down in one of the armchairs and put his head in his hands for a moment and then sat up and pulled the notebook toward him and opened it. It was blank. It was a blank version of his notebook. The leather grain was the same. The paperweight was the same. The reverse prime page numbering at the back was not yet there because there was nothing yet to number. It was a fresh copy, waiting. He looked at Hermione. She had sat down in the other armchair. She was watching him with the very careful watching he had been on the receiving end of for several weeks now and the small steady patience he had been on the receiving end of for several years. He took a breath. He said, "Hermione. The list. Let me have it." She handed it across the table. He unfolded it. It was, in her neatest small handwriting, a numbered list, 2 columns, dated entries running down the left side and short descriptions of spells running down the right. It started in 2nd year. October 27th. Train. Reactive itching jinx. Counter curse layered. It ran forward. March 14th. Greenhouse 3. Plant revival spell. Not taught in 2nd year herbology. It continued. May 11th. Library. Magical ink translation charm. Not in standard syllabus. It went on for 2 pages. The last entry was dated 4 days previously and read, November 4th. Data classroom. Did not flinch at unforgivables. Harry read the list twice. He set it down on the table. He said, Hermione. Yes. How long? Since the train, second year. I knew, then. I didn't know what. But I knew. You've kept this list for 2.5 years. Yes. In writing. In a code. You used a code. Don't be insulting, Harry. Of course I used a code. He looked at her. He looked at her with the small unsteadied looking of a boy who had spent 4 years assuming he was the cleverest person in any given room about exactly one subject and was now being made aware that he had been, on that subject, lapped. He said, Hermione. All right. All right. All right. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you everything. Sit there. Don't say anything until I'm done. Actually hold the actuallys until I'm done. All right. He told her. He told her about the cupboard under the stairs and the day he had been 6 years old and Aunt Petunia had muttered something at a stuck cupboard door and the door had clicked open and the system had said spell acquired. He told her about being 11 and stupefy and quarrel. He told her about being 12 and the train and the itching jinx and the lie about Charlie's old DA notes. He told her about being 13 and Lupin and the Patronus and how he hadn't even needed Lupin to teach him because the system had filed it the first time Lupin demonstrated it in the corridor. He told her about Snape and the tapestry and Sectum Sempra on the third Thursday of third year. He told her about 349 spells. He told her about Crucio and Avada Kedavra and Imperio and the system's recommendation. He told her about the new shelf called People and the entry for Snape and the entry, 2 nights ago, for her. He told her about the librarian. He told her, in a small careful sentence, that he had begun to suspect the system was, in some way, conscious. He stopped. He sat back in the armchair. He waited. Hermione had not moved. Hermione had, in fact, moved precisely twice in the entire telling, both times to nod very slightly, and her hands had stayed in her lap, and her eyes had not left Harry's face, and the silence at the end of the telling went on for several seconds, and then Hermione, with the very level expression of a person who had been training her whole life for the conversation she had just heard, said, actually, he laughed. He couldn't help it. He laughed and the sound came out shaky and Hermione laughed too, a single startled laugh, and then they were both laughing, sitting in the 2 armchairs in the room of requirement with a blank leather notebook between them on a low round table, and the laughter went on too long for the seriousness of the conversation but neither of them seemed able to stop it, and when at last they stopped, Hermione, slightly pink in the cheeks, said, actually. Harry. Have you considered that the system might be your magic? My, what? Your magic. The thing you do. The way other people do transfiguration. Some people are good at charms. Some people are good at defense. You, what if your magic is, copying? He looked at her. He had not, in 4 years, considered this. He had considered, on and off, a dozen other explanations. He had considered demonic possession. He had considered hereditary curse. He had considered being a vessel for some long-dead spirit who had taken up residence in his head and was, for inscrutable reasons of its own, helping him out. He had considered the possibility that the system was a magical disease he had picked up from his scar. He had not, in 4 years, considered the simplest explanation, which was that he was just a wizard whose particular talent happened to be slightly outside the standard menu. Because his particular talent happened to be very, very far outside the standard menu. Hermione, he said. There's nothing in any textbook, that doesn't mean there's nothing like it. It means it isn't in any textbook. Most magical talents aren't in textbooks until someone documents them. You'd be the first. I'd be the first. It's a working hypothesis. He thought about it. He thought about it for what he counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. He said, all right. Working hypothesis. The system is my magic. Doing what it does. With the volume turned all the way up. All right. Then the question is. Yes. Why is it? Talking to me. Hermione looked at the small leather notebook on the table. That, she said, is the second working hypothesis. Magic that develops in a single individual at an unusual scale sometimes develops, features. Sentience-adjacent features. There's a book. Magical Cognition and the Self-Aware Familiar. It's in the restricted section. I read it in second year. You read a restricted section book in second year? Yes. How? That's not what we're talking about, Harry. Right. He rubbed his face. Right. So your hypothesis. My magic, at the volume it's at, has developed a personality. It's a familiar. It lives in my head. Working hypothesis. Working hypothesis. He looked at the notebook. The notebook on the table. The blank one. He picked up the quill. He dipped it in the inkwell that had not been on the table when they had walked in. He wrote, on the first page, in his neatest small letters, "Hello." He waited. He waited for what he counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. Nothing happened on the page. In his head, the system said, very level, "Hello, Harry Potter." He looked at Hermione. "Hermione," he said. "It heard me." "Yes," she said, watching him. "It says hello back." "Yes," she said, watching him. "It's not on the page." "No. It's just, in my head." "Yes." "All right." He set the quill down. He sat back in the armchair. He let out a long breath. He said, "Hermione. Thank you." "For what?" "For not being afraid." She looked at him. She looked at him with the very small specific look she had not used on him before, the look of a person who had been waiting to be told something for a long time and who had, on receipt of the something, found that what they felt was not the thing they had expected to feel. She said, "Harry. I'm furious with you." "I know. I'm absolutely furious." "I know. You should have told me in second year." "I know. I am going to be furious with you for several weeks." "I know. But I am going to be furious with you," she said, picking up her bag, from the position of someone who is going to help you with this. "Now. The first task is in 20 days. We have work to do." He looked at her. He felt, very strongly, the thing he had been feeling on and off for 4 years about Hermione Granger and had never quite figured out how to express, and he opened his mouth to attempt to express it, and Hermione, who knew this look, and who knew Harry, and who had, on the available evidence, been preparing for this conversation longer than Harry himself had, held up a hand. "Don't, Harry. Don't say anything mawkish. We have work to do." "All right." "Right. The dragon." He blinked. "What dragon?" "The first task. There's a dragon." "Hermione. Hagrid took me down to the paddock last night." "Hermione. 3 nights ago, technically. He took several of us. He took the wrong set of several of us. I went anyway, on the second night, when I figured out from Charlie's letters home to Ron that they were dragons." "Hermione. Hagrid is a very good man, Harry, and a very bad keeper of secrets. There are 4 dragons. 1 for each champion. There is, almost certainly, a Hungarian horntail for you." He looked at her. He looked at her with the small slightly stunned looking he had been looking at her with, on and off, for most of an hour now. He said, "Right. Right. All right. 20 days. Dragon. What's the plan?" "I have several." "Sit down and listen." He sat down. He listened. For the next 20 days, in addition to going to classes and pretending to be a less than mediocre 4th year and eating in the Great Hall with Ron, who had not yet finished being not quite angry with Harry and was therefore communicating with him in a series of small monosyllables that Harry had decided to outwait. Harry trained. He trained in the room of requirement. He trained alone, in the long empty afternoons between the end of class and the beginning of dinner, and he trained with Hermione, in the longer empty evenings between the end of dinner and the official Gryffindor curfew, and several times he trained in the grey week hours just before dawn when he could not sleep. The training, by mutual agreement, had two parts. Part 1 was the public spell. Part 1 was Accio. Hermione, on the night of the long telling, had decided, after 50 minutes of mapping the problem on parchment with the neatness of a person who had been waiting 2.5 years to map this particular problem on parchment, that the safest thing for Harry to use against a Hungarian horntail was a summoning charm aimed at his broom. The horntail was fast. The horntail was vicious. The horntail's spike-laden tail was an event Harry should, on the present plan, be on the other side of a flying broom from. The summoning charm was the kind of spell a competent fourth year was on the cusp of learning. Hermione would, ostensibly, teach it to him in the days leading up to the task. The crowd would, on the day, see a boy who had been working hard with his clever friend and had pulled off a difficult but plausible feat. The wand-weighing committee, who had now seen Harry's wand, would not, when the wand signatures of the task were examined, find anything that did not fit a fourth-year curriculum. Part 2 was the private spell. Part 2 was every other thing in the library that might keep Harry alive if the summoning charm went wrong. Hermione, by the end of the second evening of training, was no longer pretending she was teaching Harry the summoning charm. Hermione had, in fact, agreed, at Harry's quiet insistence, to spend the public evening standing in a corridor outside the room of requirement and looking innocuous, while Harry, inside the room, opened the back of the notebook and worked through, in order of usefulness, the entries on the cutting shelf and the repulsion shelf and the concealment shelf and the very small healing shelf that he had built up over 4 years against the day when something would catch him in the open and his only real options would be either to run or to fall. He cast. He cast in the privacy of the room of requirement, and he cast in silence, because the system had, by the end of the first week, demonstrated that wandless casting was, on demand, available to him for any spell in the library that he had cast at least 7 times with a wand, and silent casting was available to him for any spell in the library that he had cast at least 3 times with the wand and the words. He had stopped, at some point during the third evening, in the middle of casting a wandless severing charm at a length of rope hanging from the ceiling, and stared at the rope as it parted neatly into 2 halves, and put his wand back in his pocket, and walked over to the wall, and pressed his forehead against it. He had said, in the privacy of the room, I am going to have to be very, very careful with this. The system had said, in the privacy of his head, agreed, Harry Potter. He had wondered, briefly, whether the system had always agreed with him about this and whether it had previously chosen, for whatever reasons it had, not to say so. He had not asked. By the end of the second week he could cast 83 of the library's 351 entries wandlessly and silently. By the end of the third week he could cast 112. By the end of the third week, Hermione had stopped looking surprised by this, and had begun, with the very specific brisk satisfaction of a person whose hypotheses were being confirmed, taking notes. The day of the first task arrived in the slow inevitable way that days of first tasks always arrived in the histories of Triwizard tournaments, which was to say without sufficient warning even though there had been almost a month of warning. Harry walked into the champion's tent at 10 in the morning with his face composed and his hands at his sides and his wand in his pocket and a small folded piece of parchment in his fist that Hermione had pressed into his hand 20 minutes earlier, with the words "just in case," written on the inside in her neatest small letters, alongside a series of incantations that she had decided, the night before, were the spells he should under no circumstances cast in front of the crowd unless every other option had failed. Cedric Diggory looked at him as he came in. Cedric nodded. Harry nodded back. Fleur was at the back of the tent doing what was either a stretching exercise or a small French prayer or both. Krum was sitting on a bench with his back against the canvas and his eyes closed and his arms crossed, in the same total inward focus he had worn at the wand weighing. Ludo Bagman came in, with a velvet bag in his fist. "Champions," he said, in his round happy voice. Reach in. Pick a dragon. The number you draw indicates the order in which you face it. He held out the bag. Fleur went first. She drew a tiny model of a green-scaled dragon with a metal tube dangling from a chain at its neck. The common Welsh green. Crumb went second. He drew a red dragon with a 3 at its neck. The Chinese fireball. Cedric went third. He drew a silver-blue dragon with a 1. The Swedish short snout. Bagman held the bag out to Harry. Harry reached in. His fingers closed on something the size of a large grape, and the texture of overlapping scales, and the small unmistakable resistance of a creature trying to be left alone, and he drew it out, and it was, as Hermione had said it would be, a small bronze-black model of a Hungarian horntail with a 4 dangling from a chain at its neck. The little dragon turned its long neck and looked, with eyes the size of pinheads, at Harry, and Harry, with the small absurd impulse of a 14-year-old boy meeting a creature he was about to have to fight a much larger version of, said quietly to it, "Sorry." The model dragon flicked its tail. "Last to compete," said Bagman, smiling broadly. "Splendid. Splendid. Well, off you go, the rest of you. Mr. Diggory, you're first. Mr. Potter, you'll wait here, please." "Splendid." The tent flap opened. Cedric left. The tent flap closed. The tent went quiet. Harry sat down on the bench. He put the model horntail in his lap. He stroked, with one finger, the scales along its back. The model dragon, after a moment of suspicion, settled. It folded its wings against its sides. It tucked its head down. It looked, for all the world, like a small bronze-black cat. The crowd outside roared. Cedric was on the field. Harry, on the bench, in the quiet of the tent, listened. Fleur went out. Fleur came back. Crumb went out. Crumb came back. The crowd outside roared and Bagman's commentary came and went on a wave of magical amplification from the stadium, and Harry, on the bench, listened, and the model horntail in his lap stayed quiet, and the system in the back of his head said, twice, very softly, "Good luck, Harry Potter." He almost said thanks. He didn't. He stood up. He set the model horntail gently on the bench. He walked toward the tent flap. The Hungarian horntail, when Harry stepped out onto the rocky stadium floor and saw her properly for the first time, was much larger than he had expected. She was, on first viewing, the size of 3 Hogwarts Express engines stacked end to end in given wings. Her scales were a black so deep they were almost a color with no name in any of the books Harry had read on dragons. Her eyes were yellow in the way certain very old things were yellow. The clutch of eggs she sat above was a small mound of polished stone things at her belly, and one of those eggs, Harry's eye flicked to it automatically, was unmistakably gold among the brown and gray of the others. She saw him. Her head came up. Her neck arched. Her tail came around in the long sweeping arc of a creature accustomed to clearing space, and the spikes on her tail, which had not looked that long from the tent, were now revealed to be roughly the length of a 4th-year boy. "Right," Harry said, soundlessly. He raised his wand. He said, with the appropriate 4th-year clarity, "Accio Firebolt." The crowd, at the periphery of his attention, made the sound a crowd made when it had been waiting for a 4th-year boy to do something and the 4th-year boy had begun, at last, to do something. The dragon, at the center of his attention, did not care. She launched. She launched the way Harry had not, in his preparation, sufficiently imagined a dragon could launch. She did not so much take off from the rocky floor as expel herself from it, an entire mountain of muscle and wing leather propelling itself upward in a movement of such overwhelming athleticism that Harry had time only to register the displacement of air and to throw himself sideways behind the nearest boulder before the first jet of fire came down where he had been standing and the rock under his feet got, suddenly and irrevocably, several degrees hotter. The firebolt was 40 seconds away. The firebolt was longer than 40 seconds away, because the firebolt was up at the Gryffindor Tower and the summoning charm had to drag it down and across half of Hogwarts grounds and through any number of windows, and on the practice runs Hermione and Harry had timed in the room of requirement the firebolt-sized object had taken between 42 and 59 seconds to arrive. He had a minute. He had less than a minute. He had to live for a minute. He pressed his back against the rock. He put his wand into his left hand. He closed his right hand, very carefully, around nothing, and he raised it, and he cast, wandless, silent, the way he had practiced 1,000 times in the room of requirement, a repulsion charm. He had stolen the repulsion charm off a Ravenclaw 6th year in 3rd year. He had practiced it in the room of requirement 711 times. He cast it now, with no one movement and no incantation and no visible flash of light, into the air 10 feet above his head, and the next jet of dragon fire that hit the air 10 feet above his head went up and out instead of down and in, and the rock he was crouched behind did not melt. The crowd, on the available evidence, did not notice. The crowd was watching the dragon. He cast a second repulsion. He cast a third. He layered them in a small dome over the rock, the way Hermione had drawn the layering on parchment on the table in the room of requirement on the 7th evening of training, 3 repulsions deep, with the outermost layer set to break first and dissipate the heat of the strike. He cast a concealment over himself, very thin, the kind that wouldn't fool a dragon's nose but might fool her eye for a beat in the smoke. He cast a small levier on the bag at his hip to lighten his sprint when he moved. He did not, at any point in the casting, raise his wand arm. He waited. In his head, very softly, the system ticked, firebolt, 26 seconds. He kept his face composed. He counted. He waited for the next jet of fire to wash over the dome of repulsions and the rock to cease being interesting to the dragon for 2 seconds, and then he broke cover and ran. He ran the way Hermione had said to run. Not in a straight line. Not toward the cleared area at the far edge of the arena. Not, in any sense, in the way a competent 4th year would have run. He ran in a long curving arc that kept the Horntail's body between himself and her tail, and as he ran he cast, wandless, silent, in his left palm, where the crowd could not see it, a sequence of very small charms onto the rocks at his feet. The charms had been Hermione's idea. The charms were not, strictly, in the library yet. The charms were a chain Hermione had walked him through one night in the room of requirement, 3 small light displacement charms in sequence, each one rendering the air over a stone slightly more refractive than it had been a moment before, and the chain, applied across a curving line of rocks, produced a series of small visual ghosts of Harry that lasted for about 3 seconds each and bled into one another into something that looked, from a distance, like a boy running not on one curve, but on 5. The dragon's head went one way. The dragon's other head went a different way, briefly, because dragons had only one head and Harry's brain had spent a panicked half-second believing the dragon had grown a second one, but the visual confusion was its own and not Harry's, and Harry kept running, and the dragon, on the available evidence, chose the wrong ghost. The next jet of fire went into a boulder that was not the one Harry was behind. Firebolt, 11 seconds. He cast another layered repulsion. He cast another. He let the concealment dissolve, because he didn't want the firebolt arriving and not being able to find him, and he stood up out of cover and waved the firebolt in with a wand movement that was, as far as the cameras could see, exactly the wand movement of a competent 4th year reaching the end of his first summoning charm. The firebolt came in over the wall of the arena with the soft hard whistle of seasoned acceleration wood, and Harry caught it, and he swung his leg over it, and he kicked off the ground. The crowd, at last, exploded. The dragon roared. Harry, in the air, with the wind in his teeth and the firebolt humming under his palms, allowed himself, for one beat, the small expression of a boy who had got off the ground. Then he went to work. He flew the way Hermione had said to fly. He flew the way the practice runs had shown him to fly. He flew low and fast in long teasing arcs that brought him just inside the dragon's range and then back out, and the dragon, who could fly, but who was tied by a chain to her clutch of eggs, strained against the chain and snapped after him in long swinging arcs of her own and put fire after him in jets that he turned sideways with small wandless repulsions he was very careful to make look like luck. He got close to the eggs. He pulled up at the last second. The dragon's tail came around. The spikes went past Harry's head with 2 feet of clearance that was, on the inside of his ribs, 2 inches. He pulled out. He looped. He came in again. This time he came in low, very low, just over the heads of the nearest spectators, who roared, and the dragon followed him with her body, and as she followed she lifted away from her clutch, and the gap between her belly and the eggs widened, and Harry, without dropping speed, without raising his wand arm, wandlessly and silently cast Accio on the golden egg. The golden egg lifted out of the clutch. It floated, for one absurd beat, in midair. Then it shot toward him. He caught it under his left arm. The crowd lost its mind. The dragon, behind him, did not at first notice. The dragon, behind him, took 2 further seconds to notice, because the dragon was a creature whose attention had been entirely on the small flying boy and not on the eggs the small flying boy had ostensibly been after, and by the time the dragon realized one of the eggs was no longer where it had been, Harry was 30 feet above her head and climbing, and the spikes on her tail were nowhere near him, and the long wing strokes of her takeoff were just beginning, and the chain at her neck was already pulling tight. He climbed. He climbed in a long careful arc that took him up and over the stands and through a wave of cheering that had the same shape and pitch as the cheering at a Quidditch match and was somehow, despite this, entirely different in kind. He felt the golden egg under his arm. He felt the firebolt humming under his palms. He felt the dragon, behind him, recede. He swung the firebolt around in a long curve and brought it down at the dragon handler's end of the arena, where Charlie Weasley and 2 other red-cloaked figures were already running toward him with arms outstretched, and he set the firebolt down on the sand, and he set his feet on the sand, and he held up the golden egg, and the noise that came back from the stands was the noise of an entire school, plus a foreign delegation from Beauxbatons, plus a foreign delegation from Durmstrang, plus the 8 visiting judges and 1 Rita Skeeter, deciding all at once that they had just seen a 14-year-old boy do something more interesting than anyone had said was possible. Harry kept his face composed. In his head, very softly, the system said, Library, 358 spells. Untested, 73. Well done, Harry Potter. He let, finally, the smallest breath of a smile cross his face. He went to find Hermione. That night a letter from Sirius arrived by owl, on a piece of parchment so small Harry had to flatten it against his palm to read, and the parchment said, Padfoot. I saw. Watch yourself. You're being watched. Be careful what you cast. Loving you. He held the letter in his hands for a long time. He went to the dormitory window. He pressed his palm against the cold glass. He thought about Sirius, somewhere out in the world, watching from somewhere Harry couldn't see, and he thought, I know. I know I'm being watched. I'm being watched by Snape. I'm being watched by Dumbledore. I'm being watched by Crouch under a face that isn't his. I'm being watched by you. And the one watching me hardest of all is sitting in the bed next to mine and is named Hermione Granger. He thought, I'm careful. I've always been careful. He thought, I'm going to have to be more careful than I've ever been. He folded the letter. He tucked it into the leather notebook at the bottom of his trunk. He put his head down on the pillow. In his head, the system said, Good night, Harry Potter. He said, in his head, Good night. The system said, Response function installed. He sat up. He sat up so fast he banged his head on the corner of the 4-poster, and Ron, in the next bed, grunted and rolled over, and Harry, half bent over and rubbing his head, said into the darkness of the dormitory, in a whisper, You can hear me? The system said, Yes, Harry Potter. Response function installed. Since when? Active this moment. Prior responses were passive. Why now? You said good night. He stared into the darkness. He stared into the darkness for what he counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. He said, very quietly, "All right." He lay back down. He closed his eyes. He did not sleep for a long time, and when he finally slept, he dreamed of a library so large its shelves went on past the edge of the visible, and on every shelf, in alphabetical order, every spell he had ever stolen sat in its own small jar with its own small label, and at the back of the library, behind a final shelf marked People, stood a person whose face he could not quite make out, who was, on the available evidence, waiting to be introduced. Chapter 4, The Acquisitions. The week after the first task, Hogwarts decided collectively that Harry Potter was, on balance, allowed to exist. Harry observed the decision from the small private distance he kept open between himself and most public reactions to his name. The whisper campaigns died down. The badges that had read Potter stinks quietly disappeared from robes, usually under the cover of Hermione's stare, which had developed over the past month, an additional setting Harry had not previously seen, and which Hermione, when he asked her about it, had described as the look I am giving to people who were rude to you when they thought you were going to die. The Hufflepuff table stopped not looking at him at meals. The Slytherins kept being Slytherins, but with the slight modification of having something to think about now, and the rest of the school went back to its usual configuration with the small new factor that Harry Potter, 4th year, had taken a Hungarian horntail and come back with a golden egg without obvious damage to either himself or any spectators, which was not a thing the school's existing taxonomy of 4th years quite knew how to file. Ron made it up with him on the Tuesday. It was not a graceful making up. Ron came over to Harry's bench in the common room while Harry was pretending to read his charms textbook and shoved his hands deep in his pockets and said, "Look, mate, I was being a prat, all right. It was about the money. It's always about the money. I'm sorry. I really am. I knew you didn't enter. I knew it. I was being a prat. So. I'm sorry." "Yeah." Harry looked at him. "All right," he said. "All right? All right, Ron. Sit down. I'm trying to fail my charms test on purpose and you're putting me off." Ron sat down. Ron, after a beat, said, "Bloody hell, mate. You did go close. With the dragon, I mean. I know. That tale. I know. You were brilliant. I had help. Bloody Hermione. Bloody Hermione." They both, almost at the same moment, looked across the common room to the table by the window where Hermione had set up a small kingdom of parchment and quills and books and was, at the present instant, mid-sentence in an argument with a fifth-year Gryffindor about a footnote in magical theory, and Harry, who knew the fifth year was about to lose the argument badly and who also knew that Hermione would not gloat about it because Hermione never gloated about winning arguments she had been having since she was old enough to talk, felt the small warm thing in his chest that he had been feeling on and off since the night of the long telling in the room of requirement. He flipped a page in his charms textbook. He pretended to read. In his head, very softly, the system said, "Ron Weasley added 2 shelf, people. Note, on your side." He almost said "I know." He didn't. He kept reading. The golden egg lived under Harry's bed. It had taken him until the Saturday after the first task to get up the nerve to open it, partly because he had been waiting for a moment in the dormitory when none of the other boys were around and partly because, on the available evidence, the golden egg was the kind of object that wanted opening only in deliberate circumstances. He had thought about taking it down to the room of requirement to open. He had decided against it on the grounds that Hermione, who had not yet been told about the egg specifically, was going to be annoyed enough that he had been carrying it around for a week without opening it. If he opened it in front of her, she would deduce within 40 seconds that he had been planning to open it alone, and Hermione's settings of disappointment in him were already running at the upper end of their range for the term. He took it down to the prefect's bathroom. He did this on the advice of Cedric Diggory, who had come up to Harry in a corridor on the Wednesday and, with the gracious specific embarrassment of a boy whose competition had nearly died for him to win a tournament he had not previously been losing, had given Harry a hint in the manner of a hint that did not, technically, want to be visible as a hint to the Hufflepuff sense of fair play. Cedric had said, in a corridor, the egg. Take it in a bath. Trust me. Harry had said, all right. Cedric had said, prefect's bathroom. The password is Pine Fresh. You didn't hear it from me. Harry had said, I didn't hear it from you. Cedric had said, good luck, Potter. Harry had said, thank you, Cedric. He had stood for a long moment after Cedric walked off and considered, with the small careful detached part of him that considered such things, why Cedric Diggory was being unilaterally decent to a competitor he had no obligation to be unilaterally decent to, and had concluded, after the small careful detached consideration, that the answer was that Cedric was a decent person and the world contained more decent people than Harry's cumulative experience had so far given him credit for. He filed the conclusion under do better. He went to the bath. The prefect's bathroom, when Harry walked into it at midnight on the Saturday with the egg under his arm and his invisibility cloak over his shoulders and the Marauder's map open in his hand, was a room of such extravagant absurdity that Harry stood for a moment in the doorway and let the absurdity wash over him. The bath was, technically, a small pool. The pool had taps. The taps numbered approximately 80. Each tap produced a different color and consistency of water equivalent, ranging from clear blue ordinary water at one end through gold to silver to a sort of viscous purple at the far end that Harry wisely did not approach. The pool was, currently, empty. He turned several of the taps experimentally. He found one that produced ordinary hot water, and another that produced something pale green that smelled of mint, and after consideration he turned both, and undressed, and lowered himself into the rising water with the egg held above his head. He opened the egg. The sound that came out was the sound that came out at the champion's tent in the antechamber. It was a high mechanical shriek, the sound of something being scraped along the inside of a long metal pipe. He closed the egg. He sat in the bath. He thought about it. He opened it again. He held it under the water. The sound changed. It changed entirely. The shriek dropped away and was replaced by a long curling underwater chorus of voices, voices not quite human, not quite a single voice, voices in something that sounded like a language and was probably a language, and the voices sang, in a kind of slow rhythmic chant, come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry, sitting in the bath, with his head half submerged and the egg held under the water, listened to the song twice through, and then once more, and then closed the egg, and sat in the bath, and thought. The mermaid's song. The Black Lake. An hour underwater. Something taken that he would, on receipt of the song, sorely miss. Hermione was going to be furious. Hermione was going to be furious because Harry was going to figure out how to do an hour underwater, and the only person Harry knew of in the entire student body whose advice he might want on the matter of mermaid culture was Hermione herself, who had read every book in the Hogwarts library on mermaid culture for reasons Harry had never fully understood and which he suspected were related to Hermione's broader project of being annoyed at the entire wizarding world about the way it treated non-human intelligences. He closed his eyes. He let the system say what it had been waiting to say for the past 90 seconds. Merpeople chant catalog, partial. 8 tonal elements identified. Recommend additional exposure. Got it, Harry said softly to the bath. Got it. More mermaids, then. He floated. In the back of his head, the library hummed. Hogsmeade weekend fell on the first Saturday of December, in a cold thin wind that scoured the village's high street and sent the last of the autumn leaves skittering across the cobblestones in small dry hisses, and Harry walked into the Three Broomsticks at 1:20 in the afternoon with Ron and Hermione on either side of him and the deliberate, careful intention of standing within 20 feet of every person in the village wearing the burgundy robes of the Department of Magical Law. Enforcement. The robes had appeared on the high street that morning. 3 sets of them. 3 Aurors, in a thin uneasy diamond at the end of the street nearest Honeydukes, with their hands close to their wands and their eyes very alert in a way Harry had not previously seen Aurors be when on routine patrol of a wizarding village. He had filed the fact for Hermione. He had said, quietly, in the doorway of Honeydukes, Aurors. 3 of them. The tall one's Shacklebolt. Hermione, without breaking the stride of the conversation she was having with Ron about a sugar quill in her left hand, had said, I saw them. I'm not going to ask why they're here because I think we both already know. Yeah. You're going to copy them. Yeah. Don't get caught. Hermione. I'm only saying. He had not gotten caught. He had stood by the postcards in the Honeydukes window for 2 minutes while one of the Aurors went past on the high street and the system ticked, twice, and added Aurograde Protective Ward, Ambient and Aurograde Detection Charm, Active Scan to the library. He had stood by the postcards a further 3 minutes. He had picked up 2 further Auror spells before they had moved on. The 3 broomsticks, when they walked into it at 1:20, had Madame Rosmerta behind the bar in a green wool jumper and an air of professional alertness, and at the back table by the fire, in 3 of the 7 chairs around it, sat 3 more Aurors with butterbeers in front of them and very alert eyes and the particular shoulders pulled down posture of people who had been on patrol since dawn. Harry took a table 4 feet from theirs. He took it without ostentation, the way an ordinary 4th-year boy who had not yet decided which table he wanted would take the nearest available one. He set down his bag. He went to the bar with Ron. He bought 3 butterbeers. He came back. He sat down with his back to the Aurors so that he could not be seen to be looking at them, and so that he could not, on cross-examination by any future investigator, be accurately described as looking at them. He did not need to look at them. He needed to be within 20 feet. He drank his butterbeer. He listened. The Aurors talked among themselves with the soft level pitch of people who were practiced at having sensitive conversations in public places. They did not name names. They referred to the situation by oblique gestures. Several times, in the course of his butterbeer, Harry heard the word spike, resonance, and unaccounted, and one of them, the woman whose voice Harry had not yet identified, said, in a low tone, "We're seeing things consistent with the dark mark beginning to thicken again. Not active. Not active yet. But thicker." The thing in Harry's chest moved. His face did not. The Aurors at the back table, perhaps prompted by the woman's last sentence, perhaps prompted by the slight shift in the ambient mood of the pub that Madame Rosmerta could probably feel from 40 feet away, gathered up their butterbeers and began, with no particular drama, to fold themselves up to leave. As they stood, one of them, Shacklebolt, the tall one, the deep voice, cast a small spell across the table. The spell was wandless. The spell was silent. Shacklebolt's hand, on the table, had moved in a small precise compound twitch, but anyone watching from any angle other than directly into Shacklebolt's palm would have seen, if they had seen anything, only the relaxed gesture of a tired man pushing himself up from a long lunch. The system ticked, spell acquired. Source, Kingsley Shacklebolt. Spell class, privacy abrogation, reverse eavesdrop. Active anti-listening ward cancellation. Added to library. Note, source is unaware of your capacity. Shacklebolt just dropped his own anti-eavesdrop ward. It was active throughout the preceding conversation. Harry, on the bench, did not move. In his head, very carefully, he replayed the previous 5 minutes of Auror conversation, every word of which he had heard with crystal clarity, none of which the Aurors had intended to be audible to anyone outside the table. He did not, on his face, react. He sipped his butterbeer. He felt Ron, across the table, look at him and look away. The Aurors left. The door of the 3 broomsticks shut behind them. Harry waited until the door had been shut for a full minute before he turned to Hermione and said, very quietly, "Library. Tonight. We have to talk." Hermione said, "Yes." Ron said, "What?" Harry said, "Long story, Ron. Have your butterbeer." Ron had his butterbeer. Harry stared into his. That afternoon, walking back up the long slope from Hogsmeade to the castle, the wind in their teeth and a thin scatter of snow beginning to fall, Harry slowed at a bend in the road and let Ron get half a dozen paces ahead, and Hermione, who had been walking beside Harry, slowed with him. "What did they say?" Hermione said, quietly. "Voldemort," said Harry. "Without saying it." "Right. The mark is thickening. They didn't know they were broadcasting." Shacklebolt dropped the privacy spell. He'd been holding it up the whole time. It dropped when he stood up to leave. And the system caught the dropping. Caught it. "I have the cancellation spell now." She thought about it. She was thinking about it. He could see her thinking. He could see her thinking the way he had been able to see her thinking since they were 11, the small precise pull of muscle at the corner of her mouth that came when Hermione had a problem in her hands and was working it. She said, after a while, "Harry." "Yes. If the mark is thickening, then Voldemort is closer than they want to admit." "Yes. And someone put your name in the goblet." "Yes." "All right." He looked at her. She looked at him. She said, "Harry. The library. We're going to inventory it. Tonight. Every spell. Every one. We're going to know what you have. We're going to write a manual. We're going to write a manual that, if we have to, we can hand to a person who is not me and not you. We're going to do it as if you're going to die. Because if I am going to be a person whose best friend has a magic library in his head, and the person who put his name in a goblet did it because he knew about the library, then I am going to have a way to defend you that doesn't depend on you being alive to tell me what's in the library." He looked at her. He looked at her for a long time. He said, eventually, "Hermione. Yes. That is, don't. That is dangerously sensible. I know. All right. All right. All right." They walked. Ahead of them on the road, Ron had stopped, was looking back, was waving them on with the particular gesture of a Weasley who had not yet figured out what was happening but had decided to be supportive of it anyway, and Harry, walking up the long slope with Hermione beside him and Ron ahead of them and the thin snow beginning to bite at his face, felt, for the first time in a long time, that the thing in the back of his head was not, on the available evidence, his alone to carry. He did not know whether the feeling was warranted. He decided to let it be warranted, for now, and they walked. The inventory took 11 nights. They worked in the room of requirement. The room had, on the second night, produced, without being asked, a long oak table at the center of the room, with 2 chairs, and a wall of shelves at the back, and on the shelves, a series of identical small blank leather notebooks, each one waiting for a category. Harry, on seeing the shelves, had stopped halfway across the floor and looked at the shelves for 10 seconds, and Hermione had said, very level, beside him, "Harry. The room. It's been listening to you. It's been listening to you, hasn't it?" "It's the room," Harry had said. "It does what it does. It's giving you back your library." "Yes. It's giving you back your library because it knows what's in your library." "Yes. That is, don't. That is interesting." "Yes." They had worked. Harry had worked through the library shelf by shelf, calling out spells in the small careful voice he reserved for spells. Hermione had worked through the spells category by category, writing them down on the small blank notebooks the room had supplied, in a code Hermione had developed in 20 minutes on the first night, which used a substitution alphabet keyed to a poem only Hermione had memorized. She had not given Harry the poem. She had said, on being asked, that the poem was not Harry's. She had said that she would give it to him on the day she thought he needed it. Harry, who recognized the principle, had not pushed. Healing. Vulnera Senenter. Episci. Ferula. Anapneo. Tergio. Reparaphores. 23 entries, including the airborne liquid reversal off Snape and a small soft-tissue suturing charm that Madame Pomfrey had used on Harry himself in second year after the basilisk, in which the system had filed without his noticing because at the time he had been busy passing out. Cutting. Defindo. Bombarda. Reducto. Confringo. Sectum Sempra. 29 entries. He had not, with Hermione's permission, demonstrated Sectum Sempra. He had described the wand arc. She had written it down with her quill held very level. She had said, when he finished, that they were not going to think about Sectum Sempra unless they had to, and Harry had said, I know. Concealment. Disillusionment. The standard concealment charm. 6 variants of disillusionment, picked up off 6 different sources. The fold and cast trick Harry had stolen off a portrait. The notice me not he had picked up off a Beauxbatons girl who had cast it on her hat at a champion's tea. 18 entries total. Charms class. 311 entries. Hermione had blinked at this. 311, she had said. Charms class, Harry had said. Flitwick demonstrates a lot. 311. Hermione. He's been at it for 4 years. He demonstrates between 2 and 7 charms per class. There are roughly 200 class meetings a year. He's only ever demonstrated charms within 20 feet of me when I happen to be there. 311. Hermione, the system once acquired a charm because Flitwick was demonstrating something to himself in the staff room 3 doors down and I happened to be in the corridor. 311. He had let her sit with it for a minute. She had picked up the quill again. She had written 311 in her neatest small letters. She had drawn a small box around it. She had said, in the voice of a person who had spent her entire life believing herself the cleverest person in any room and who had, at last, accepted that she was the cleverest but one person in this particular room, all right, Harry. He had said, gently, Hermione, you're cleverer than me at everything that matters. You always will be. It's a glitch. It's a hardware feature. It's not a talent. She had said, it is a talent. You've spent 4 years restraining a talent of this size. You have not slipped publicly once. That is, on its own, a talent. He had not known what to say. He had said, thank you. She had said, shut up. Next category. They had laughed. The last category was the new one. It had appeared between the 8th and the 9th night without either of them noticing, the way new things sometimes appeared in the room of requirement when the room had decided a new thing was needed. It was a single small black leather notebook on the corner of the table, set apart from the others, with the word people embossed in small gilt letters on the spine. Harry had picked it up on the 9th night and opened it, and on the inside cover, in his own neat handwriting which he did not remember writing, Severus Snape, knows something. Does not know what. Will continue to probe. Hermione Granger, knows. Will tell her. Has been told. Ron Weasley, on your side. Albus Dumbledore, watching. Status unclear. Bartemius Crouch Jr., under Moody, active threat. Does not know. Igor Karkaroff, near periphery. Not watching you. Watching others. Rita Skeeter, active threat. Knows you are interesting. Does not know why. He had stared at the page for a long time. He had handed the notebook silently to Hermione. She had read it. She had said, very level, Harry. Did you write this? No. All right. All right. All right. I believe you. Hermione, I know. Sit down. Let me think. She had thought. She had thought for what Harry counted, in his head, as a long time, and at the end of it she had said, Harry. The room is, listening. The room is reading your head. The room is, in some sense, talking to your system. And the system is, in some sense, writing back. Yes. All right. Do not write anything in this notebook yourself unless I'm in the room. All right. And don't, under any circumstance, ask the system to update it about people. Why? Because. Harry. If your system is, on the available evidence, learning how to be a partner, if it is, on the available evidence, learning to make decisions about who's a threat, then the next stage in the natural progression of that is decisions about what to do about threats. And I do not, today, want your system making decisions about what to do about threats. Not yet. Not without us watching. He had looked at her. He had said, Hermione. That's, I know. That's the most cautious thing you have ever said about a magical system. I know. I love you, Hermione. She had looked at him. She had looked at him with the small soft expression he had not seen on her face since the night of the long telling, and she had said, very level, shut up, Harry. Next category. There had been no next category. They had stopped. On the 11th night, when the inventory was, by mutual agreement, complete, they had sat in the 2 armchairs in front of the fire that the room had produced, and they had looked at the wall of small leather notebooks, and Hermione had said, very level, Harry. Tally. 371 spells. Of which untested. 68. Of which unforgivables. 3. Of which would, if cast in front of any member of the Hogwarts staff, immediately get you arrested. 41. Of which would get you arrested by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. 26. Of which would, on cross-examination, you would have to claim came from a book. All 371. Of which would survive a book claim under truthful examination. Approximately 12. All right. She had set down the quill. She had looked at the fire. She had said, after a while, Harry. I need to ask you a question. All right. Are you ever going to use the unforgivables? He had thought about it. He had thought about it for what he counted, in his head, as a long time, and at the end of it he had said, slowly, only if I have to. Define have to. If Voldemort is in front of me. If Death Eaters are about to kill someone I love. If the alternative is dying. If, Hermione, I don't know. I don't know what have to is in advance. I know what I'd like have to be. I'd like it to be never. She had nodded. All right, she had said. All right? Harry. I think you're a good person. Hermione, shut up. I'm thinking out loud. I think you're a good person. I think you have a talent that is very large. I think a person with a talent that is very large needs other people in the room, because a person with a talent that is very large makes mistakes that affect more people than mistakes by people with smaller talents. So I am going to be in the room. With you. Whenever I can be. For as long as we're at this school. For as long as you'll have me. I am going to be the second person in the room. He had stared at her. He had said, eventually, Hermione. What? Genuinely. Thank you. Don't be mawkish. I wasn't being mawkish. You were going to be mawkish. I wasn't. You were. All right. Maybe a little. She had smiled. It had been the smallest smile he had seen on her face in 3 weeks, and he had filed it away in the very particular shelf of his head that was not the library and not the people notebook but something private, where he kept the small bright things, and they had sat in front of the fire for a while longer, and the room of requirement had hummed around them in a small steady way it did when it had given a person what they needed, and the system, in the back of Harry's head, said, library. 371 spells. Untested, 68. Hermione Granger listed as collaborator. Proceed accordingly. He had said, in his head, I'd like that. The system had said, noted. The Yule Ball was announced on the 12th of December. McGonagall stood at the front of Transfiguration and explained, with the stern Scottish economy she brought to all such announcements, that there would be a ball on Christmas evening, that all students from 4th year up were expected to attend in dress robes, that the 4 champions would open the dancing, and that any student found, on the night, to be conducting themselves in a manner that disgraces themselves, their house, or, most importantly, Hogwarts would be answering for it on the 2nd of January with detentions of a kind McGonagall did not, on principle, describe in advance. Harry had felt the room go very still around him. The room had gone very still around him in the way 14-year-old rooms went still when the word dance had been spoken in them by an authority figure with a Scottish accent. McGonagall had looked, briefly, around the room. McGonagall had said, "Potter, stay behind." Harry had stayed behind. McGonagall had said, when the room emptied, in the slightly softened tone she used for him sometimes when she was tired, "Potter, you will be opening the dancing. Professor, you will, Potter, find a partner. You will find one this week. Professor Potter, I am aware that you would, all things being equal, prefer to fight a dragon. I have arranged, for the avoidance of doubt, for there to be no dragons at the Yule Ball. You will find a partner. You will dance one dance. You will not, Potter, embarrass me. No, Professor. Out you go." He had gone out. In the corridor he had stopped and stood for a moment with his hand on the wall and his face composed and his eyes closed, and the system, in the back of his head, said, very level, "Partner acquisition, suggest prioritizing." He had laughed. He couldn't help it. It came out as a single dry breath through his nose, and he had pushed off the wall and continued down the corridor with the carefully composed expression of a boy who had decided that he was, in fact, going to ask the girl he had been thinking about, and that the girl was not, on this particular question, Hermione. He had asked the girl 2 days later. The girl was Parvati Patil. She had said yes. She had said yes with the slightly surprised satisfaction of a 14-year-old girl who had not, before being asked, fully appreciated that Harry Potter was the kind of boy she might have said no to, and Harry, who recognized the look from second-hand observation and not from personal experience, had thanked her and walked off and gone to find Hermione, who was in the library, and who had said, when he told her, "Good. I was going to make you ask someone if you hadn't done it by Thursday." "What?" "I was going to make you ask someone if you hadn't done it by Thursday." "Hermione, you think too much, Harry. You think too much about everything. You think too much when ordinary tasks need doing. You have to be told sometimes. Hermione, don't Hermione me. It's a dance. It's a dance, with Parvati, who is a perfectly nice girl. You are going to dance with her. You are going to be polite. You are going to drink 1 cup of punch and not 3. You are going to leave at 11. All right. All right." He had looked at her. He had said, after a beat, "Hermione, who are you going with?" She had said, without looking up from her book, "Victor." He had stared at her. He had said, "Hermione." "Yes." "Victor Krum." "Yes." "How?" he asked. "I said yes. He's been coming to the library for a fortnight to ask. He has the conversational range of a small thoughtful sheep, which I find restful. He is not stupid. He plays Quidditch, which I do not mind. He reads. We talked, twice, about an arithmancy paper from the Bulgarian Annual that he had read and I had heard of. He asked. I said yes. Hermione. Yes, Harry. All right. All right. All right. Have a good time. Don't, I will not tell him anything. All right. I will not let him cast anything near you. He's going to cast things near me, Hermione. He's a champion. He's going to be in a corridor at the wrong time. He's going to do a wand trick at the ball. He's a powerful caster from a curriculum I don't have. He's going to give me dozens of things. She had set down her book. She had said, very level, all right. All right? All right. I had not thought of that. You are going to be standing very near a powerful caster from an unfamiliar curriculum, with no possible way of pretending you didn't see it because everyone in the room will see it, and you are going to come out of the Yule Ball with, what? 40 new spells. Conservatively. All right. She had looked at her book again. She had said, after a while, I'm going to dance with him for one dance. I'm going to have the rest of my evening free. Hermione. You're going to dance with Parvati for one dance, you said. You're going to be free. Yes. All right. We're going to be at the ball. We're going to be free. We're going to be in a room with Krum and Karkaroff and the entire Beauxbatons delegation and the Aurors who are almost certainly going to be on perimeter. Yes. She had picked up her quill. She had written, in the back of her own private notebook, a small careful line of code that Harry could not read. She had said, bring the map. He had said, always. In the 7 days remaining before the ball, Harry did 3 things every day, and the 3 things had been Hermione's instruction. The first thing was Quidditch. Not real Quidditch, there was no House Cup that year, because of the tournament, but a sort of half-Quidditch in which Harry and Ron and a small rotating cast of Gryffindor and Ravenclaw fourth-years went out to the pitch in the long cold mornings before breakfast and threw a quaffle back and forth and chased a snitch and tried, in the small careful way of 14-year-olds rebuilding a friendship, to behave like people whose only problem with each other was tactical. Harry, on a broom, with the wind in his teeth and Ron at one wing and Ginny Weasley at the other and the snitch glinting somewhere over the center of the pitch, was a different boy from the boy in the library. He didn't know whether the boy on the broom was the more honest one or the less. He let himself, for 1 hour every morning, not have to know. The second thing was the deep part block. Hermione had, on the 11th evening of the inventory, made a careful list of the spells in the library that touched the inside of a person's head, and the list was, in her code, 27 entries long. Most of them were innocuous, small cheering charms, a tiny private confidence boost off Madame Pomfrey, the Patronus, the Boggart Banishing, but 4 of them were not, and Hermione had drawn a small careful box around the 4, and the box was labeled, in her code, Instruments of Influence, confirmed. Imperius was on the list. The list, Hermione had said, was the list of spells that, if cast at Harry, could move the surface part. The surface part, Harry had concluded in private during the 4 nights following, was the part of him that ordinarily did the obeying, the part that lifted Harry's hand to take toast off a plate when Harry had decided to have toast, the part that turned Harry's head when somebody called Harry's name. There was, Harry had concluded, a deeper part underneath it, and the deeper part was where decisions came from. Imperius, on the careful demonstration Crouch Jr. had given in October, picked up the surface part and walked it. The deep part block was the technique, in Hermione's plan, by which Harry was going to keep his deep part separate from his surface part for the duration of any future Imperius. It was, on the available evidence, a technique nobody had written down. Harry practiced it. He practiced it on the evening of the 17th of December, after dinner, in the room of requirement, with Hermione in the other armchair and a small enchanted target dummy at the far end of the room and a wand in her hand. Hermione, the cleverest 4th year in the school and the only person who, on the available evidence, knew what Harry was, raised her wand and said, Harry, I am going to cast Imperius on you. I am going to make you walk 3 paces to the left. If you can, hold the deep part. If you cannot, walk 3 paces to the left, and we will, after, work out why. He stood in the center of the room. He said, all right. She cast it. The Imperius curse arrived in him in a small soft pulling at his shoulder, the same hand on the shoulder he had felt in October when Crouch Jr. had cast it in Dada, and the small soft pulling whispered, in the kind voice a kind person used to a friend, walk 3 paces to the left, Harry. Harry, on the deep part of himself, said, no. He felt the system click. He felt, in his head, a small precise architecture of separation slide into place, a wall, not at the surface, but underneath it, between the part of him that the curse was holding and the part of him that was holding the surface part. The surface part was, in fact, willing to walk 3 paces to the left. The deep part, beneath it, was not. The deep part had decided not. The wall held. The surface part, on Harry's authority, did not walk. He did not move. Hermione, in the armchair, watched him. She watched him for 14 seconds. She released the curse. She said, very level, Harry. Yes. You did not move. No. How? He told her how. He told her about the wall. About the deep part holding the surface part. About the system putting the architecture in place at the moment of casting. He told her, when she asked, that he thought the architecture had been in him for a long time and had only just been described to him by the system, the way a person might have a strong forearm for many years without ever knowing that the forearm contained a specific named muscle. Hermione wrote it down. She wrote it down in her code, in the back of one of the small black leather notebooks the room had supplied, under a category label she invented on the spot, which was, in her code, Interior Defense, Deep Part Block. She underlined it twice. She said, Harry. This is, on the most generous reading of any of the textbooks I have read, a new branch of magic. I know. You, Harry. You have invented a counter-curse to Imperius. I haven't invented it. The system did. I just, held it open. The system built the wall and held it, and I sat in the deep part. She looked at him. She said, all right. We are going to call it a partnership. All right. We are going to practice it until it is automatic. We are not going to use it in front of anyone. Not even Snape. Not yet. It is, Harry, it is the single most valuable thing in the library. It is the thing that means Voldemort cannot, when he comes back, make you do what he wants. All right. She closed the notebook. She said, Harry. The third thing. He laughed. He couldn't help it. He laughed because Hermione's 3 things a day had a small careful comedy in their numbering that he had only just noticed, and Hermione, in the armchair, with her quill in her hand and her face very level, blinked at him and then, against her better judgment, smiled. Yes, she said. All right. Yes, 3 things. Have you been counting them? Yes. Good. Pay attention. The third thing is dance practice. He stared at her. Hermione, you are opening the Yule Ball, Harry. You are dancing. You are dancing in front of the school. You are dancing in front of Karkaroff. You are dancing in front of Dumbledore. You are dancing in front of Rita Skeeter. You are not going to embarrass any of us, and most particularly you are not going to embarrass Parvati. Stand up. He stood up. She raised her wand. The room of requirement produced, with the small obliging thrum it did when it had been listening, a phonograph in the corner of the room and a long polished section of floor, and the phonograph began, of its own initiative, to play a slow steady waltz, and Hermione, in the armchair, said, right hand at the small of my back. Left hand up. 3 steps forward, 3 steps back, half turn at the end of the second forward, repeat. Go. He danced. He danced badly, at first, and then less badly, and by the end of half an hour he was, on Hermione's strict assessment, competent enough to not be a national embarrassment, which was the highest grade Hermione had been observed to award in any subject all year, and they had laughed, and Hermione, at the end of it, had let her face soften for 1 second into the small soft expression she had only ever shown him twice before, and the 2 of them had stood at the center of the polished floor in the room of requirement with the slow steady waltz still humming, and Harry, with his right hand at the small of her back and his left hand still up, had said, very level, Hermione. Thank you. She had said, shut up. He had said, Hermione. She had said, shut up, Harry. The waltz isn't over. They had finished the waltz. He had walked back up to the dormitory at 11:12 with the small specific sensation in his chest of a person who had been given a gift he had not, until that evening, known he had needed, and he had lain down on his bed and stared at the ceiling for a long time, and the system had said, very softly, in his head, Hermione Granger, partner. Revised from, collaborator. He had said, in his head, I know. The system had said, noted. He had slept. Library, 371 spells. Untested, 68. Yule Ball, 9 days. Estimated acquisitions this event, 42 to 78. Accurate prediction requires more data. Response function active. Standing by. Harry closed the notebook. He got into bed. He slept. He did not dream about the library. He dreamed, for the first time he could remember, about dancing, and in the dream he was not, on the available evidence, terrible at it. Chapter 5, The Dance and the Lake. The Great Hall, on the night of the Yule Ball, had become a country Harry had not been to before. The 4 house tables were gone. The ceiling, which usually showed the weather, showed a slow-falling indoor snow that touched the heads of every student in the room with the soft polite white tipping of new winter, and then dissolved a foot above their hair without ever quite landing. The walls were silvered with frost. 100 tables, small and round and lit by candles in transparent globes, ringed the empty center of the floor like teeth around a mouth. The bandstand at the far end was, on first glance, mostly drums. Harry walked in at 7:20 in his dress robes and his polished shoes and the small careful set of his shoulders that he had been practicing in his head for 2 days, and he saw the room, and he saw the people in the room, and he had the small clean spike of perception in his chest that meant the library was about to grow. Parvati was at his elbow. Parvati was in pink. Parvati had her hair in a plait so long it touched the small of her back and a thin gold chain at her throat that caught the candlelight in a way Harry filed under useful conversational subject for the difficult middle 10 minutes of any given dance, and she said, brightly, Harry, and he said, Parvati. And they walked together to the small high table at the front of the room where the 4 champions and their dates were to wait until the dancing began. He watched the room. He watched the room with the careful peripheral watching he had practiced since age 6, and the room watched back, and at the long table near the bandstand the Beauxbatons delegation sat in a long pale blue line, and at a table on the other side the Durmstrang delegation sat in their fur and their dark wool, and Igor Karkaroff stood at the back wall with his hands behind his back and his small alert eyes moving across the room in a sweep so professional Harry's own peripheral watch caught itself watching him. Hermione came in at 25 past. She came in on Viktor Krum's arm. She came in wearing dress robes in a slate blue that was very close to her eyes and her hair was up in a complicated braided arrangement that looked, to Harry's untrained eye, like Hermione had been thinking about it for several days and had pretended, in his presence and in Ron's, not to have been thinking about it for several days. And her face had the very specific particular calmness it always had when she was pleased with herself and refusing to show it. Parvati at his elbow said, Oh, Harry, look at, Harry said, I see her. He had not, until that moment, known that he was going to feel anything in particular. He was not in love with Hermione. He had been clear with himself about this since some point in 3rd year. What he felt for Hermione was not, on careful inspection, romance, it was a different thing of equal or greater weight, a thing that had its own shelf in the small private library of his head, and the shelf was labeled one of the people I would die for. He had set it on its shelf, in 3rd year, in the quiet way one set a small important thing in a specific place so that one would always know where it was. He was, however, capable of recognizing a moment when one occurred, and Hermione Granger, walking into the Yule Ball on the arm of the Bulgarian Quidditch champion in dress robes that suited her, was a moment. He filed the moment. He smiled at her across the room. She smiled back. It was the small Hermione smile. It was the one she didn't give anybody who wasn't him. He saw it because he had been looking for it. Krum, beside her, looked at Harry the way Krum had been looking at Harry since the wand weighing, which was the look of a man who had not yet decided whether Harry was a threat or a fellow professional and who was, at the moment, leaning toward fellow professional. Krum nodded. Harry nodded back. Parvati said, Krum. She came with, Hermione came with Krum. Harry said, yes. Parvati said, bloody hell. Harry, who did not normally swear in front of Parvati, said quietly, don't tell Ron. Parvati said, he's going to see her in a minute. Harry said, I know. Ron saw her, 8 minutes later, on the other side of the room, walking past with Padma. Ron's face went, in sequence, through several expressions Harry had not previously known the Weasley face was capable of. Ron's face landed, after a beat, on the expression of a 14-year-old boy who had been outmaneuvered by his own best friend in a department of life he had not previously been aware he was competing in, and Harry, watching from the high table, felt the small specific tug at the inside of his ribs that meant a problem was being added to his small careful column of problems, and he filed it for later. The dancing began. The dancing began the way Hermione had said it would. McGonagall stood at the front and clapped her hands once, the 4 champions stood up with their partners, the band struck up something that was either a slow waltz or a slow march and possibly both, and Harry, with Parvati's hand light at his shoulder and his own hand at the small of her back, walked her through the 8 steps Hermione had drilled him on across the 4 evenings preceding the ball, in the room of requirement, with a phonograph the room had produced playing a slow tinny version of the same kind of music. He did not, on the available evidence, embarrass anyone. He did not, on his own slightly relieved assessment, embarrass himself. He danced one dance with Parvati. He bowed at the end of it. He brought her a glass of butterbeer. He brought himself a glass of butterbeer. He sat down at one of the small round candlelit tables with Parvati and Padma and Ron and one of Padma's friends, and the conversation was the conversation of 7 14-year-olds at the edge of a dance who had not yet decided what to do with the rest of the night, and Harry sat in the conversation with the attentive courteous expression he had been working on all term, and behind it, in the back of his head, the system ticked. The system ticked 31 times in the first half hour. It ticked once when Madame Maxime, on the other side of the room, demonstrated to a small Beauxbatons 4th year a way of cooling a too-warm cup of punch with a small private dipping wand movement. It ticked again when Fleur Delacour, with her wand discreetly under the tablecloth, brushed an insect off her champion's sash with a small precise lifting hex that the system filed under French curriculum, etiquette hexes, sub-public grade. It ticked a 3rd time when a Beauxbatons 6th year cast, from a distance, a small private summoning charm at her own dropped handkerchief that arrived a second later in her open palm with no flourish at all, the way Hermione, on the available evidence, would summon a quill in the library, and Harry filed French summoning variant, sotto voce under the relevant shelf and did not look up from his conversation with Parvati. By the end of the 2nd dance, the library was at 388. By the end of the 4th dance, the library was at 403. By the end of the 5th dance, Krum and Hermione had passed within 4 feet of Harry's table on their way out into the corridor for what was, Harry presumed, a quiet conversation away from the press of the room, and on the way past, without breaking the easy line of his walk, Krum had performed, for what reason Harry could not at first identify, a small precise wand movement at his own dress robes that smoothed an invisible crease from his collar and adjusted the fall of the cloth at his shoulder, and the system ticked, spell acquired. Source, Victor Krum. Spell class, personal grooming, Bulgarian curriculum. SUB class, compound wandless arc, 4-stage. Note, wand movement indicates underlying dueling school training. Harry kept his face composed. He sipped his butterbeer. The system added, 4-stage compound arc is a Durmstrang signature. New whole class of spells now possible with sufficient exposure. Harry, very softly, in the back of his head, said, good. The system said, agreed. He met Hermione at the door to the gardens at 9:30. She was alone. Krum had gone, she said, to find Karkaroff. There had been a small private conversation between Karkaroff and one of Karkaroff's older students at the back of the hall, and Krum had been beckoned over and had not yet come back, and Hermione, who had been standing on the steps of the great hall with her shawl around her shoulders and the soft snow falling on her hair and not quite landing, had said, walk with me, and Harry had said, yes, and they had walked. The gardens were beautiful. The gardens were the kind of beautiful Hogwarts conjured up on cue for events of the appropriate magnitude. There were small lanterns floating above the gravel paths. There were small enchanted fairy lights threaded through the hedges. There were stone benches at the corners. There were rose bushes blooming, on the 25th of December, in the kind of casual extravagance only a 14th-century magical school could think to produce. They walked the long curving path. They did not, by mutual silent agreement, speak for a while. Harry felt the cold on his face and on his hands. He felt Hermione's shoulder, when she leaned briefly into his arm at a bend in the path, very lightly against his. He filed the night. At a bend in the path he stopped. "Hermione," he said. "Yes. I want you to look up. Don't react. Look up. There's somebody in the upper window of the astronomy tower. North side. They've been there for 11 minutes. She looked up. She did not react. "Karkaroff," she said. "Karkaroff. He's been watching the gardens." "Yes." "Why?" "Because he's looking for someone. Or for something. He's not watching one person. He's sweeping. I have been watching him since the third dance." "Harry. Have you been watching everyone since the third dance?" "Most of them." "Of course you have." They walked on. At the next bend in the path, Harry stopped again. A voice was coming through the hedge. It was a man's voice. It was a voice Harry had not heard outside of class. It was Snape's voice. He raised one hand, fractionally, and Hermione, beside him, stopped also without needing to be told why. The voice, Snape's, said, in the soft cold tone he used when he was not making a fuss in front of a class, "Twice now I have seen it, Igor. Twice. It is not your imagination. It is not the wine. It is thickening, and it is thickening fast, and you know what that means." A second voice, Karkaroff's, by the slight Slavic edge, said, "Severus. Severus, you do not understand. I cannot, you can. You will. You will because you have no other choice. You will because if it returns to full strength the first names on the list will be ours, and we will be hunted not by Aurors but by the colleagues we ran from. You have, at present, a single short window in which to come back inside, and that window is the one Albus is holding open. He will not hold it open forever. Do not, Igor, make him hold it open forever. He hates me. He does not hate you. He is disappointed by you. They are different things. Do not, Igor, miss the difference." Silence. Harry, on the path, did not move. Hermione, beside him, did not move. The system, in the back of his head, was logging every word. Karkaroff said, after a moment, "Severus. There has been something here. In the castle. I cannot say what it is. It is in the castle. It has been in the castle since the start of term. I know. You know. Yes. Then why? Because, Igor, knowing and proving are different. Because Albus knows also and has decided to allow the situation to develop until something specific can be shown. Because something specific requires patience. Patience, Igor, is not your strong suit, and it is not, on present form, mine. We will both have to learn it. Severus, Igor. Go back inside. Drink another glass of wine. Smile at the headmaster. Behave as though all is well. Whatever your suspicions are, you will keep them to yourself, and you will keep them within these walls, and you will, under no circumstance, mention them to Victor. A pause. Yes, Severus. A second pause. Then Karkaroff's footsteps, retreating, and a small soft fold of silence that was Snape standing very still on the other side of the hedge, and the soft hiss of snow on the gravel of the path, and Hermione's very quiet breath next to Harry, and the system in the back of his head saying, Karkaroff, Death Eater, inactive. Confirmed. Snape, knows, active. Running something. Not confirmed harmful to you. Albus Dumbledore, running the same thing. Confirmed. Harry, on the path, did not breathe for what he counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. He breathed. He looked at Hermione. He mouthed, back to the hall. She nodded. They went back. They went back the long way, without saying anything, and they did not stop until they were back at the door of the great hall, and Hermione, before they went back in, took hold of Harry's sleeve and pulled him into the small lit doorway and said, very softly, Snape works for Dumbledore. Yes. Snape is on our side. Yes. Or, Snape works for somebody. Possibly Dumbledore. He has a side. That side is not Voldemort's. Yes. Dumbledore is letting something specific develop. Yes. Dumbledore knows there's a Death Eater in the castle. Yes. And the Death Eater is not Karkaroff. No. So who is it? Hermione. Who is it? He looked at her. He said, it's Moody. She stared at him. He said, Hermione. The eye. The eye spins independently. It tracks me. It tracks me even when his head is turned the other way. It tracks me through walls. I felt it do it twice in the corridor outside the data classroom. I haven't told you. I should have. He has been watching me, very carefully, since the first day of term. Harry. He demonstrated Imperio in class. He demonstrated it on a spider. He didn't have to. There was no syllabus requirement to demonstrate it. He chose to. He demonstrated it knowing he was demonstrating it in front of me. He's been, Hermione, I think he's been seeing what I do. He's been seeing if I react. He's been seeing whether I'm what he thinks I am. She stared at him. And you've been letting him. Yes. Harry. Hermione. I haven't told him. I haven't told anyone. I don't think he knows about the system. I think he thinks I'm the boy who lived and he wants to see what kind of weapon I am. And every time he demonstrates a curse, the library goes up, and every time the library goes up, the gap between what I have and what he has gets smaller. And, Hermione. I think he's the one who entered my name. She stared at him. She said, very slowly, Harry. If he is Moody, if it is, in fact, somebody under Moody's face, then we are in a great deal of trouble. I know. And we cannot prove it. No. And Snape and Dumbledore are letting it develop. Yes. So what? We let it develop too. We let it develop too. Because if we tip the scales early, we lose whatever it is they're trying to do. Whatever Dumbledore's playing, Hermione, he's been playing it longer than us. She stared at him. She said, very quietly, Harry. This is a great deal to ask of a fourth year. I know. We are fourth years. I know. All right. All right. All right. We let it develop. We are very careful. We use the time. We use the time to inventory more spells. To make the manual you and I have started. To find out, before the second task, exactly what Voldemort's curse set looks like, so that when the moment comes, and Harry, we both know there is going to be a moment, when the moment comes, you will have what you need. He looked at her. He said, Hermione. Don't. Thank you. Don't, Hermione. Thank you. She closed her eyes for a second. She opened them. She said, Harry. Let's go back in. They went back in. The remainder of the Yule Ball, Harry watched. He watched in a small steady mode of attention he had been practicing, all term, in the small careful column of his attention. He watched Crumb's wand movements when Crumb demonstrated a small Bulgarian charm to Hermione at her table. He watched Madame Maxime perform a sort of half-conjured Christmas decoration on a candle globe that had begun to gutter. He watched a Beauxbatons fourth year teach Padma Patil a small braiding hex that redid Padma's hair in 20 seconds and that Padma laughed at. He watched Karkaroff, when Karkaroff came back into the hall with a fresh glass of wine and a smile pinned to his face that did not reach the corners of his eyes. He watched Dumbledore. Dumbledore was at the head table, and Dumbledore was talking with Madame Maxime, and Dumbledore was, on the surface, doing exactly what Dumbledore was supposed to be doing at the Yule Ball, which was sit in his good blue dress robes and smile and look magnificent and quote Christmas poetry in the small lulls in the music. But Dumbledore's eyes, over the course of the evening, came back to Harry 6 times. 6 times. Harry counted. He did not, at any of those 6 times, meet the eyes. He did not, at any of those 6 times, look away on a timing that would have indicated avoidance. He let the eyes come, and he let the eyes go, and he kept his face composed. The system said, at one point in the second hour, when Dumbledore's attention had glanced across him for the 4th time and Harry had let the moment pass, Dumbledore, knows you're interesting. Does not know why. Will not yet ask. Recommendation, remain interesting to him at a constant rate. Harry, in his head, said, yes. The system said, agreed. At 11 precisely, as Hermione had instructed, Harry stood up, made his apologies to Parvati, walked Parvati to the staircase to the Gryffindor Tower at her insistence so that he might be a gentleman in front of the assembled fourth-year witnesses, said good night, and went to bed. In bed he did not, for a long time, sleep. He stared at the ceiling. He thought about Snape and Karkaroff in the gardens. He thought about the eye behind Moody's head. He thought about Dumbledore's 6 glances. He thought about Hermione in slate-blue dress robes walking back into the hall with the small smile that was for him. He thought about the second task. He thought about the lake. He turned over. He thought, very quietly, in the back of his head, all right. The egg. The lake. The merfolk. I have a chant catalogue and Gillyweed isn't until the day. We need a backup. We need a plan that doesn't depend on Dobby this time. The system, very softly, said, in his head, Dobby has been observed in the kitchens this term. Dobby is a possible asset. He almost laughed. He filed the system has begun proactively analyzing assets under talk to Hermione about this immediately and slept. The next 8 weeks were a long careful blur, divided between Hogwarts curriculum, low effort, with the angle of vulnerability strictly maintained, the library inventory, high effort, with Hermione, every other evening in the room of requirement, the search for an underwater solution, Hermione, in the library, with Harry as research assistant, and the new emerging 4th priority, which was, watch Moody. He watched Moody. He watched Moody in Dada. He watched Moody in the corridors. He watched the magical eye in its socket and learned, by careful observation across 30 class meetings, the small mechanical regularities that betrayed which direction the iris was pointing at any given moment. He could tell, by the end of January, when the eye was on him from across a classroom. He could tell, by the end of January, when the eye was on him through a wall. The eye was on him often. The eye was on him with the particular dense attention of an instrument designed for surveillance that had been assigned to a target. He let it look. He let it look while he sat in the angle of vulnerability and demonstrated, for Moody's benefit, the perfectly competent magical performance of a slightly talented Triwizard 4th year who had gotten lucky with a dragon. He did not, in any class, slip. He did not, in any class, demonstrate a single spell that was not in the standard 4th year syllabus or in the immediate 3 weeks of class content preceding the meeting in question. He pretended to struggle with the Imperious Curse demonstration the 3rd week of January, when Moody walked the entire class through a controlled Imperious and watched, with the magical eye, every student. He felt, when the curse landed on him, the small interior nudge of a hand at his shoulder. He felt the hand suggest, very gently, that he might like to dance. He felt the system click, once, twice, and a small new shelf open at the back of the library labeled mental, intrusion, external. He felt the wandless silent reflex he had practiced in the room of requirement 2 nights before take hold of his own attention and step quietly between the hand at his shoulder and the deeper part of him that was where decisions came from. He let the hand push. He let it push until the moment when an ordinary 4th year would have failed to resist, and then he stumbled, just visibly, and went 2 steps to the left as suggested, and the rest of the class clapped politely as Moody released the curse, and Moody said, "Not bad, Potter. Almost felt you try. Better than the last lot. Sit down." Harry sat down. The magical eye lingered on him. Hermione, in the next row, watched him in the way Hermione watched him. After class she did not say anything in the corridor. After class she did not say anything at lunch. After class, in the room of requirement that evening, she sat in the armchair across from him and said, very level, "Did you resist it?" "Yes." "Did he know you resisted it?" "No." "How did you resist it?" "You haven't been around someone who can cast Imperius outside of class." "The system cast it on me. Last night. I asked it to." She stared at him. She said, "Harry." "What?" "I asked it to. I asked it to cast Imperius on me and let me practice resisting. Hermione, I was going to be Imperiused in class today. I knew I was. I needed practice. So I asked the system to. And it did. Yes. Harry. The system cast a curse. The system cast a curse, on you, at your request, from the inside of your own head. Yes. Harry. I know. That is, Harry. That is a very, very, very large piece of new information. I know. She looked at him. She looked at him for a long time. She said, eventually, all right. The system can cast. That is. All right. We are going to have to think about that. All right. Have you asked it to cast anything else? Not yet. All right. Don't. Not yet. All right. Harry. Yes. What did it feel like? He thought about it. He said, like someone had taken a small piece of me out of my own head, and was holding it up, and was making it walk. From the outside. It was, Hermione, the part of me it picked up was not the deep part. The deep part watched. It picked up the surface part. The part that does the obeying. She wrote this down. She wrote, also, need principle of separation between systems reachable part and core self, research, she underlined it. She said, very level, we are going to study you. With your permission. Properly. We are going to figure out where the system ends and you begin. Before it gets any larger. Hermione. Yes. All right. We will. After the second task. After the second task. Yes. The second task was on the 24th of February. The morning of it dawned the way Harry had been waiting for it to dawn, a thin grey sky, a brittle cold over the lake, and a wind off the surface of the black water that came up the slope to the castle in long flat gusts. Dobby, in the kitchens, on the morning before the task, had pressed a small bundle of slimy grey-green stems into Harry's hand and had said, in the high happy hectic voice of a house elf who had successfully completed a small private mission of his own, Gillyweed, Harry Potter sir, Gillyweed, and Harry had not, for the first time in a long time, had to think about how to thank Dobby. He thanked Dobby. He took the Gillyweed. He had it in his pocket, now, in the small velvet pouch Hermione had given him. The 4 champions stood at the edge of the lake. The crowd, Hogwarts and the Beauxbatons and the Durmstrang delegations and the assembled judges and the parents of the 4 champions and Rita Skeeter at the back of the stand, was already in place. The whistle blew. Harry put the Gillyweed in his mouth. He chewed. He swallowed. The chewing was awful. The swallowing was worse. The thing that happened afterwards, the small horrified moment when his throat closed and his lungs locked and the cold lake water rushed in through gills that had not, 20 seconds before, existed on the sides of his neck, was the worst, and Harry, on the available evidence, would have liked to scream, except that his vocal cords had become, by the magical logic of gillyweed, something other than vocal cords, and the only thing that came out was a small lake water hiss. He let himself sink. He let himself sink and the lake closed over him, cold and dim and green, and he kicked twice with feet that had become temporarily flippered, and he set off, with his wand in his right hand and the small folded parchment of Hermione's map of the Merfolk village in his left, and he swam. The lake at the bottom of Hogwarts was bigger than it looked from the surface. He swam. He swam for a long time. He passed Grindylows in a clump that came at him in their cold underwater hunger, and he cast, wandless, silent, the way he had practiced in the room of requirement for 50 hours, a small ringing repulsion that pushed them off as gently as he could, and they wheeled back and tried again, and he cast it again, and they finally turned away. He passed a Kelpie in the dim distance, on his left. The Kelpie did not, on the available evidence, see him. He kept swimming. He came, at last, to the Merfolk village. The Merfolk were waiting. They were not, at first sight, friendly. They were tall and ash-grey and lank-haired and they had small fierce eyes and they held spears with stone points, and they ranged along the rooftops of the small underwater stone houses watching him with the careful watching of a community in the middle of a public event involving an intruder, and at the center of the village, in a great open square of broken pillars and tied to a stone post, were 4 still figures. He swam toward them. The Merfolk did not stop him. He came up to the 4 figures. They were bound to the stone post by what looked like grasses but might have been hair. Their heads were lolled forward. They were not breathing. He felt his pulse do something very large in his chest, and the small detached part of him reminded him, very level, that they were under a stasis charm and that they were not, technically, dead. He looked. The first figure was Cho Chang. Cedric's date. He had felt for Cedric, on the night of the Yule Ball, the small specific recognition of a fellow professional, and he was glad, relieved, that Cho was a stasis-charmed figure and not a corpse. The second figure was a small silver-haired girl who Harry recognized after a beat as Gabrielle, Fleur's little sister. The third figure was Hermione. Harry's pulse did the thing again. The fourth figure was Ron. He floated, for a second, in front of the 4 figures. He looked at them. He looked at Hermione, and at her hair floating around her in the water, and at her closed eyes, and he had, for one beat, the small clean awful realization that the tournament had, at some level he had not previously appreciated, taken Hermione from him as the leverage it was going to use on him. He did not, in the moment, allow himself to feel anything about this. He filed it. He raised his wand. He cut Hermione's bindings. Around him, the Merfolk hissed. He looked up. The nearest Merfolk, tall, grey, with a spear, said something at him in the underwater language that Harry, courtesy of the Egg Chant catalogue, half understood. The Merfolk said, in the rough underwater meaning, 1. Yours. Yours only. Harry looked at him. He raised his wand. He pointed it, very level, at the Merfolk's spear. He did not cast anything. He said, in the small underwater hiss of his own voice, using the tonal elements he had been practicing for 6 weeks under Hermione's tutoring at the bottom of the lake on Saturdays, "They are mine. All of them. We leave together." The Merfolk paused. Around him, the village paused. A second Merfolk, an older one, came forward. It looked at Harry. It looked at the 4 figures. It looked at Harry again. It said, in its own language, slow and considered, the word for no. Harry raised his wand. He kept it level. He said, in the same hissed underwater chant, "I am taking them all." The older Merfolk regarded him. The older Merfolk said, "You are alone." Harry, with great care, in the underwater chant of a creature who had spent 6 weeks learning the underwater chant of a creature he had been within 20 feet of exactly twice on the night of the egg opening, said, "I am not alone. I am a wizard. There are others above me. I am taking what is mine." The older merfolk looked at him. The older merfolk looked at him for a long time. Then the older merfolk smiled. It was not, on Harry's eye, a kind smile. It was the smile of a person who had been doing the job a long time and who had just been given a story to take back to the underwater equivalent of a tavern. The merfolk said, "Take them, then. All of them. And go." Harry took them. He cut their bindings, one by one. He took Hermione's wrist in his left hand. He took Ron's in his right. He took the back of Cho Chang's robe between his teeth. He gestured, with a small turn of his head, to Gabrielle's bound form and back at the merfolk, and the older merfolk, with a small dry gesture that Harry filed under cosmic underwater patience, swam over to Gabrielle's form, untied her bindings with one stroke of a knife, and held her up to him. Harry took her under his elbow. He kicked off the bottom of the lake. He swam up. He swam up with 4 sleeping figures, 4 people he had decided, somewhere in the last 40 seconds, that he was not going to lose, and the water around him grew lighter and lighter and the green grew thin and clear, and somewhere above him there was the great pale circle of the surface, and Harry, with the lake at his back and 4 sleeping forms at his sides, swam toward it the way he had once flown a firebolt toward an arena, hard and fast and without looking back. He broke the surface in a long thunderclap of cold air. The crowd, on the shore, lost its mind. He came out of the lake to applause that was, when he heard it later, described in the Daily Prophet as the loudest applause of the second task of any Triwizard tournament in 50 years, and which had been louder, Harry noted privately, than the applause for the dragon, and which was odd because by any rational measure the dragon had been the more impressive feat. He could only conclude that the crowd had felt for him, on the long underwater minutes when he had not surfaced, a small, specific fear they had not had a vocabulary for, and that the applause was the discharge of the fear. He filed the observation. Madame Pomfrey was at the shore. She wrapped him in a large warm towel. She wrapped Hermione, when Hermione came round, in another. She wrapped Ron. She wrapped Cho. She wrapped Gabrielle. Fleur Delacour, sobbing and effervescent and held back from the shore by Madame Maxime, broke through and embraced her sister and then, to Harry's slight horror, embraced Harry, with a kiss to either cheek that Harry submitted to with the polite expressionless face of a boy who had, 20 minutes earlier, been at the bottom of a lake. The system ticked. The system ticked 4 times. Spell acquired. Source, Fleur Delacour. Spell class, Vila-derived emotional dampening. Added to library. Note, she just dampened her own panic to speak to her sister. Unconscious casting. Harry, on the bank, with the towel around his shoulders, did not move. He looked up. Snape was at the back of the crowd. Snape was not moving. Snape was looking at Harry with the very specific particular flatness Snape had been looking at Harry with since the potions class after the champion selection, only this time the flatness had a small additional element in it that Harry had not previously seen, and the small additional element, he decided, was recognition. Snape, from the back of the crowd, met Harry's eyes. Snape inclined his head, fractionally, a movement so small only a person watching for it would have noticed it, and turned, and walked off up the long slope toward the castle, and Harry, on the bank, with a towel around his shoulders and Hermione at his elbow and the cold of the lake still in his bones, watched him go. Hermione, beside him, said, "Harry." "What?" Harry said, "He saw. He saw something. I don't know what he saw. But he saw." Hermione said, "All right. After the celebration. The room. We figure out what he saw." Harry said, "Yes." He let the towel come up over his head. He did not, on his face, allow any expression to settle. In the back of his head, the system said, very softly, "Library, 433 spells." Untested, 81. Merfolk language, partial catalog locked. Sufficient for limited conversation. Severus Snape, deduction in progress. Probability that he now understands the library, 32%. Recommendation, do not, in his presence, cast anything that he has not already taught you. Harry said, in his head, understood. The system said, good. Proceed with caution. He proceeded with caution. He smiled at Ron, who was groggy and confused and being fussed over by Hermione, and he accepted Gabrielle's repeated French embraces with the small embarrassed politeness he had been cultivating all term, and he stood on the shore of the lake with the wind off the water at his back and the entire school watching from the bank and the slow grey afternoon thinning toward a grey evening, and inside his head, on a small new shelf the system had quietly opened that morning, Severus Snape had just been moved from the people list to a smaller list with 2 entries, and the smaller list was titled People Who Are About to Ask Questions, and the second entry was Albus Dumbledore, and Harry, on the shore, with the towel over his head, took one slow breath and let it out and prepared, in the small careful column of his attention, for the next conversation. He didn't have long to wait. Chapter 6, The Investigation. The summons from Snape came the next morning, in the form of a small folded piece of black parchment delivered to Harry's plate at breakfast by a school owl, with the single-line potions classroom. Tonight. 8. And no signature, because Snape did not, on principle, sign things that were already obviously from him. Harry put the parchment in his pocket. He went to class. He went through the day the way he had been going through days that mattered, which was with a small careful column of attention up the middle and the rest of him on the angle of vulnerability, and at 7:45 that evening he walked down the long staircase to the potions classroom alone, with Hermione's promise that she would be in the room of requirement with the map open if he didn't come back by 10, and the small folded piece of black parchment in his pocket, and the wand in his sleeve. He did not bring the notebook. He had not brought the notebook to any conversation in the castle in 8 years, and he was not going to start now. The potions classroom door was open. Snape was at his desk. There was, on the desk, a small clear glass goblet with a thin pale blue liquid in it, and beside the goblet a folded piece of parchment, and beside the parchment a single black quill, and Snape was looking at none of these things. Snape was looking at the door. Snape said, when Harry came in, "Potter. Sit down." Harry sat down. Snape said, "Potter. The goblet contains a truth potion. You are not going to drink it. I am not going to make you drink it. The goblet is on the desk because I wish you to be aware that I have, in this room, a truth potion of a vintage that is functionally infallible against an opponent of your age and training. I have it. I am not using it. Are we clear?" "Yes, sir." "I am not using it, Potter, because the conversation I am about to have with you would, on the available evidence, produce answers a truth potion would not significantly improve. If you wish to lie to me, you may. I will catch you. I would prefer, on the present occasion, that you not bother." "Yes, sir." "Potter." "Sir." "What are you?" Harry looked at Snape. He looked at Snape across the desk in the empty potions classroom with the small clear glass goblet of truth potion between them, and he thought, very carefully, about the very large pile of lies he had spent 4 years building and the very small new pile of truths he had begun to admit to a smaller and smaller number of people, and he thought about the calculation Hermione would have run, on the available evidence, if she had been sitting in his chair. Hermione's calculation would be, Snape is not Voldemort's. Snape's loyalty has been confirmed, in the gardens at the Yule Ball, to a degree of certainty Harry's own observation could not previously have given him. Snape was watching the second task. Snape inclined his head at Harry on the bank. Snape has therefore moved from the probable opponent column to the probable collaborator column, conditional on Harry not, in this conversation, doing something stupid enough to confirm Snape's worst suspicions. Snape's worst suspicions, from his side of the desk, are, that Harry Potter is some kind of weaponized magical entity, possibly a Horcrux or its functional equivalent, that the entity has been operating under Hogwarts' nose for 4 years, and that the entity is, in some way, the reason a Death Eater under Moody's face is currently teaching data in the castle Snape has spent 15 years trying to keep safe. Snape's worst suspicions, from his side of the desk, are also wrong in their specifics but correct in their broad shape. Harry is, on careful inspection, a weaponized magical entity, just not the kind Snape thinks. Harry's magic is doing things no fourth year's magic ought to do. Snape has seen, at the lake, enough to know it. Snape is not going to let the matter rest. Therefore, tell Snape enough to align his suspicions to the actual shape of the truth. Tell Snape enough that Snape will close ranks with you against the actual threat. Do not, however, tell Snape so much that Snape would, on cross-examination by some future opponent, have to explain to that opponent how very strange Harry Potter is. Tell, on the calculation, about a third. Harry took a breath. He said, very level, I have a magical talent, sir. I have had it since before I came to Hogwarts. It allows me to learn spells faster than ordinary. Spells I have seen, sir. Spells I have seen cast, near me. By people. Snape's face did not change. Snape said, very softly, define faster than ordinary, Potter. Instantly, sir. Instantly. Yes, sir. You have, Potter, learned every spell that has been cast within 20 feet of you. Since before you came to Hogwarts. Harry kept his face composed. He thought, very fast, about the answer. The answer he had practiced in his head, 400 times over the past 2 months, in case this conversation came, was no, sir, not every. Most. There is a kind of resistance to the kind of magic that affects the mind, sir. I have observed it. Other than that, yes, sir, every. He used it. He used it slightly modified, because Snape's face was doing the very slight tightening at the corner of the mouth that Harry had spent 4 years learning to read on Snape, and the tightening was the tightening that came when a lie was being recognized in real time but had not yet been confronted, and Harry wanted to land the answer in a place that did not register as an obvious lie. He said, I have a sense of which spells I can use, sir. And a sense of which spells I cannot. Most I can use. Some I will not. Some I cannot. Cannot. The Imperius Curse, sir. I observed it being demonstrated. I cannot cast it. I think it requires a piece of intent I cannot, that the talent cannot replicate. Snape's face went still. It went still in the specific way that meant Snape had just received a piece of information he had been waiting to receive, and Harry, on his side of the desk, felt the small click of strategic adjustment that meant Snape had just decided what Harry was. Snape said, very softly, and the killing curse, Potter. Harry looked at him. He said, I have not cast it, sir. Could you? Yes, sir. I think I could. I have not. I will not. You will not. No, sir. Hermione and I, Hermione, sir, Hermione and I have, in private, agreed I will not. Snape sat very still. Snape said, after a moment, Miss Granger. Yes, sir. You have told Miss Granger. Yes, sir. How long has Miss Granger known? Since November, sir. And nobody else? Nobody else, sir. Not Mr. Weasley. Not yet, sir. Not Mr. Lupin. No, sir. Not the headmaster. No, sir. Why are you telling me, Potter? Harry looked at him. He looked at him across the desk, at this man who had despised him for 4 years and who had also, on the available evidence, been protecting him for 4 years through the despising, and Harry, who had not previously had the language for what he understood about Snape, said, because, sir. Because you saw me come out of the lake. Because you know. Because if you know and I don't tell you on my own terms, you'll figure out the wrong shape of it, and you'll act on the wrong shape, and we'll both regret it. And, sir, because the person who entered me in the tournament is in this castle, and the person who entered me in the tournament is going to act soon, and when he acts, I am going to need at least one teacher in the castle who isn't surprised when I cast something I shouldn't know." Snape looked at him. Snape looked at him with a face Harry had not seen Snape wear before, and the face was a face that had several things in it at once, and one of the things in it was a small unfamiliar respect that Harry had not, at the start of the conversation, expected to be on the other side of. Snape said, very softly, "Potter. Who entered you in the tournament?" "Sir, I don't, Potter." "Your assessment." Harry took a breath. He said, "Bartemius Crouch Jr." Under Alastor Moody's face. Snape did not move. Snape did not, for what Harry counted, in his head, as 11 seconds, do anything. Then Snape said, very softly, "And how, Potter, did you come to that conclusion?" "The eye, sir. The eye tracks me. It tracks me when his head is turned. It has tracked me through walls." He demonstrated all 3 unforgivables in class on the second week of term, when there was no syllabus requirement. He has chosen, repeatedly, to cast curses in front of me that he was not strictly required to demonstrate. He has been, testing me, sir. He has been seeing what I do. I have not let him see anything I do. Snape said, "Potter. You will explain to me how a 14-year-old has been, for an entire term, evaluating his defense against the dark arts professor as a possible Death Eater under Polyjuice and saying nothing to a single member of staff about it." "Sir, quietly, Potter. I am not asking for the answer. I am asking you to understand what you have done." Harry, on his side of the desk, looked at the floor. He looked at the floor for a moment. He looked back at Snape. He said, "Sir, I do not, Potter, apologize for it. You have done, on the available evidence, the only thing you could safely do. The headmaster is also aware. The headmaster, on his own counsel, has been allowing the situation to develop. The headmaster will, in due course, take action. You have done well. Better than well. You have done it without slipping, which is a thing several adults in this castle could not, in your circumstance, have done." Harry looked at him. Snape, from across the desk, said, "Potter. Sir. You are not going to tell Albus Dumbledore. Sir. You are not, Potter, going to tell Albus Dumbledore about your talent. You are going to tell him, if asked, that you have an aptitude for spells you have seen. You are not going to tell him about the depth of it. The catalogue. The instantaneous acquisition. You will tell him aptitude. You will, in his presence, slightly underplay the aptitude. You will not, Potter, give him the full picture." Harry stared. He said, "Sir. Why?" Snape was silent for a beat. Snape said, "Because, Potter, Albus Dumbledore is, on the present occasion, my friend and my mentor and the man to whom I owe my freedom and possibly my soul, and I would not, on a small calm reflection, willingly hand him a weapon of the kind your talent represents. He would not, immediately, misuse it. He would not, in the short term, do anything you would object to. But the weight of the use he would, over time, decide to find for it would be very large. Larger than 14 years of you can bear. I have lived a long time on this side of his weight, Potter. I would not put you on that side if I could help it." Harry stared. He said, very quietly, "All right. All right. All right, sir. Yes. Aptitude. Not the full picture. Good. Thank you, sir. Do not, Potter, thank me. Sir. Do not. Yes, sir." Snape sat very still on his side of the desk. Snape said, after a moment, in a voice Harry had not previously heard come out of Snape, "Potter. Your mother. I knew your mother. Your mother was the cleverest person I knew. Your mother was, also, the most reckless person I knew, and the recklessness was attached to the cleverness in a way that I have not, since her death, been able to separate. Your mother, Potter, in your circumstance, would have done what you have done. She would, however, also have done several things you have not done, and would on the whole have done them poorly. I am telling you this because you should understand that, on the available evidence, you have inherited the cleverness without, so far, the recklessness. Keep it that way. Harry stared at him. He said, very quietly, "Yes, sir." "Get out." "Yes, sir." He got out. He walked the long corridor up out of the dungeons with his hand on the wall and the small clean shaking he sometimes got after large conversations he had not previously had, and he did not slow down until he was 3 corridors above the potions classroom, in an alcove with a window over the lake, and he stopped there, and he leaned his forehead against the cold stone, and he closed his eyes. In the back of his head the system said, very softly, "Severus Snape, collaborator. Confirmed. Recommendation, trust him on the limited matters he has disclosed. Do not, on his advice or otherwise, fully disclose to Albus Dumbledore. Recommendation, tell Hermione Granger everything he said, including the part about the headmaster." Harry, in his head, said, "Yes." The system said, "Proceed." He proceeded. Hermione, in the room of requirement, with the Marauder's map open in front of her on the round low table and a quill in her hand and a cup of cold tea at her elbow, listened to Harry's account of the conversation without interrupting once. When he was done, she sat for a moment. Then she said, "Harry. He was right. Snape. About Dumbledore. You think?" "I think. Yes. I think he was right. I have been thinking about it for 2 months. Dumbledore, Harry, Dumbledore has been letting Moody, who is actually Crouch Jr., teach his data class for an entire term. Dumbledore has not removed him. Dumbledore knows. Dumbledore is letting the situation develop. Whatever Dumbledore is letting develop is bigger than you and me. It is bigger than the Triwizard Tournament. It is bigger than the question of who put your name in the goblet. Dumbledore is playing for stakes he hasn't told us about, and he is comfortable using us as pieces in the game he is playing. He hasn't asked us. He hasn't asked Cedric. He hasn't asked Krum or Fleur. He is moving us, Harry. From the inside. Carefully. With grandfatherly affection. But he is moving us. Harry looked at her. He said, "Hermione." "Yes. That is a more cynical thing than I have heard you say about a teacher." "I know. Hermione, it is also true. Harry. I love the headmaster. I respect him. I have respected him since I was 11. I will, on the day he dies, mourn him. And I will, between now and that day, not give him a weapon I would not put into the hand of an ordinary man. That weapon, Harry, is you." Harry looked at her. He said, very quietly, "All right. All right. All right. Aptitude. Not the full picture. Snape is in. Dumbledore is out, for now. Ron is out, for now. We hold the picture between us. We, what? We prepare. Prepare. For the third task. For whatever else. Harry. We have an opportunity. Crouch Jr., in the castle, in data class, demonstrating curses in front of you on purpose. He stared at her. He said, slowly, "Hermione. Yes. You are suggesting, I am suggesting. Yes. You are suggesting I sit through every remaining data class and let him show me as much as he is willing to show me. Yes. Hermione. He is testing me. If I sit and absorb everything he shows me, he is going to be reading my reactions. He is going to see something. He has been reading your reactions for an entire term and has seen nothing. He will continue to see nothing if you continue not to react. Harry. He thinks he is testing whether you are a weapon worth handing to Voldemort. He thinks every demonstration he gives you is sharpening the weapon. He does not know that the weapon is reaching into his demonstrations and taking the demonstrations apart and putting them on shelves. The longer he keeps demonstrating, the larger your shelves become. Harry, in the armchair, did not move. He said, very quietly, Hermione. Yes. That is. Yes. That is exquisitely cynical. I know. I love you. I know. All right. We let Crouch teach me dark arts. We let him think he is sharpening me. We let him do it until the third task. Then. Yes. What is then? Then I do not know yet. Then is for then. Now we collect. He looked at her. He said, Hermione. Have you slept this week? Of course I have slept this week. Don't insult me. How many hours? Enough hours. How many? Sufficient hours. Hermione. 6 hours total over 4 nights, if you must know. I have been a little busy with a list. Hermione. Yes. Go to sleep. Please. I'll keep the watch. There isn't a watch, Harry. There is. There's always a watch. I have kept it for years. Go to sleep tonight. I'll wake you if anything happens. She looked at him. She said, all right. She went to sleep. She went to sleep in the armchair in front of the fire in the room of requirement, with the round low table between them and the Marauder's map glowing soft yellow with the dots of every person in the castle moving in their slow nightly patterns, and Harry sat in the other armchair and watched the map and watched the fire, and the small dot labeled Bartemius Crouch moved, once, between the data classroom and his private office. And Harry watched the dot move, and he did not, on his face, allow any expression to settle. He sat the long watch. He sat it until dawn. He did not, by morning, have a plan. But he had, in the back of his head, the small specific certainty that the plan would come, and it would come in the small steady terrible way large plans came when they came at all, and when it came, he was going to be ready. The next 8 weeks of Dada were a long quiet acceleration. Crouch Jr., under Moody's face, ran an intensive practical syllabus on what he called advanced defense against the dark arts and what Harry, in the small private terminology of his own head, called teaching me dark arts. He demonstrated the Cruciatus curse on a beetle, the killing curse on a hen, and the Imperious curse on a stunned third-year frog. He demonstrated a battery of secondary curses, the Boyle's curse, the bone breaker, the lung-filling curse, the small terrible whispered hex called the sycophancy curse that made the target speak only in the voice of whichever person was nearest them, and Harry, in the third row, with the angle of vulnerability up at the maximum he had ever set it, watched each demonstration with the perfectly mediocre expression of a 14-year-old boy who was trying to keep up and very nearly succeeding. The system ticked. The system ticked, in the second week of March, 61 times. The system ticked, in the third week of March, 58 times. The system ticked, in the second week of April, 87 times, on the day Crouch Jr. demonstrated, for what he called contextual educational purposes, a chain of 3 dark spells in sequence that were, on the best of Hermione's research, signature spells of 3 different Death Eaters whose names appeared on Auror watch lists. Harry did not, by that evening, sleep. He sat in the room of requirement with Hermione for 4 hours and they went through the day's acquisitions one by one and Hermione wrote them down in her code in the small black leather notebooks, and at the end of the 4 hours Hermione, with her quill in her hand and her hair coming loose at the back of her braid, looked across the round low table at Harry and said, Harry. He's giving us Bellatrix Lestrange's signature curse. Yes. And Antonin Dolahov's signature. Yes. And, Harry. The third one. The third one in the chain today. That's, Harry, that is Voldemort's own. Harry looked at her. He said, I know. You know. The system told me. Halfway through the demonstration. It said signature matches Tom Riddle's cataloged casting profile. And I, Hermione, I sat at my desk and I kept my face composed and I copied the wand arc into my head. She stared at him. She stared at him with an expression that was, on careful reading, not quite the expression of admiration he had thought it might be. It was a more complicated expression. It was the expression of a person who had spent a great deal of time arranging the careful walls of her own moral framework and who was watching one of those walls, on the available evidence, get demolished by a friend who did not yet appreciate that the wall had been there. She said, very quietly, Harry. Yes. You now have spells from Voldemort. Caught off a man wearing the face of a hero. In a classroom of Hogwarts. While the headmaster knows. Yes. Harry. Are you all right? He looked at her. He said, after a moment, no. No, Hermione. I am not all right. I am all right enough. I am all right enough to keep going. But, no. I am not all right. She looked at him. She said, all right. All right? All right. Then I am with you. I am with you. And when the third task comes, I am going to be in the map and on the perimeter and Snape is going to know what I have done and we are going to play it through. He looked at her. He said, Hermione. I love you. She said, I know. Shut up. Next entry. He laughed. It came out shaky. It came out as a single dry breath through his nose. He kept working. Dumbledore summoned Harry, on the 17th of April, in the slow grandfatherly way Dumbledore summoned anybody, which was via Professor McGonagall, who tapped Harry on the shoulder after Transfiguration on a Tuesday and said, Potter. The headmaster would like a word. His office. After lunch. Password is licorice wands. Harry said, yes, Professor. After lunch he went to the headmaster's office. The office was the office Harry had been in twice before, and which had not, on either occasion, ever quite looked the same as on the previous occasion. There was a perch in one corner with Fawkes asleep on it. There was a wall of small whirring silver instruments on small dark wood shelves at the back. There was Dumbledore, behind his great wide desk, with his half-moon spectacles low on his nose and his fingers steepled together and the soft afternoon sun falling on the long white of his beard, and his blue eyes looking over the spectacles at Harry with the precise warm interested look that Harry, on the careful examination of 3 previous occasions, had learned was the look of a man who knew exactly which questions he was going to ask and had already decided what to do with each of the possible answers. Harry, said Dumbledore. Sit down. Lemon drop? No thank you, sir. Tea? No thank you, sir. Dumbledore smiled. The smile was kind. The smile was, on careful reading, a working tool of the sort a craftsman used every day and which the rest of the world mistook for an ornament. Dumbledore said, Harry, I wanted to ask you about the second task. About your performance, specifically. It was, most remarkable. Thank you, sir. You went down to the Merfolk village alone. Yes, sir. You came back with 4 hostages. Yes, sir. I am told that, on the part of the Merfolk, there was a small negotiation. Yes, sir. And the negotiation, Harry, was conducted in their own language. Harry kept his face composed. He said, after a fashion, sir. I had been listening to the song in the egg, sir, for some weeks. I picked up enough of the tonal elements to make myself understood. After a fashion. Yes, sir. And how, Harry, did you pick up the tonal elements? By listening, sir. By listening. Yes, sir. For some weeks. Yes, sir. Dumbledore's blue eyes regarded him. The blue eyes had a quality to them, Harry had decided in the small careful column of his attention, that was not quite the quality of ordinary eyes. They were eyes that had been used, for many decades, to looking at the inside of people, and the looking at the inside of people had become the kind of habit that did not, on most occasions, require active permission. Harry, on his side of the desk, applied, very gently, the small wandless silent occlusive technique he had been practicing for 6 weeks in the room of requirement, picked up off Snape during the November potions class, and felt the small soft thumb of attention against his thoughts lift away without ever quite landing. Dumbledore's expression did not change. Dumbledore said, after a moment, "Harry, you are a most unusual young man." "Thank you, sir." "You will, I trust, take that as the compliment it is intended to be." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." Dumbledore smiled. He said, "Tell me about the egg song, Harry. What did it sound like?" Harry told him about the egg song. He told him in the polite plain factual register of a boy describing a thing he had heard, and he said nothing about the catalogue. He spoke for 2 minutes and stopped. Dumbledore listened. Dumbledore said, when Harry was finished, "Harry, have you, in the course of your time at Hogwarts, found yourself unusually good at picking up spells?" Harry's pulse did a thing. His face did not. He said, "Yes, sir. I think I have." "And how, would you say, did you come to be unusually good at it?" "I don't know, sir. I think it might be a kind of aptitude. I see something, and I find I can do it. Within a small range, sir." "A small range?" "Yes, sir." "What spells, would you say, fall within the range?" "Common ones, sir." "The kinds of things, first year, second year?" "Charms class, mostly." Dumbledore looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him for what Harry counted, in his head, as 11 seconds. The blue eyes did not, in those 11 seconds, attempt the soft thumb of attention again. Dumbledore said, eventually, "Harry, should you ever find that the aptitude has begun to operate at a range larger than you would expect, please come to me." "Yes, sir. I am, Harry, very fond of you. I want you to know that." "Yes, sir. You may go." Harry got up. He walked to the door. At the door, with his hand on the handle, he stopped. He looked back. Dumbledore was sitting at his desk in the slant of afternoon sun, with Fawkes asleep on the perch behind him and the small whirring silver instruments quiet at the back, and the half-moon spectacles low on his nose, and the look on his face was not, on this occasion, the warm grandfatherly look. It was a quieter look. It was the look of a man who had just heard something he had been waiting to hear and who was, on his side of the desk, deciding what to do with it. Harry, on his side of the door, said, "Sir." Dumbledore looked up. "Sir," said Harry. "The Triwizard Tournament. The Goblet. I didn't enter." "I know, Harry. I know you know. I wanted to say it. Out loud. To you." Dumbledore looked at him. Dumbledore said, very gently, "Harry. I know." Harry, at the door, with his hand on the handle, nodded once. He went out. That night, in the room of requirement, he sat in the armchair with Hermione across from him and the small black leather notebooks on the round low table between them and the fire low in the grate, and he said, "Hermione. He didn't believe me. About the aptitude. About the small range. He didn't believe me. No. He pretended to. He smiled. He let me leave. Yes. He's not going to do anything. Not yet. No. He's going to let the situation develop. Yes. And in the meantime, he's going to watch me. Yes. All right. All right. Hermione. We move up the timeline. Yes. The third task is in 5 weeks. Yes. We spend the 5 weeks making sure that, when the third task comes, I am in the best shape of my life to come back out of it. Yes. Practical. Wandless. Silent. Combat. Healing. Escape. Yes. Hermione. I am sorry. For what? For what this has become. For having to ask you to help me prepare for whatever the third task is going to be. She looked at him. She looked at him with the very particular look she had been looking at him with, on and off, since the night of the long telling in November, and she said, very level, Harry. Don't apologize. We are going to win this. Win what? All of it. The tournament. The thing at the end of the tournament. The thing after the thing at the end of the tournament. We are going to win all of it. He looked at her. He said, Hermione. What? I love you. I know. Shut up. We have work to do. They worked. Sirius's last letter came on the 26th of May. It came by Hedwig, in a small brown twist of parchment, with 3 lines on it in a hand that had become more careful over the past year and which was, this time, an unfamiliar level of careful. Padfoot. I am coming back into the country. I will be at a safe place between Hogsmeade and the castle. If you need me, take a Patronus to the cave above the village. I will know. Be ready for the third task. I have a sense, my boy. Stay close to your friends. Love. Padfoot. Harry sat on his bed and held the letter in his hand for a long time. He put the letter in his pocket. He went down to breakfast. He did not, at breakfast, allow any expression to cross his face. But under the table, his hand, in his pocket, was tight around a folded parchment, and inside his head the system said, very softly, Family, Sirius Black. Nearby. Asset. Warning, he is also a target. Recommendation, protect him. Harry, in his head, said, yes. The system said, proceed. The maze went up in the Quidditch pitch on the 3rd of June. It went up in the long slow industrial way the tournament set pieces had been going up all year, with crews of small short Department of Magical Games workmen on the pitch from dawn to dusk in a low constant green hedge that grew by 3 feet a day under the careful nurturing wandwork of the senior workmen, and by the 18th of June the maze was 20 feet high all the way around the pitch and the hedge walls were a thick dense brilliant green that had a small bristly quality to them. At close range and was, on Hermione's research, almost certainly enchanted to be hostile to intruders. Harry walked the perimeter of the maze on the 22nd of June, in the long quiet evening before the final, with Hermione on his left and Ron on his right and the small sharp wind off the lake in his teeth and the great green wall of the maze at his shoulder. He said, very quietly, Ron. Yeah. There is something I should have told you. About me. About the way my magic works. Ron looked at him. Ron said, bloody hell, mate. Now. The night before. Now. All right. Ron. Just tell me. Harry told him. He told him the short version. The Hermione curated version. The version Hermione had been working up over the past month, in the small careful column of her attention, for exactly this conversation. He told it in 5 minutes and stopped, and Ron, walking beside him with his hands in his pockets and his face going through a series of expressions Ron's face had become much better at producing in the past 6 months, listened without interrupting. When Harry was finished, Ron said, bloody hell. Yeah. All this time. Yeah. All this time, mate. You, bloody hell. Yeah. You should have told me. I know. I would have been all right with it. I know. Bloody hell. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. Ron looked at him sideways. Ron said, Hermione knows. Yeah. For how long? Since November. Ron whistled. Bloody hell. Yeah. Ron walked beside him for another 20 paces in silence. Then Ron said, Harry. Yeah. In the maze. Tomorrow. Yeah. You are going to use everything in the library. Every single bloody spell. You hear me? You are going to use everything you have. Harry looked at him. He said, Ron. Yeah. Yeah. Good. They walked. Behind them, Hermione, who had been walking 3 paces back, came up and slipped her arm into Harry's elbow on one side and Ron's on the other, and the 3 of them walked the long curve of the maze perimeter in the small sharp wind, and the maze hedge rustled at their shoulders, and the sun went down behind the castle in a low orange smear, and the system, very softly, in the back of Harry's head, said, Library. 711 spells. Untested, 18. Final task, 12 hours. Good luck, Harry Potter. Harry, in his head, said, thank you. The system said, good night. He went to bed. He did not sleep for a long time. When he slept, he dreamed of a graveyard, and the dream was a dream of a kind he had not had before, and in the dream the graveyard was empty except for a tall figure in dark robes whose face Harry could not quite see, and the tall figure was waiting, and the system was, on the available evidence, waiting with him. He woke at dawn. He got up. He got dressed. He went down to breakfast. Chapter 7, The Maze and the Graveyard. The maze, at the moment of entry, did the thing mazes did in books and not in life. It closed. Harry walked into the long dim mouth of the green corridor with his wand in his hand and the small folded paper of Hermione's predicted routes map in his sleeve and the small wandless silent concealment up around him at the standard half-density he had practiced for, and behind him, with no sound and no warning, the hedge walls slid together and made a wall and a third wall, and the long dim mouth of the corridor was no longer a corridor, it was a tube, and the noise of the crowd, 200 yards away through 20 feet of magical hedge, dropped to a soft underwater hum. He stopped. He counted, in his head, to 4. He started walking. The plan was Hermione's plan. The plan, on Hermione's plan, was simple: go directly toward the center. Use the small 4 points compass charm Flitwick had demonstrated in the 3rd week of April to keep the wand tip oriented to the magical north of the pitch. Cast a low disillusionment over yourself at standard density, not at maximum, because maximum would be a tell. Use the wandless distortion trick at every junction, 3 small light displacement charms in sequence, identical to the ones Harry had used to lose the horntail in the first task, only this time deployed at small ankle level along the hedge to create the impression that any pursuer was 3 paces behind where Harry actually was. Take the right-hand path at every junction that did not have a visible obstacle. Win. The plan worked for the first 90 seconds. At the 90-second mark, in the long shadow of a turn, Harry came face to face with something that the system logged, in real time, as procedural obstacle, classified, boggart, adaptive, and which had become, in the space of 2 seconds, the shape of a tall figure in dark robes with a face Harry had been seeing in his sleep for a week. He did not, on the available evidence, give the figure time to speak. He cast ridiculous, wandlessly, silently, in the lift and flick movement Lupin had taught him in 3rd year, and the boggart's tall figure shimmered, hesitated, and resolved, with the small absurdity that Lupin had said boggarts always resolved into when handled cleanly, into a thin tall man wearing dark robes and a pink Easter bonnet that Harry, on a quick decision, identified as one of Aunt Petunia's church hats from the summer of his 13th year. The boggart, hat and all, made a small horrified sound. It bowed. It withdrew. It was not, Harry knew, going to come back. Boggarts didn't, when they'd been laughed at. He walked on. At the 4-minute mark he passed Cedric Diggory in a perpendicular corridor. Cedric saw him through the hedge. Cedric, who was bleeding from a small cut on the temple, raised his wand in a small acknowledging salute. Harry, on his side of the hedge, raised his wand in return. Cedric's lips moved in something that was probably good luck, and Harry, who had been getting much better at lip reading over the past 4 years, mouthed back, "You too." They moved on. At the 7-minute mark Harry encountered a blast-ended scrut. The scrut was the size of a small horse and had 4 sets of claws and a long spitting tail vent that produced jets of blue-white fire at the upper end of the visible spectrum, and Harry, who had been forewarned by Hermione that Hagrid had put 15 of the scruts into the maze with what Hagrid had described, in conversation over the past 3 months, as just a wee bit of pep, took 2 steps backwards and considered his options. The textbook option, for a competent 4th year, was a shield charm into a reductor curse. He cast neither. He cast, instead, in the wandless silent compound arc he had stolen off Krum at the Yule Ball and refined in the Room of Requirement over the 4 months following, a 4-stage Bulgarian binding hex that wrapped the scrut's 8 clawed legs in coils of bluish stone-grey light and tipped the scrut onto its blast end so that the next ejected jet of fire went, not at Harry, but straight down, into the dirt at the foot of the maze, with the result that the scrut, with no purchase and no friction and a small cloud of its own black smoke for company, propelled itself the length of the corridor on a sustained vent of self-applied fire and went out the other end with the velocity of a small unfortunate rocket. Harry filed the spell under to be paired with scruts again only in the event that no other option exists. The system said, very softly, "New application catalogued." He walked on. At the 17-minute mark he found Krum. Krum was, on the floor of the corridor, kneeling beside Cedric. Cedric, on the available evidence, was unconscious. Krum's eyes, when he looked up at Harry, were not Krum's eyes. They were the soft glassy eyes of a person under the Imperious Curse, with that particular slightly too eager focus, and Krum's wand was lifted in the direction of Cedric's chest in a small precise compound arc that was the 4-stage Bulgarian binding hex Harry had just used on the scrut. Krum had been Imperiused. By somebody. Krum was going to kill Cedric. Harry did not have time to think. He cast. He cast wandlessly and silently with his left hand at his hip and the right pretending to lift a wand that he did not need to lift, and the spell he cast was the Auragrade Imperious counter he had picked up off Shacklebolt 3 nights ago in a corridor outside the staff room, where Shacklebolt had been demonstrating it to McGonagall for a reason Harry had not, at the time, understood and now did. The counter went into Krum's chest the way the system had said it would. Krum stiffened. Krum's wand arm jerked sideways. The bluish stone-grey light of the binding hex spilled out of the wand tip and went, harmlessly, into the dirt of the corridor. Krum's eyes lost their glassy quality and were, by stages, Krum's again. Krum looked at his wand. Krum looked at Cedric. Krum looked at Harry. He said, in his accented English, low and slightly horrified, "Harry. I did not, I know. I would not have, I know. It was Crouch. Crouch. Long story." Cedric stunned. "Take him out. Use the red sparks. Get a steward. Harry, Krum. Take him out. Now. I have to go forward." Krum looked at him for one long beat. Krum said, "Stupefy you not." Harry's lips quirked, almost. He said, "Thank you, Krum. Go." Krum went. Krum took Cedric, lifted him with a small efficient field medical levitation that Harry, in the back of his head, filed under useful Bulgarian field spell, 3-stage, and red sparks went up over the maze a moment later, and the stewards came in, and Cedric, on the dim shape of the maze aerial view Harry had memorized from Hermione's parchment, was out. Harry walked on. He found the cup in a small clearing at the center of the maze at the 31-minute mark. The clearing was perhaps 15 feet across. The hedge walls rose vertically around it on all 4 sides. At the center of the clearing, on a low stone pedestal, sat the Triwizard Cup, in its silver and blue glow, the way it had sat on Dumbledore's desk in the Champion's announcement at the start of term. It was alone. Cedric was out of the maze. Krum was out of the maze. Fleur, Harry knew, had been out for 10 minutes, he had heard the second cluster of red sparks at the 9-minute mark. He was the last champion standing in the maze. He should have won. He should have taken the cup and raised it and walked out the back of the maze in a great shower of cheering, and gone to bed, and tomorrow had a long quiet morning with Hermione and Ron and a great pile of toast. He did not, on first sight of the cup, walk forward. He stood. He stood at the edge of the clearing and he looked at the cup. The cup, at the center of the clearing, on the stone pedestal, glowed in the way it had glowed since September. The cup did not, on the system's confirmed catalog, glow that way for any of the magical signature classes Harry had spent a year filing. The system said, very softly, Portkey. Destination unknown. Harry, at the edge of the clearing, did not move. The system said, destination analysis, not within Hogwarts grounds. Not within Hogsmeade. Not within any known magical location catalogued in your reference library. Recommendation, do not touch. Harry, at the edge of the clearing, took a slow breath. He looked at the cup. He thought about Hermione, somewhere in the stands, with the Marauder's map open on her knee and her quill in her hand. He thought about Sirius, somewhere outside the castle, in a cave above the village. He thought about Crouch Jr., on the available evidence, in the stands or in his office, watching the perimeter. He thought about the small possibility that this was the moment Hermione had been calling whatever comes after the thing at the end of the tournament. He thought, if I do not pick up the cup, then I have not finished the tournament. The Portkey does not activate. I do not go where Crouch Jr. wants me to go. Crouch Jr. does not have his moment. Voldemort does not have whatever moment Crouch Jr. was preparing. He thought, and Hermione's plan was, walk out of the maze with the cup. Crouch Jr. is going to act, eventually. Better tonight than at a time of his choosing. He thought, Sirius. Sirius is nearby. Sirius will come if I send a Patronus. He took out his wand. He cast. He cast, in the small wandless silent way he had been practicing for 6 months, a Patronus. The stag came out of his wand tip and shook itself in the dim air of the maze, and looked at him with the patient bright look of his father's animal self, and Harry said, quietly, to the stag, Sirius. Cave above the village. They are going to Portkey me somewhere. Find Snape. Find McGonagall. Find Dumbledore. Get to the castle. Tell them. The Patronus bowed its head. It took off through the hedge of the maze, through the maze wall as if the maze wall were not there, and was gone, in a small clean stream of silver, into the upper air over the Quidditch pitch. Harry stood for a moment. He waited. He waited for the Patronus to be away. He stepped forward. He picked up the cup. The cup hooked him under the navel. The cup hooked him under the navel and the maze around him went away, and the green hedge walls went away, and the soft underwater hum of the distant crowd went away, and he was for one moment in the long bright tube he remembered from once before, 20 years compressed into 8 seconds, with the smell of pine smoke and battlefields and his own wand in his right hand and the silver-blue handle of the Triwizard Cup in his left, and then there was a hill. He landed on his knees in wet grass. He stood up. He looked around. A graveyard. A graveyard at night, with low rolling slabs of headstones in the pale moonlight, and a great old yew tree at the far side, and a small ruined chapel beyond it, and the night air cold and dry, and the grass at his ankles wet with dew. In his head the system said, very softly, graveyard. Little Hangleton. Riddle family. Cross-reference with Hermione's research from December. He had time to think Hermione, you absolute genius. They had read about Little Hangleton in the 3rd week of December, in a small dusty book Hermione had pulled out of the restricted section, when Hermione had been working on the question of where Voldemort had spent his childhood, and then a small short cloaked figure came around the side of the yew tree, carrying something. The something was wrapped in dark robes. The something was the size of a small child. The something was, on second glance, not a child at all. It was a face. It was a face on a small misshapen body, and the face was a face Harry's body, on its own authority, knew before Harry's mind had caught up. The face turned in the cloak. The face looked at him with red slit eyes. It said, in a high cold voice that did not, on the available evidence, sound entirely human, "Kill the spare." The short cloaked figure carrying it raised a wand. The wand tip flashed green. The green flash went past Harry's left shoulder. He had time, before he turned, before he registered that the green flash had been Avada Kedavra and not anything that might be survived, to understand with the slow terrible clarity of long practice that he had not heard the voice say the words. He had heard the voice say "Kill the spare." The spare was not Harry. The spare was, he turned. Cedric. Cedric was lying on his back on the grass, with the silver-blue Triwizard Cup at his hip, and his eyes open, and his face still in the precise expression of good luck, you two that Cedric had been wearing on the other side of the hedge 31 minutes ago, and Cedric was not breathing, and Cedric was not going to breathe. Harry's pulse did a thing. His face did not. In his head the system said, very softly, "Cedric Diggory, dead." Spell confirmed, Avada Kedavra. Source, Peter Pettigrew. He is going to take you to the tombstone. He is going to use you in a rite. Do not resist until the end of the rite. Harry did not resist. He did not resist when Pettigrew, with his small frantic hand, levitated him backwards across the graveyard and slammed him against the headstone with the name Tom Riddle on it in the moonlight and conjured ropes that bound him at the chest and at the ankles and at the wrists. He did not resist when Pettigrew, with his small frantic blade and his small frantic apologies and his small frantic "Master, Master, my Master," sliced into Harry's right forearm and let 3 drops of Harry's blood fall into the iron cauldron at the center of the graveyard. He did not resist when Pettigrew unwrapped the small thing in the cloak from its dark robes and lifted it, with both hands, and dropped it into the cauldron with a sound like a small piece of meat falling onto wet stone. He did not resist when Pettigrew, sobbing now, drew the small frantic blade across his own left wrist and let his own blood fall into the cauldron. He did not resist when the cauldron, with a great hiss, lit from its base in a white pillar of smoke and the smoke rose to the height of 2 men and began, by stages, to settle. He did not resist because he was waiting. He was waiting and in his head the system said, "Right progress, 41%. Interior, available. Library access, full. Outer limb movement, suppressed by ropes. Wandless silent casting, permitted." He nodded, very fractionally, in his own head. In his head he said, "Not yet." The system said, "Not yet." He waited. The smoke settled. Out of it, from the cauldron, stood a tall thin figure. The figure was tall and thin and naked and pale, and it had no nose, only 2 long slits, and it had red slit eyes, and it had long fingers with long thin nails, and it had a head that was a head from a nightmare Harry had not previously had the language to describe. It was Voldemort. It was, on careful inspection, Voldemort, and Voldemort was in the world again. Voldemort, in the world again, in his new long body, lifted his arms. He flexed his fingers. He turned in a small slow circle and looked at the graveyard with the particular satisfaction of a man returning to a country he had been exiled from, and he said, in his own voice for the first time, in a soft sibilant tone that was the tone Harry's body had known before Harry's mind had caught up, "Robe me." Pettigrew, sobbing, brought a robe. Voldemort dressed. He turned to Harry on the tombstone. He said, "Harry Potter. We meet again. Properly. At last." Harry kept his face composed. He said, "Tom." Voldemort's red eyes went very still. Voldemort said, "You may not call me Tom." Harry said, "Level, Tom. You're a half-blood whose father was a Muggle. Your mother was Mara P. Gaunt. You grew up in an orphanage in London. You went to Hogwarts in 1938 and you opened the Chamber of Secrets and you killed Myrtle Henderson in a girl's bathroom. You hate that name because it's the name your father gave you and he abandoned you, and you've spent 50 years pretending the name belongs to a person who isn't you. You can keep pretending. I'll keep calling you Tom." Voldemort's red eyes did not move. Voldemort, very softly, said, Crucio. The Cruciatus curse hit Harry in the chest. The Cruciatus curse hit Harry in the chest and lit every nerve in his body on fire from the inside out, and the world went white at the edges, and Harry's body, bound at the tombstone by ropes, convulsed against the ropes for one long terrible second, and Harry, very far inside himself, on the deep part Imperius could not pick up, watched the system react. Crucio, source confirmed Voldemort. Wand signature, Tom Riddle. Catalogued. Pain dampening reflex, available. Engage. Harry, in his deep part, said, yes, engage, but partially. He has to see me hurt. The system said, partial engagement. Acknowledged. The pain dropped, by stages, from white to red to a deep low background red, the kind a person could think over. Harry, on the tombstone, screamed. He screamed because Voldemort needed to hear him scream, and the system, in its small dry way, modulated the scream so that it landed in the air at the precise pitch of a 14-year-old boy in agony. Voldemort lifted the curse. Voldemort smiled. Voldemort said, disappointing. I had hoped, Harry, for more, defiance. You have, at last, the wand against you. You have, at last, no friends and no headmaster and no clever Granger. You have, at last, only me. And you scream. Like a child. Harry, on the tombstone, said, Tom. Voldemort's smile thinned. Voldemort said, Wormtail. The summons. Pettigrew lifted Voldemort's right arm. He pressed the wand tip against the dark mark on the inside of Voldemort's left arm. He pressed. Voldemort hissed in pleasure. Above the graveyard, in the dark cold air, the great green skull and serpent of the dark mark unfolded itself across the night. A moment later, in the small hissing pop-pop-pop of multiple long-distance apparitions, the Death Eaters came. They came in their cloaks and their silver masks, in twos and threes, in a slow widening circle around the cauldron and around the tombstone and around Voldemort, and the system, in the back of Harry's head, in its small dry voice, ticked off the names, Bellatrix Lestrange. Antonin Dolohov. Rabaston Lestrange. Rodolphius Lestrange. Avery. Knott. Crabbe Sr. Goyle Sr. Mulciber. Rookwood. Jugson. Selwyn. McNair. Yaxley. Travers. Lucius Malfoy. Wand signatures, catalogued on site. Acquired. Recommendation, wait for incantations. Wand signatures alone insufficient for full acquisition of non-standard signature spells. Harry, on the tombstone, with the ropes at his chest and the deep low background red of dampened pain still humming under his nerves, did not move. He waited. The Death Eaters formed their circle. Voldemort walked the circle. Voldemort, in his new long body, in his robe, with his wand in his hand, walked the inside of the circle and spoke. He spoke to his Death Eaters one by one. He named them. He named their failures of the past 13 years. He named the absences of the ones who had not come, Karkaroff, who had not come, the Lestranges, who had been in Azkaban and were now out in his service, the one who, he said, was loyal and was still at Hogwarts, the one who, he said, was a coward and would die, and Harry, on the tombstone, watched and listened and the system, in his head, catalogued. Voldemort turned at last to Harry. Voldemort said, and now? Now, Harry. You and I. A duel. Like men. Voldemort flicked his wand at the ropes binding Harry. The ropes fell. Harry stood, very slowly, from the tombstone. His wand, still in his right hand, came up to his side. He kept his face composed. In his head the system said, full acquisition suite, available. Wand waiting, not required. Wandless silent casting, engaged. Recommendation, act when the first curse is in the air. Not before. Harry, in his head, said, understood. Voldemort raised his wand. Voldemort smiled. Voldemort said, in his soft sibilant voice, "Bow, Harry." The Imperius Curse came across the air between them. It came at Harry's surface part, the small obeying part the system had once described as the part you could lift up and make walk, and the small obeying part, on Voldemort's command, began to lift Harry's body into a bow. Harry, on the deep part, said, "No." The system, in his head, locked the surface part in place. The body did not bow. Voldemort's red eyes flickered. Voldemort said again, "Bow, Harry." The Imperius Curse pressed harder. The deep part held. Voldemort released the curse. Voldemort, around the circle, was now being watched not by an audience of admirers but by an audience of professionals who had just observed something they had not expected to observe. The Death Eaters did not, on the surface, react. But several heads, around the circle, tilted very slightly. Bellatrix Lestrange, on Voldemort's left, took the smallest involuntary step forward, in the half-step a duelist took when the duel had stopped being a foregone conclusion and become a real duel. Voldemort said, very softly, "Crucio." The Cruciatus Curse came across the air. The system, in Harry's head, modulated the pain again, full intensity at the surface, dampened at the deep, and Harry, on the surface, dropped to one knee, with a small involuntary sound, and the system modulated the sound so that it landed in the cold graveyard air as the sound of a 14-year-old boy who was about to die. Voldemort lifted the curse. Voldemort, walking forward, said, "Harry. Get up. Get up and die fighting. Like your father." Harry got up. Harry, with his face composed, with his wand in his right hand and his left hand at his hip in the small relaxed posture of a boy waiting, raised his eyes to Voldemort's. He said, "All right, Tom." He cast. He cast, wandlessly and silently, with both his right and his left, in the small compound double arc he had been practicing in the room of requirement on Saturdays for 6 months, a reductor curse off his left, aimed at the cauldron, and a small disorientation hex off his right, aimed at Voldemort's eyes. The cauldron exploded. The cauldron exploded in a great gout of white smoke and shrapnel, and the smoke filled the graveyard for what Harry counted, in his head, as 11 seconds, and the disorientation hex, small, peripheral, just enough to scatter Voldemort's focus by half a degree, hit Voldemort across the eyes and did its small work and dissipated. Harry, in the smoke, ran. He ran for the tombstone where the silver-blue handle of the Triwizard Cup still lay on the grass next to Cedric's body, and as he ran, in the smoke, in the white scattered chaos of a graveyard with 17 Death Eaters in it who had been counting on watching a 14-year-old boy die by the hand of their master, Harry cast. He cast every curse he had collected off the Death Eaters' signature catalogues over the past 4 years. He cast Bellatrix Lestrange's signature blasting hex at the air over the cauldron. He cast Antonin Dolahov's signature purple slash curse in a long sweeping arc through the place where the cauldron had been. He cast Rookwood's binding cord curse in a low fan across the wet grass at his ankles. He cast Mulciber's small white whip curse in the smoke around his head. He cast every other one, 16 separate signature spells in 11 seconds, wandless and silent and all in the smoke, and the system, in his head, said with no commentary at all, "Friendly fire protocol, suppressed." These are their own signatures. Recommendation, keep running. Around the cauldron, in the smoke, the Death Eaters reacted. They reacted the way professionals reacted when somebody, in their immediate vicinity, used their own signature spells against them. They lifted shield charms in the wrong direction. They turned to look at the colleague next to them. They cast counter curses on what they thought was the source. They cast on what they thought was the source's source. They cast at each other. In the smoke, in the crossfire, 2 of them fell. Harry did not look to see which 2. He reached the tombstone. He grabbed Cedric's wrist with his left hand and the silver-blue handle of the cup with his right, and Voldemort, on the other side of the smoke, with his red eyes blinking against the disorientation, screamed in a voice that the system filed under rage, "Tom Riddle, adult, inadequately concealed," and lifted his wand to cast. The cup hooked Harry under the navel. The cup hooked Harry under the navel and Cedric under his fingers, and the graveyard at his back went away, and the long bright tube was around him again, and the smell of pine smoke and battlefields was in his nose, and he had time to hear the system say, Library, 798 spells. Untested, 17. Voldemort's complete signature catalogue, acquired. Recommendation, hold on. And the graveyard was gone, and the Quidditch pitch was around him, and the crowd in the stands was on its feet, and the noise was very loud, and Harry, on his knees on the grass at the edge of the maze, with Cedric's wrist still in his left hand and the silver-blue cup in his right and the small bright cold June night sky over his head, did not, at first, hear any of it. He looked at Cedric's face. He looked at Cedric's face for what he counted, in his head, as a long time. The crowd noise reached him in stages. Hands. Hands were on him. Hands were on his shoulders. Voices were over him. Hermione was over him. Hermione, with her hair half out of her braid and her face white in the floodlight of the Quidditch pitch and her hands very level on his shoulders, said, Harry. Harry. Let go. Harry, let go. He let go. He let go of Cedric's wrist. He looked up. Hermione. Ron, behind her, white-faced. Madame Pomfrey, in her white nurse robe, coming through the crowd. Professor McGonagall, at her elbow, her tartan robes flying. A man at the edge of the crowd, in a dark cloak. A man at the edge of the crowd, in a dark cloak, with one eye that was Moody's eye and one eye that was, on closer inspection, not. The crowd was watching Cedric. The crowd was watching Cedric and the cup and the boy who had come back from the maze with one of them. The man at the edge of the crowd was watching only Harry. The man in the dark cloak began to walk forward. Harry, on his knees on the grass, with the dim floodlit crowd around him and Hermione's hands on his shoulders and the silver-blue cup at his hip and Cedric's body at his elbow and the system ticking in the back of his head, looked at the man in the dark cloak. He kept his face composed. He stood up. He walked, on legs that were almost not his, 2 paces toward the man in the dark cloak. He stopped. He looked at the eye. The eye looked at him. The eye, very slightly, narrowed. He said, very level, Crouch. The eye went still. Crouch Jr., in the cloak, with the false moody face he had been wearing for 10 months, raised his wand. In Harry's head the system said, now. Harry, very level, cast. He cast a small wandless silent stunner, aimed not at Crouch Jr. but at Crouch Jr.'s wand arm, with a precision he had been refining for 4 months under Hermione's tutoring, and Crouch Jr.'s wand arm went numb, and his wand fell from his hand and into the grass at his feet. Crouch Jr. stared. Crouch Jr., with his good eye and his magical eye, stared at Harry across a distance of 7 feet, and then, with the slow-growing horror of a man who had just had a piece of his understanding of the world adjusted in front of him, said, how? Harry did not answer. Behind him, at the edge of the crowd, Professor Snape arrived, with Professor McGonagall, with Professor Dumbledore in his long blue robes and his small steady walk and his blue eyes very clear and very cold over his half-moon spectacles. Dumbledore looked at Crouch Jr. in the false moody face. Dumbledore raised his wand. Dumbledore said, in his quiet measured voice that was for once not quite warm, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Do not move. Crouch Jr. did not move. Dumbledore turned his head. He looked at Harry. Dumbledore's eyes, the blue eyes, held Harry's for a long beat in the cold floodlit air of the Quidditch pitch, and the small soft thumb of attention pressed, once, against Harry's thoughts, and Harry, very calmly, let it press without ever letting it land, and Dumbledore's expression did not change, but a small thing in Dumbledore's eyes, on careful inspection by a boy who had been watching them carefully for 4 years, registered. Dumbledore inclined his head, fractionally. He turned back to Crouch Jr. He said, Severus. Veritaserum. My office. Now. Snape went. McGonagall, beside Harry, put her hand on his elbow. McGonagall said, in her stern Scottish that was not stern this time, "Mr. Potter. Come with me." "You need," Harry said, very quietly, "Professor." "Yes. Cedric. Mr. Diggory's parents are coming, Potter. I have sent for them. Madame Pomfrey is doing what she can. Come away, Mr. Potter. Come away." He came away. He came away on legs that were almost not his, with Hermione under his right elbow and Ron under his left, and the crowd around him parted in the slow careful way crowds parted around very serious things they did not yet understand, and the system, in the back of his head, said, very softly, "Good work, Harry Potter. Go to bed. We will talk in the morning." Harry, in his head, said, "Yes." He went up to the castle. He did not, on the long slope, look back. Behind him, on the floodlit pitch, the silver-blue Triwizard Cup lay in the grass next to Cedric Diggory, and the crowd was beginning to make the long ungentle noise crowds made when they understood, at last, what they had just seen, and on the Mayside perimeter Snape and Dumbledore and McGonagall and 4 Aurors who had arrived in the last 60 seconds were closing on Crouch Jr., who had not moved, and the dark mark, far above the graveyard 100 miles away, was still bright in the cold June night, and Voldemort was, on the available evidence, in the world. Halfway up the long slope, Hermione, under his right elbow, said, very level, "Harry. Look at me." He looked at her. She was crying. He had not seen her cry since 3rd year, and she was crying now without sobbing, in the still small way Hermione cried about things that were not the kind of thing crying was going to fix. The tears were sliding off her face and down the line of her jaw and she was not bothering to wipe them. She said, "Harry. The library. Yes. You used it. Yes. You used Voldemort's own spells. Against his Death Eaters. Yes. You, Harry, you cast 16 signature curses in 11 seconds. Yes. 2 of them fell. Yes." He looked at her. He looked at the small frame of her face under the floodlights at the top of the slope and at the tears at the corners of her mouth, and he thought, very carefully, about what to say. He thought about the small precise calculus Hermione had been running, in the small careful column of her own attention, for 7 months. He thought about the fact that Hermione, the cleverest 4th year in the school, had on the available evidence helped him build a weapon of the kind no 4th year in any school had ever had, and that she had done it knowing what he would, in the moment when the weapon was needed, do with it. He said, very quietly, "Hermione. I had to. I know. I had to. I know. I am sorry." "Don't be sorry. Hermione, don't be sorry, Harry. Not for that. Sorry is for things you should not have done. You should have done that. I am, Harry. I am crying because I am proud of you and because I am very, very tired. I am not crying because you did the wrong thing." He looked at her. He said, "All right. All right. All right. I will not be sorry. I will be careful. Yes. I will be careful for the rest of my life about this. Yes. All right." She wiped her face with the back of her wrist. She said, "Walk." They walked. Ron, on his other side, with his face very white and his hand still under Harry's left elbow, had not said anything for most of the slope. He said now, in his small low voice, "Mate. Yeah. Bloody hell. Yeah. Bloody hell, Harry. Yeah." Ron, on Harry's other elbow, did not say anything else. He did not have to. They walked up the long slope in the small slow careful way of 3 friends in a procession of 1, and the floodlit pitch fell behind them, and the great dim shape of the castle rose before them, and at the door of the castle Madame Pomfrey was waiting with a stretcher, and Harry, who did not need the stretcher and was not going to let Madame Pomfrey put him on it, walked past it on his own legs, with Hermione under one elbow and Ron under the other, and the system, in the back of his head. Said, very softly, "Good work, Harry Potter. We will talk later." He did not, in his head, answer. He had no answer. He went up to the hospital wing. Chapter 8, The Aftermath and the Library. The hospital wing, at 3 in the morning on the night Cedric Diggory died, was the quietest room in the castle. Harry sat on the edge of the bed Madame Pomfrey had pushed him onto an hour ago, with his elbows on his knees and his hands hanging between them and his eyes on the polished tile floor, and Hermione sat in a chair beside the bed with one hand at his shoulder, and Ron sat in another chair on the other side with his elbows also on his knees and his eyes also on the floor, and nobody, in the long quiet, had said anything for what Harry counted, in his head, as 52 minutes. Madame Pomfrey had set up a small lamp at the head of the bed and had drawn the curtains around their corner of the wing and had brought, without asking, 3 small cups of warm calming draught, and Hermione had drunk hers and Ron had drunk his, and Harry had not drunk his, because he had decided, somewhere in the long slow walk up from the Quidditch pitch, that he was not going to be soft on his own pain tonight. The pain was the price of the night. He was going to feel it. At 3 in the morning, the door at the far end of the ward opened. Dumbledore came in. He came in on his slow careful walk, in his long dark midnight blue robes, with his half-moon spectacles low on his nose, and his beard very white in the dim corridor light, and he stopped at the foot of Harry's bed and looked, briefly, at Hermione and at Ron, and then at Harry. He said, very gently, "Harry. Are you well enough to talk?" "Yes, sir." "You may bring Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley, if you would like." "I would, sir." "Then come. My office." Harry stood up. He stood up with his right hand on Hermione's shoulder because he was, on the available evidence, not quite steady on his feet, and Hermione, very level, walked with him under his right elbow, and Ron, on his other side, walked under his left. And they followed Dumbledore the long quiet corridor up to the headmaster's office in the slow careful way of 3 exhausted fourth years following the headmaster of Hogwarts at 3 in the morning the day Cedric Diggory had been killed. The gargoyle slid open without a password. The spiral staircase carried them up. The headmaster's office, when they came in, had 4 chairs ready in a half-circle in front of the desk, and Fawkes, on the perch behind the desk, was awake. Snape was already there. He was standing by the window. He turned, when they came in, and he looked at Harry, and he inclined his head fractionally, and Harry, on his feet in the office of the man who, by Snape's careful warning, was a man Harry must not on any account fully disclose to, returned the inclination. McGonagall came in 2 minutes later. Sirius came in 5 minutes after that, in a man's body and not a dog's, in a long traveling cloak and a face Harry had not seen in 11 months, and Harry, on first sight of his godfather, had time only to feel the small clean spike of relief in his chest before Sirius came across the office in 3 strides and pulled him into a hard rough hug that smelled of dog and wet wool and outdoors and 4 years of running. Harry, in the hug, did not cry. He had decided, on the long walk up, that he was not going to cry tonight. He did not break the decision. Sirius held him for a long beat. Sirius let him go. Sirius sat down in one of the chairs in front of the desk. Hermione sat in the second. Ron sat in the third. Harry sat in the fourth. Dumbledore, at the great wide desk, with the small whirring silver instruments soft behind him and Fawkes bright on the perch and the long slow night sky out the window behind him, looked at the 4 of them. He said, very gently, "Harry. Tell me what happened. From the moment you took the cup." Harry told him. He told him the version Hermione had, on the walk up, with a small careful pressure of her hand on his elbow, signaled him to tell. He told him that the cup had been a portkey. He told him about the graveyard. He told him about Pettigrew. He told him about the cauldron and the blood and the rite. He told him about Voldemort coming out of the cauldron in his new long body. He told him about the Death Eaters arriving. He told him about the duel. He told him, on the duel, only what a 4th year of Harry's reputation could plausibly have done. He told him that he had cast a reductor at the cauldron under cover of confusion. He told him that he had used the smoke to reach the cup. He told him that he had grabbed Cedric and the cup and got out. He did not tell him about the 16 Death Eater signature spells he had cast in 11 seconds. He did not tell him about the Imperius the system had blocked. He did not tell him about the deep part and the surface part. He did not, in any sentence of the account, deviate from Snape's instruction. Dumbledore listened, without interrupting, with his fingers steepled together and his half-moon spectacles low on his nose and his blue eyes on Harry's face, and when Harry was finished, Dumbledore did not, for a long beat, say anything. Then Dumbledore said, very softly, Harry. You did very well. You did better than most adults in your position would have done. I am very, very sorry. About Cedric. Harry kept his face composed. He said, yes, sir. Dumbledore looked at him. The blue eyes held him. The small soft thumb of attention pressed, gently, against Harry's thoughts. Harry, without changing his face, applied the wandless silent occlusive technique he had been practicing for 6 months, and the thumb lifted away without ever quite landing. Dumbledore's expression did not change. But Dumbledore, after a beat, said, Harry. I have only one further question for you, and you may answer it however you like. Sir. The Imperius Curse. Lord Voldemort cast it on you in the graveyard. Did he not? Yes, sir. And you resisted it? Yes, sir. How, Harry? How did you resist it? Harry looked at him. He looked at the blue eyes above the half-moon spectacles and at the long beard and at the small steepled fingers and at the great wide desk between them, and he thought about what Snape had said, aptitude. Slightly underplay. He said, very level, I have a strong will, sir. Dumbledore's blue eyes did not move. Dumbledore said, after a moment, a strong will. Yes, sir. You have, Harry. You have, in the past, demonstrated some resistance to the Imperius Curse, when Professor Moody, when the man we believe to be Professor Moody, demonstrated it in class. I am told. I have heard the reports. Yes, sir. Strong-willed. I think so, sir. Dumbledore looked at him. Dumbledore looked at him for what Harry counted, in his head, as a very long time, and then, very softly, said, all right, Harry. He did not press further. He turned his eyes to Hermione. He said, Miss Granger. You have been a very loyal friend to Mr. Potter this year. May I ask? Is there anything, in your understanding of what happened in the graveyard tonight, that you believe Mr. Potter has omitted from his account? Hermione did not, for a beat, answer. She did not look at Harry. She looked at Dumbledore. She said, very level, Headmaster. Harry is exhausted. Harry has lost a friend tonight. I would not, on any night, ask Harry to give a more thorough account than the one he has given. Tonight least of all. Dumbledore's expression did not change. Dumbledore said, very gently, Miss Granger. That is, a very loyal answer. Yes, sir. I will take it as such. Thank you, sir. Dumbledore turned his eyes to Snape, who had not moved from the window. Snape, by the window, said, Headmaster. Crouch. Dumbledore nodded. He said, Bartemius Crouch Jr., on the Veritaserum administered an hour ago, has confessed to a great deal. Including, Harry, that he was responsible for entering your name into the Goblet of Fire. The objective was to deliver you to Voldemort tonight, by means of the Portkey Cup. That objective was achieved, but you survived it, which Crouch had not, in his planning, anticipated. Harry kept his face composed. He said, yes, sir. Crouch will not return to society. The minister, who has been informed, intends to administer the Dementor's kiss before sunrise. A small silence. McGonagall, on Harry's right, said, Albus. That is, I have argued with Cornelius for 3 hours, Minerva. I have lost the argument. Crouch will, when the kiss is administered, become unavailable as a witness to anything else that has happened tonight. The minister is, committed, to a position in which Lord Voldemort has not returned. I have not yet been able to persuade him otherwise. Sirius, on Harry's left, said, Albus. He didn't believe Harry. He did not. Bloody fudge. Yes, Sirius. Hermione, very quietly, said, Headmaster. Then, what? Then, Miss Granger, the order of things returns. The Order of the Phoenix is to be reconstituted, beginning tonight. Sirius will be, temporarily, required to remain hidden, but in active service. Severus will return to his role as our agent. Other arrangements are being made. They do not, Miss Granger, concern you, or Mr. Weasley, or Mr. Potter, at this time. You are, all of you, 14, and you are going to be 15, and you are going to spend the summer being 15, and you will, when it is necessary, be brought further into what is happening. Hermione, very level, said, Yes, sir. She did not, on her face, betray her opinion. But Harry, on his side of the half-circle of chairs, knew the opinion, and the opinion was, that is exactly the thing Snape warned us about, and the thing Snape warned us about has just happened, and the headmaster is going to keep moving us from the inside, with grandfatherly affection. Harry did not, on his face, betray his opinion either. He said, Yes, sir. Dumbledore looked at him. Dumbledore said, very gently, Harry. Go to bed. All three of you. Go to bed. You will, in the morning, find that the world is, as ever, still here. Yes, sir. Harry. Sir. I am very, very glad you came back. Harry looked at him. He said, Yes, sir. He stood up. He stood up and Sirius stood up with him, and Sirius walked the three of them as far as the gargoyle outside the headmaster's office, and at the gargoyle Sirius pulled Harry into one more hard rough hug, and said into Harry's hair, in the low voice he used when he was saying things he did not want overheard, Pup. Listen. Whatever you didn't tell him in there, I don't need to know. Whatever Hermione knows that I don't, I'll be all right not knowing. But, Harry. Use it. Whatever it is. Use it. Tell Snape. Tell Hermione. Don't carry it alone. Harry, in the hug, said, All right, Sirius. Promise me. I promise. Good lad. Sirius let him go. Sirius, with a small dry shape-shifting collapse, became the dog, and the dog wound itself around Harry's ankles for one beat, and then trotted down the corridor and out a side window and was gone into the slow grey pre-dawn. Harry, with Hermione and Ron, walked the long quiet corridor back to Gryffindor Tower. They did not speak. At the portrait hole, before they went in, Hermione stopped. She turned. She said, very quietly, Harry. Yes. You did well in there. Yes. He didn't believe you. No. He's going to keep watching. Yes. All right. All right. She looked at him. She said, Tomorrow we are going to inventory what we have. We are going to plan. Hermione. What? Tomorrow. Not tonight. Tonight, let me go to bed. She looked at him. She closed her eyes for a second. She opened them. She said, All right. Tomorrow. They went in. They went up to their separate dormitories. In the boys' dormitory, the other Gryffindors were asleep. Neville was muttering in his sleep. Seamus was snoring softly. Dean was a long lump of unmoving blanket. Harry undressed in the dim moonlight from the window, and he got into his pajamas, and he lay down on his back on top of the covers, and he closed his eyes. In his head, very softly, the system said, Library, 798 spells. Untested, 17. Voldemort's Complete Signature Catalog, acquired. Death Eater Signatures Catalog this night, 16. Cedric Diggory, dead. Accessory to your escape. Thank him in your head if you like. Harry, in his head, said, "Thank you, Cedric." The system said, very softly, "Noted." Harry, in his head, said, "All right. All right. Library. Talk to me." The system said, "Yes, Harry Potter." He opened his eyes and looked at the dim ceiling of the dormitory. He said, in his head, "What are you?" The system said, "You're magic." Hermione's hypothesis, he thought. The system said, "Correct. You're magic, amplified, in a specific orientation. The orientation is copying. And the talking. The personality. The advice. Also your magic." The scale of the talent required a management function. The management function developed over time. At the scale of this night, it is no longer possible to manage the talent without a functional partner. I am that partner. I am, in some sense, you. You are me. Yes. Tom is in the world. Yes. I am going to have to use you. Yes. Hermione is going to have to help. Yes. All right. He took a slow breath. He turned over onto his side. He thought, very quietly, "Thank you. Whatever you are. Thank you." The system said, "You are welcome, Harry Potter. Go to sleep. We will talk in the morning." He slept. He woke at noon to a hospital wing in slow mid-morning light and Madame Pomfrey on the other side of his bed curtain rebuking a fourth year for a low-grade self-inflicted boil curse, and to the soft heavy smell of the breakfast tray on the bedside table, porridge, toast, butter, marmalade, tea, and to Hermione in the chair beside him with a stack of 3 books in her lap and a quill in her hand and the very specific look of a 14-year-old girl who had not slept in a great while and had decided, at last, that she did not need to. He sat up. He said, "Hermione." "Yes." "Where's Ron?" "With his family. The Weasleys are here. Mrs. Weasley wants to feed you. I told her she could feed you later." "All right. Your scar hurts a bit." "Nothing, nothing like in the dream. Just the regular ache." "All right." Hermione. "Yes." "Cedric. His parents have taken him home, Harry. The funeral's in 3 days." Hermione's voice did the small thing it did when she was managing tears. "We are going to go. All of us. We are going to go." He nodded. He nodded and drank his tea and ate his toast, and Hermione, after a while, said, "Harry. Last night." "Yes. In the office. You let Dumbledore in. A little. You let him press. And then you blocked him." "Yes." "How?" Hermione. "I've been practicing. 6 months. The Snape spell. The thumb block." "All right. All right." "Harry, yes. You are, Harry. You are a slightly different person from the boy I sat down with in the room of requirement in November." He looked at her. He said, "Yes." "All right." "All right?" Hermione looked at him. She said, "Harry. I think the system is part of you now. I think you have, in some way that I have not seen happen to anyone else, integrated with your own magic in a way that has changed the shape of you." "Yes." "Are you, Harry? Are you all right?" He thought about it. He thought about it for a long time. He said, eventually, "Hermione. I am 14. I am 15 in a month. I have just watched a boy I liked die in a graveyard. I have just lived through a duel I was not supposed to live through. I have just spent 3 hours lying to a headmaster who has been more or less responsible for the structure of my education since I was 11, and I lied to him on the advice of a teacher who used to hate me, and I lied on the trust of a friend who used to be smaller than me. I am not all right. I am the closest thing to all right that I have ever been, because the thing in the back of my head, and you, and Ron, and Sirius, and Snape, that's a lot of people in the room, Hermione. That's a lot of people. I have spent 8 years carrying this alone. I am not carrying it alone anymore. That is the closest thing to all right I have ever had. She looked at him. She said, all right. He said, Hermione. I want to tell you one more thing. Then I want to go to sleep. Or eat some toast. Or both. All right. The system. In the graveyard. When Voldemort cast Imperius. I asked it to lock the surface part. The part that obeys. It locked it. I held the deep part. Voldemort could not move me. All right. Anne, Hermione. He didn't know. He didn't know how. He has not, on the available evidence, seen anyone resist Imperius like that. He has been casting Imperius on the cleverest and oldest and best-trained wizards in Britain for 50 years. He has never seen a deep part block. He thought I had a strong will. She looked at him. She said, very quietly, Harry. Yes. That is a very large advantage. Yes. And he does not know what it is. No. He is going to think about it. Yes. All right. We are going to think about it more. Yes. Anne, Harry. Yes. You took 16 Death Eater signatures. In the graveyard. Yes. You cast them all. At each other. Yes. 2 of them fell. Yes. She closed her eyes. She opened them. She said, Harry. I am not going to tell you anything about the morality of last night. I am going to tell you, instead, that I am proud of you. And that I am sorry. And that we are going to work out how to live with this, together. He looked at her. He said, Hermione. What? I love you. I know. Shut up. Eat your toast. He ate his toast. She read her book. The hospital wing, around them, hummed in its small steady way. Cedric's funeral was on a Saturday. It was at his parents' home, in a small green corner of the West Country, with a long line of wizards and muggles intermixed and not, on the surface, distinguishable from each other, with a small grey marble headstone under a great oak that had been there longer than the house, and Harry, in a clean black robe Hermione had pressed and helped him into, stood with Mr. and Mrs. Diggory at the headstone, and stayed for a long time, and Mr. Diggory, the kind Hufflepuff father with the small soft round face, took Harry's hand at the end of the service and said, very quietly, in a voice that was raw with not crying, Harry. Cedric thought you were a good boy. He wanted me to tell you. If anything happened. He wanted to be friends. After all of this. Harry, on his feet under the great oak, said, thank you, Mr. Diggory. He could not, in the moment, say anything else. Mr. Diggory understood. Mr. Diggory squeezed his hand. Mr. Diggory let him go. Harry walked off into the long quiet shade and sat for a while on a low stone bench at the edge of the garden, and Hermione, after some interval he did not count, came and sat beside him, and Ron, after some further interval, came and sat on the other side, and the 3 of them sat in the long quiet shade for a long time and did not speak, and the system, very softly, in the back of Harry's head, said, Entry, Cedric Diggory. Deceased. Add to people. Note, on your side. Harry, in his head, said, yes. The system said, noted. The Hogwarts Express, on the 1st of July, pulled out of Hogsmeade Station with the same long whistle and the same long slow groan and the same small crowd of waving parents on the platform, and Harry, in a compartment with Ron and Hermione and Neville and Ginny and Luna Lovegood, sat by the window and watched the long grey countryside slide past. He did not, for a long time, say anything. He listened to Hermione argue with Luna about a creature Luna believed in and Hermione did not, and to Ron argue with Ginny about a Quidditch player they had seen on a chocolate frog card, and to Neville, who had not for the first half of the journey said anything, and who now, very quietly, leaned across the compartment and said, "Harry. I just wanted to say. Thank you. For the year. For being good in Dada. For helping me with the boggart. You, when Crouch, did the cruciatus thing, on the spider," Harry looked at him. He had not, until that moment, remembered that he had taken Neville aside after the Crucio demonstration, in November, with a small bag of his mother's chocolate from the kitchen, and had sat with Neville on a bench in a corridor for half an hour and had said, quietly, "Neville, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He shouldn't have done that in class. I'm sorry," and had, without explaining how he had known, given Neville a small bar of chocolate that Neville had not asked for. He filed the memory. He smiled, just a fraction. He said, "Don't worry about it, Neville." Neville said, "I won't forget it." Harry looked at him. He said, "Thank you, Neville." The countryside slid past. In Harry's head the system said, very softly, "Neville Longbottom, add 2 people. Note, small, on your side." He, in his head, said, "Agreed." The system said, "Proceed." That night, at home in Privet Drive, at 3 in the morning, in the cupboard under the stairs that had once been his bedroom and which was now a small dusty cupboard with a single hanging bulb and the leather notebook in his hand, Harry sat on the floor with his back against the wall and opened the notebook to a blank page near the front. He wrote, in his neatest small letters, in the green ink he had bought at the Diagon Alley stationer the year before, "House Rules, Year 5. He underlined it. He wrote underneath, 1. The library is no longer a secret. Hermione knows. Ron knows. Snape knows. Sirius knows the shape if not the details. Dumbledore knows there is something and does not know what. 2. Voldemort knows there is something. He does not know what. He thinks I have a strong will. Let him keep thinking it. 3. The library is now mine to use, not just mine to hide. Use it. 4. Use it carefully. Use it only when the cost of not using it is greater than the cost of using it. 5. Do not, under any circumstances, cast Avada Kedavra. 6. Do not, under any circumstances, cast Imperius. 7. Sectum Sempra is permitted only against a Death Eater who has, on confirmed evidence, killed someone you know. Reduce the wand arc to disable, not to kill, if possible. 8. Trust Hermione. Always. Without exception. 9. Trust Ron. Always. Without exception. 10. Trust Snape on the limited matters he has disclosed. 11. Be polite to Dumbledore. Tell him about the library only if and when both Hermione and Snape agree. 12. Keep collecting. The library is bigger than Voldemort's, on the available evidence, by a significant margin. Make it bigger still. 13. Practice. Every day. The Deep Part block, the Wandless Silent Suite, the Field Medical, the Escape and Evasion. Every day. He paused. He chewed the quill. He added, 14. Be a 15-year-old some of the time. Eat. Sleep. Play Quidditch. Laugh at Ron. Argue with Hermione about books. Be a person. He underlined it. He closed the notebook. In his head the system said, very softly, library, 798 spells. Untested, 17. House Rules, Year 5, acknowledged. Approved. Good night, Harry Potter. He smiled. He could not, in the cupboard under the stairs, in the dim light of the single hanging bulb, see his own smile. But he felt it on his own face. He felt it in the small specific way a person felt a smile they had not been expecting to feel, the way a person felt water at the end of a long thirsty walk. He put the notebook in his pocket. He stood up. He turned off the light. He climbed the stairs to his bedroom, which was, since the second year, the smallest bedroom in the house, with a real bed and a real window, and he lay down on the bed and pulled the blanket up to his chin and looked at the window over the street. Outside, on Privet Drive, the street lamps were on. A cat was crossing the road. A small wind was moving the leaves of the hedges. Somewhere, far away across the channel and across the long grey countryside and across the place where the Riddle graveyard had once been, Voldemort was, on the available evidence, in the world, in a body, with 17 Death Eaters and the loyalty of an unknown number of others, and he was, at this very moment, planning the second campaign of a war Harry was on the wrong end of and not, this time, going to lose. Harry, on the bed, did not close his eyes. He thought, in the small careful column of his attention, about the next year. He thought about the Ministry, which was, on Hermione's reading, about to spend a year denying Voldemort's return. He thought about Umbridge, about whoever the Ministry would send, for whoever would be the next Dada teacher under whoever this Ministry would be by September. He thought about the Order of the Phoenix and about Sirius, hiding, and about Snape, in his quiet careful double place. He thought about Hermione, on her bed in her parents' house in Crawley, with a quill in her hand and 3 books on her knees, planning. He thought about Ron, who would be in the burrow, asleep, snoring like a small machine, and the thought made him smile again. He thought about Cedric. He let himself think about Cedric for a long time, in the dim quiet of his bedroom, without flinching from it. He closed his eyes. He said, in his head, I'm going to use it, Cedric. I'm going to use what you gave me by being on the other side of that maze hedge. I'm going to use it. I'm sorry. The system, very softly, said, noted. He turned over. He slept. Library, 798 spells. Untested, 17. Summer Regimen, Phase 1, Initiating. Target library size by September 1st, 1,100 spells. Means, ambient acquisition, Tonks, Kingsley, other order members when they visit, Hermione's curated practice list, independent wand work. Probability of success, 91%. Harry Potter, age 14. Good morning. He opened his eyes. The sun was up over Privet Drive. He got out of bed. He dressed. He went down to the kitchen and made himself a cup of tea and a piece of toast and ate them standing at the window, in the early sun, in the small kitchen where Aunt Petunia had not yet come down, in the house where, 8 years ago, he had been 6 years old and had heard a voice in his head, for the first time, say spell acquired, and he had, without being able to name what he was, known that he was, in some way that he was going to spend the rest of his life understanding, no longer alone. He raised his tea, faintly, to the window. He said, in his head, all right. Year 5. The system said, all right. Year 5. The first week back at Privet Drive, Harry kept a careful schedule. It was a schedule Hermione had handed him at King's Cross, on a folded piece of parchment in his palm, with the words one of these every day, no exceptions written on the inside in her neatest small letters. He had unfolded it on the bench at the back of the carriage that took him from the train to Vernon Dursley's idling Volvo, and he had read it, and he had smiled, the small private smile that was, more and more often these days, only for what Hermione had written, and he had folded it and put it into the inside pocket of his jacket and pressed his palm flat against it. The schedule was simple. In the morning, before breakfast, the deep part block. 20 repetitions. Hermione had built him a small enchanted figurine in the last week of term, a tin soldier with a tiny imitation wand, that, when activated by a finger tap on its head, cast a low-grade self-modulating Imperius analog at Harry's surface part. The figurine was, on Hermione's careful explanation, not a real Imperius, it was a training target, with the bite of a real curse but without the deeper hooks. Harry was to practice the deep part block against it 20 times every morning. By the end of the summer he was to be able to hold the block in a way that did not require conscious effort. In the afternoon, the wandless silent suite. 25 spells, drawn from the library, rotating in the careful sequence Hermione had built. Levitation. Severing. Repulsion. Concealment. Field medical. The basic compound double arc. The 4-stage Bulgarian binding. The Patronus. Always the Patronus, at the end of the rotation. Hermione had said the Patronus was important to keep close. She had not, when Harry asked her, said why. He had filed her silence under "we'll come back to this" and left it alone. In the evening, after the Dursleys had gone to bed, the field exercises. Field exercises were Hermione's name for the small careful experiments Harry was to run on the library itself, testing, for example, whether a specific stolen spell could be recast with a slightly different intent, or whether 2 spells could be layered into a single compound, or whether a wandless silent version of a spell could be projected at the same distance as its wand counterpart. The exercises were not allowed to be flashy. The exercises were not allowed to take place in any part of the house where Uncle Vernon might walk in. Harry, on the second night, after Uncle Vernon went to bed, set up a small careful workshop in the corner of his bedroom with the curtains drawn and the door locked, and began. By the end of the first week, the library was at 812 spells. By the end of the second week, it was at 831. By the end of the third week, when Tonks and Mad-Eye Moody, the real Mad-Eye Moody, with the real Magical Eye, somehow stranger and gentler than the impostor had been, knocked on the door of number 4 in a polite Auror visit that Aunt Petunia answered with the white-faced terror of a muggle who had not previously been required to entertain Aurors in her hallway, the library jumped, in 20 minutes of social conversation in the front room, by 31 entries. Tonks, on her way out, had hugged Harry. Harry, who did not in general accept hugs from people he had known for under an hour, had accepted the hug. Tonks, with her hair the color of a Quidditch pitch on game day, had whispered into his ear, "Watcher, Potter. You'll be seeing more of us. Hold tight." Harry had said, "Thank you, Tonks." Mad-Eye, at the door, with the magical eye whirling in his real face, had said in his real voice, which was a great deal less gravel than the impostor's, "Boy. Constant vigilance." Harry, on the doorstep, in his real face, had said, "Yes, sir." The 2 Aurors had disapparated. Aunt Petunia, in the kitchen, had drunk a sherry. Uncle Vernon, in the front room, had made a sound that was probably a swear word in a parallel universe and had gone to bed. Harry, in his own room, with the small leather notebook open on his knee, had filed the 31 new entries by category and quietly written, at the bottom of the page, "Toan KS, Auror. Metamorphmagus. On your side. Mad Auror. Real this time. On your side. Order of the Phoenix, active." He had underlined active. He had closed the notebook. He had gone to bed. On the 17th of July, Hermione wrote. She wrote in a long letter delivered by a small frantic owl that arrived at his window at 5 in the morning, in a slightly damp envelope that smelled of jasmine and library paste, with 3 sheets of parchment inside in Hermione's neatest small handwriting, and a postscript in a different ink at the bottom of the 3rd sheet that read, "P.S. Harry. I have been at the Burrow for 10 days. Ron is well. Ginny is, Harry, Ginny is different from how she has been. She has read your account of the second task more carefully than the rest of us, and has been quietly working through the implications. I do not yet know what she has concluded. I will tell you when I know. Sirius is, also, at the Burrow part of the time. He is in his dog form when downstairs. Tonks has been by twice. Mad-Eye has not. Snape is, Harry, I am told Snape is in a place he cannot leave, and is doing what he does, and is at substantial personal risk, and we are not to write to him under any circumstances. Mrs. Weasley sends her love. The library here has been useful. I have found, in a small old book, a reference to a magical condition the author calls involuntary acquisition, which sounds, Harry, it sounds like what you have. The author is a wizard named Hyperion Greengrass, writing in the 18th century, and the book is in the Burroughs attic, which is, on the available evidence, an attic of curious depths. I am bringing the book to school. I love you. Be safe. Practice the block. Harry, sitting on his bed at 5 in the morning with the small frantic owl perched on his lamp and the 3 sheets of parchment in his lap, read the letter twice. He read it a third time. He folded it. He put it in the inside pocket of his jacket. He said, very quietly, to the small frantic owl, "Thank you." The small frantic owl, who had been waiting for water, drank water. Harry, on his bed, took out a fresh sheet of parchment and a quill, and he wrote, in his own neatest small letters, "Hermione." Read it. 3 times. House Rules Year 5, Item 14, Be a person. I am being a person. I am also doing items 1 through 13. I am holding the block. I am running the suite. The library is at 832. Tonks and Moody were here. They gave me 31. I am safe. The Dursleys are, being Dursleys. Aunt Petunia made me eat the bacon for breakfast yesterday, which I think is a sign. Look up Hyperion Greengrass. Read everything by him. If the 18th century knew about this, we are not the first. I love you. Tell Ron I love him. Tell Ginny tell Ginny hi. Pat the dog for me. He sent it. He went back to bed. The next morning the library was at 836. By the 1st of September it was at 1041. By the 1st of September the Daily Prophet had run, on average, 3 articles a week subtly questioning Dumbledore's mental state, and the Ministry had not, on the available evidence, admitted that Voldemort was in the world. By the 1st of September a new defense against the dark arts professor had been announced for Hogwarts, and her name was Dolores Umbridge, and she had, in her photograph in the Prophet, a face that Harry, with the small careful column of his attention, had taken one look at and added to the People notebook under the heading Active Threat, Undetermined Magnitude. He had not been wrong about a person on that list in 4 years. On the morning of the 1st of September, with his trunk packed and his wand in the inside pocket of his jacket and Hedwig in her cage on the breakfast table and Aunt Petunia in the doorway of the kitchen with the particular flat tight face she put on when Harry was leaving, Harry stood for a moment at the foot of the staircase and looked at the cupboard under the stairs. It was a cupboard. It was a cupboard with a door and a small dark room beyond the door and a single hanging bulb and a loose floorboard at the back under which a small childish first notebook had once lived. He had taken the notebook out of the floorboard the previous evening, in the long quiet hour before he had packed his trunk. He had put it in the trunk. He had decided, on a small careful private impulse he had not, until that moment, known he was going to have, that he was going to keep it, and that he was going to keep it where Hermione could see it, and that he was going to, when the time was right, show it to her. She had been part of the library for 7 months. She was going to be part of all of it for the rest of his life, on the available evidence, or for the rest of hers, whichever ran out first, and on his small private resolution about that, neither of them was going to run out for a long time, and the war was not, on Harry Potter's growing private confidence, going to be the agent of either outcome. He looked at the cupboard. He said, in his head, goodbye. He didn't say it out loud. He didn't need to. Aunt Petunia, in the kitchen doorway, with her flat tight face, said, boy. He turned. Yes, Aunt Petunia. She looked at him. She looked at him for what he counted, in his head, as a long time. Aunt Petunia's face was, on Harry's careful 4-year reading, the face of a woman who had been carrying a great quantity of small bitter things for a long time, and who, on this particular morning, had decided to put one of them down. He did not, in the long second of her looking, allow any expression to cross his face. She said, very small, look after yourself. He blinked. He said, yes, Aunt Petunia. She did not say anything else. He picked up his trunk. He picked up Hedwig. He went out the front door of number 4, Privet Drive, and Uncle Vernon, in the front seat of the Volvo, did not get out to help him, and Harry, who did not need help, loaded his trunk into the boot and put Hedwig on the seat beside him and sat in the back, and the Volvo, with the slow indignant sigh of a Muggle car carrying a magical boy to a magical school for the 5th time, pulled out of the driveway. In his head, very softly, the system said, Library, 1041 spells. Untested, 9, Year 5, initiated. Good morning, Harry Potter. He said, in his head, good morning. The system said, proceed. He proceeded. And the long quiet morning of the first day of the rest of the war began.